Mackenzie Gore took the loss Tuesday against the Athletics, allowing 8 runs on 12 hits and a walk over 3 innings of work. He did not record a strikeout in the Nats' 16-7 loss. Mackenzie Gore continued a rough stretch that started back in late June. He allowed 2 homers and 5 runs in the opening frame and was just unable to straighten himself out for the rest of his start. He got pulled in the 4th after allowing the first 2 batters to reach. Cade Cavalli got the call, though, and he's going to start tonight for the Nationals as they're going to look to stop this 6-game losing streak. Moving over to the NFL, number 1 overall pick Cam Ward is going to see the field a lot during the preseason. That's according to Titans head coach Brian Callahan. Ward in the number 1 unit will play in all 3 games. Tennessee opens up Saturday against the Buccaneers. And Los Angeles Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is expected to be ready for Week 1 as he deals with a reported aggravated disc in his back, according to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. In Stafford's absence, Jimmy Garoppolo has taken first-team reps in his place, while former 4th-round pick Stetson Bennett is working with the second team. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Sit down and recite these hymns. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west, and we are north, baby. Good morning, Brian.
Northeast like a mug.
You're listening to Beamidge and Finley, and we are way up. Foxboro, Massachusetts. We are here along with, 10, maybe 15,000 Patriots fans for Commanders Patriots joint practices.
You know this counts as one of the live Commanders practices?
What does that mean?
They had 6. This is one of the 6.
Oh. Well, they have one left, right? They have military
This is one of the 6 right here. You got some Commanders fans here too.
Oh, dude, there's a woman. So the setup here is pretty incredible. I want to try to discuss it. But look, there's a young lady right there walking up the ramp with the Jaden Daniels jersey.
And then a young man with Sean Taylor.
Yeah, and I
right
saw
next to her.
A dude down here had a Jaden Daniels jersey on. I commenced to trolling as soon as I arrived in Massachusetts last night. Did you see that they're unveiling a Tom Brady statue
for a preseason?
For a preseason game.
Yeah, because he can't be here for all the regular season game because he's part of the ownership. He's away from certain things now. So they had to do it in a way where, who's really playing in the game?
Yeah, I'm just saying I was stunned to find out it was preseason to unveil a Tom Brady statue. And the more I thought about it, I think they just wanted Jaden Daniels to be here for it.
I guess. He's not playing.
He's definitely not playing. A lot of people have asked me this. I was able to confirm this morning. The PUP list guys don't travel. So Terry's not here. Sam Cosme isn't here. There's a handful of others that didn't make the trip for various reasons. But a lot of folks here in New England think that Terry McLaurin's coming to town. And I don't think he is, but he's not. He certainly isn't here today.
They might be wanting him.
Right. So let's update people with what they definitely want to know about, which is
Isn't it amazing? The stream popped right up.
For you?
Yes.
That's incredible. I can't get on. B can't get on from Ashburn.
Mine has been trash at Ashburn. Now it's working here.
What a world. Now, the thing everybody's dying to know, Brian and I were on competing flights to get here. I was flying to Providence. B was flying to Boston. B won.
And then you try to move the damn goalposts.
I was looking for double or nothing. You didn't. You didn't want that smoke.
No. You just stated after I stated that you lost. You go, but I'll probably beat you to the hotel. That had nothing to do with the bet. I mean,
not to mention we're not at the same hotel.
Yeah. And I probably beat you to the hotel anyway.
You might have.
Because it only took us like 29 minutes to get there.
Yeah, the drive was actually really easy last night, which was great.
Yeah.
I posted some pictures on my Twitter handle. If B's got the stream going, maybe he can.
I got it going.
Show people around. So the setup here is really remarkable. Gillette Stadium, obviously Foxboro, Massachusetts. Everybody's seen it that's a football fan. For 20 years, this was the hotbed of NFL football.
The Mecca.
Kind of has fallen off, but it's a cool stadium. They got the giant lighthouse. And it's one thing I've always noticed when I've come to Gillette, it's very vertical. You know how some stadiums are kind of built out and some are built up? I feel like Gillette is very vertical, and I think that helps it be very loud.
Loud, and also it gets the view for the fans a little better.
Yeah.
Because you don't get so far away from the field. You're just going up a little bit higher above it.
Right, and it has – so the Patriots practice facility is built just on the back side of the stadium. And
they have another field over here.
Right, that's where the Commanders –
They're building offices over there.
Hey, man.
There's a field inside that building.
Right, they got the indoor facility.
Yeah.
So where Brian and I are set up is looking out basically like an all-22 view of the two practice fields where once we get into Commanders, Patriots doing 11-on-11 drills, we should have – it's hard to think there's a much better view than this, Pete.
I don't think so.
So it should be a lot of fun. A lot of media made the trip up here. I saw – most of the folks you'd expect.
I walked in with Ben and also John.
Yeah, Kime and Nikki I saw. I think Dave Harrison was here, Mitch Tischler, Chris Kerwin. I had dinner last night with Chick and his photog David. So we're off and running, man. Dan Quinn spoke to the media a little earlier this morning. Jeff, if we can, maybe we run that audio at 10:30 as these practices kind of get underway.
Be a great time to run it, Jay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
I got to run. I'm doing a lot of running today, bro. I'm going to have more steps than I want to have.
Where do you have to get to now?
Back over here to do a 3-minute thing and back.
Damn. You couldn't have taped it before?
Tried. They wanted people in the background for some reason.
Where do you have to go, down to the lower fields?
Back. I think because everybody should be over here by 10:30.
So where the media,
you
get penned in right over here. Like you see where the backdrop is where Vrabel just talked?
Yeah. I was right there earlier.
Yeah, right. I think that's where
where I called
everybody's
you
going
from.
to be. Right. I think that's where everybody will be eventually. So hopefully you only have to go there. I almost wonder if the way these elevators and stadiums work, at some point you might be better off just going up and down the ramp.
Well, I don't know about doing all that, JP.
Yeah.
That means I have to, put a little hustle on it, and I may get stopped by anything Berg needed to have to add time.
I'm curious, when you're on the road like this, and I would say, especially this is a joint practice, not to suggest there aren't Commanders fans here, because I have seen a handful, but there's a lot of Pats fans. I think it's free to get in.
You know what happens, though?
When you're on the road like this, how many people will stop you and ask?
Well, when you're on the road, and if someone asks you that's a Commanders fan, the kids don't know.
Right.
And if people start talking and hyping you up, they want their autograph as well.
Right.
So, and you know me, if I make eye contact with a kid, I can't say no. So
yeah,
I'll do better going down the elevator.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely will. But even if you go to the elevator, you're going to have to hit that one little stretch of open road.
No, I go back that way. I can go through the backside right here.
Go down to the field level and come across.
Come down the field and come straight over here.
But even if you do that little stretch, I think you'll be all right.
No. I tried that already.
You already got hit up?
I made eye contact, and I did the old Michael Jackson moonwalk.
So it's really interesting. I was talking with Mike Reese this morning that covers the Patriots for ESPN, kind of like the John Keim equivalent up here.
Yeah,
and
Mike walked in with us as well.
Mike's a great guy.
Yeah.
I mean, just couldn't be a nicer, really good guy. And I was asking him kind of what's the deal with the Pats, and he's like, I think they're going to be a lot better. I don't know how good that is, but the belief up here is Vrabel's the real deal. Vrabel knows how to run.
He's a motivator,
yeah.
But you got to have the right people in place to get that happening. And I was on the elevator with a guy just now. He said, everybody keeps wanting me to say how good they're going to be. He said, I think they'll be better, but they're not going to be 5-6 wins better.
Right.
Which means 5 more than they had last year better. And that's a hell of a jump on anybody, and listen, they
went 4-13.
So
if you can get to 7-10, that's really good.
And that's better.
That's progress.
But people are thinking 10 and 7.
Well, I think people up here are nuts.
But I mean, people everywhere when it comes to that is nuts. They're unrealistic when it comes to the prediction of a team. Like for me, I tell people all the time, I don't even try to think about what a record could be until the final roster is made. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, I think it's similar.
We draft somebody and we automatically, we're going undefeated.
it's similar to the regression discussion with Washington. Like, if they win fewer regular season games this year, but get back to the divisional round, I don't think they went 12-5 last year. If they go 11-6, but are back in the divisional round, it's not a regression to me.
Nope, not at all.
You can't get too obsessed with the numbers, I don't think.
But see, that's the thing about it. That's what the world is today. The world is all about the numbers, and and people don't worry about context or anything.
Sure.
That is why I feel like I'm going to be an old fogey. I'm going to fight against going in that direction because numbers can tell stories. It don't tell all the damn stories.
Right.
So
the actual schedule for practice, nothing has officially begun yet. I believe 10:20
stretching
was the time, but then I think they may have moved it to 10:30 because I know all the coaches' conversations got pushed back a little bit. It's we'll keep you updated, and I think we will. We've got a great view once the action gets going, and it is remarkable what they're able to do here. Now, the RFK redevelopment plan seems to be a full go.
Mm-hmm. I don't think all this is going to go there, though.
No, I think
but the other stuff.
Right. I think because of what they want to do at RFK and it's an urban setting, let me be crystal clear. Foxboro is not an urban setting. This is like, what would you equate Foxboro to? I kind of equate it to like Laurel or
kind of like Laurel.
Because it's kind of like, how we're between Boston and Providence.
Outskirts a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's like more in an industrial area.
Right.
But they were able to build, there's 2 hotels right here.
Sure.
One of them being a Renaissance. And then there's a shopping center with there are a lot of restaurants and places right outside the hotel. I would say from the front door of the hotel to the stadium is about 800 yards tops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a cool setup. RFK is going to be entirely different because you're downtown already. Like you're in the city. And I think what they'll prioritize at RFK is the stadium, kind of the development, to your point, the hotels and the restaurants, and then obviously they want to build apartments and grocery stores and make it more like, make it more a part of the city landscape than
like a town center.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But the setup here is really cool because you've got the big-ass stadium, you got all the parking, but then you've got these practice fields. So they let fans in, and I was kind of curious. So they have one set of stands for fans.
Yeah.
And those were full when I got here at like 8:45. And then there's these other areas with fans that were starting to fill up.
Which is part of the stadium, the actual stadium.
And as I was talking to Mike Reese this morning, he's like, oh, just wait. They're going to fill it up. They'll be on all the ramps.
They said 15,000 or more.
15,000 people. And so the way it's set up, all the ramps that are outside of the stadium that you'd have no view of the football game Friday night, you have this is how you enter the upper levels, but they just have people standing on them because they can look out over the practice fields. Like the little plaza mezzanine over there, packed.
Yep.
One smart thing is they have everything built in on the hills, so it kind of provides like that natural stadium seating. Really, really cool design here, and you could tell they are going to pack this joint.
They are.
And
it's going to get loud, Jay.
Yeah.
If they do anything good.
Yeah, I think it will get loud.
Today you all may hear some cheers in the background. And I might cheer, too, if one of our guys do something good.
We'll keep them updated on what they're cheering for if they hear it. I think it's going to be a fun day. I don't think Christian Gonzalez is going to practice, is what I've been told. I don't know that definitively, but you'd like to see, the Pats' best defensive backs out there just to get a little taste of what Washington's doing. But I do think a Vrabel coach team is going to be ready right away. And I think Washington needs to and will kind of match that intensity right away.
But this is the time where I was asked a question earlier. We were doing some stuff for Command Center, and they were asking me, like, what was this part of the how did this feel going through the practices against other teams? I said, it's another step in the process. When you're practicing against your own teammate, you can only go so far. I know people want you to go full speed, and a lot of us older guys talk like that, but you never went 100%, because it's your teammate.
Right.
You don't want to hurt him. And then on top of it, when you're looking at something, you begin to, just by the way they line up, you know what they're doing. When you come out here against somebody else, you ramp it up even more. But still, you understand it's not a game. And your coaches have told you, I don't want no fighting. Although that happens sometimes, when people, there's always one ass out there that want to go over the line. And I didn't mind being sheriff to trade it up. But this is when you try to see how much better shape you're in. You push that thing.
Sure.
Almost to the limit. And then when you get to the regular season, hell, you know everything you can do.
Right. Well, what's funny you say that, B, is this morning I was getting ready and I was eating a bagel and I was just like messing around on my phone, and you know how Instagram Reels just kind of suck you in. And I ended up watching this Instagram reel of Kobe in the gold medal game. You've probably seen it. It's like a famous one. Kobe in the gold medal game, the U.S. is playing Spain.
Oh, yeah.
And in the huddle, before they go out, Kobe says, I know what play they're going to run, and I'm going to run right through Paul Gasol's chest.
His own teammate.
And sure enough,
but
first play, Kobe
doing,
ran right through his chest, and it was just a tone setter.
And after I heard the guys talking, LeBron and all those guys, you know what they told me? That message wasn't for Paul Gasol. That message was for LeBron and the rest of them. Like, they said, man, that's your teammate. He said, I don't give a damn.
Not today.
In other words, he's telling you.
Not today.
If I got to run through you to win this damn basketball game, I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
And I think that is the message Kobe was trying. And I know everybody thinks about Paul Gasol. Nope. That's why when people start comparing Michael with people, it always Kobe, because Kobe and Mike had a killer instinct.
Totally.
They wasn't trying to be nice to you. I've told you, on Sundays, I used to not like most of my teammates. And I'm sure they didn't like me. If I'm doing something you don't like, you shouldn't be happy with it. But you know what? I need to be doing everything I can to win that damn football game for you. That's the mindset I think you got to get into. And I believe this team this year, there are a bunch of maniacs on that team. That's what they're expecting.
I think I wonder if you'll see it today. I think that's why coaches like these joints so much more, is they can kind of control it. Now, this could obviously devolve into fights, like it can always happen. But right now, they're going to try to control everything and get.
And you don't want to fight. I mean, you don't go into these things to fight. But if somebody's being stupid, then you're not going to just accept it.
Now, B, we got to keep eyes out. You got your rosters right there. Diggs is wearing, what, 14
Number
up here?
6, I thought.
6? So I don't see him yet.
I thought he was just on the right side over there with one of the coaches, but he was with the team. That may be him right there with his back to it with the little towel hanging off his butt.
Now, here's what we know. I reported earlier this morning McLaurin and Cosme did not make the trip. They're on the PUP list. You don't make the trip. We got 5 others that didn't make the trip. Noah Brown, Brandon Coleman, Marcus Mariota, Jordan McGee, and Javonte Jean-Baptiste. Brown and Mariota are veterans, clearly dealing with some stuff.
Diggs is number 9.
Okay, Diggs is 9. Let's see if we see eyes on him.
Nope. 8.
All right, you better lock this in.
You
got a game.
8.
You know what, though? You're not going to be calling his name Friday night.
I'm not worried about him. If he's playing in the game Friday night, something happens.
He ain't playing Friday night. All right, so Cosme and McLaurin didn't come. We knew that. Noah Brown, Mariota, not here. Not surprised. They've been extremely limited in practice. I still don't think that's much of a concern with those guys. Coleman not coming isn't great. Jordan McGee not coming isn't great. And my thing with McGee is there's been real excitement about him in spurts, and then he's missed important time.
Yeah.
And I'd say for McGee, Madrano's showing up.
Yes.
Like, you want to be the young linebacker they're talking about, and all of a sudden they're talking about another young linebacker.
Yep. And that happens. And I think the ultimate thing is when people see something in you, they will go all the way until you can't show them that anymore. Then they go with the other person who's showing it to them.
Right, and we don't want to be hasty. As a matter of fact, let's do this. Dan Quinn spoke to the media a little earlier. We're going to run DQ's media availability. Maybe we'll get some information on the folks not here. And for some of these guys that are maybe nursing little injuries, maybe we can find out what is going on. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley live in Foxboro, Massachusetts, Gillette Stadium. Commanders, Patriots joint practices set to get going here in just moments.
The drama continues down in Dallas. Cowboys star edge rusher Micah Parsons requested a trade on Friday. We all know this now. But owner Jerry Jones confirmed that no one in the team's front office has had a conversation with his agent since Jones thought that he had a verbal agreement with Parsons before his trade request. While insisting he says it's urgent, Jones doesn't sound all that urgent to get a contract extension worked out. Now, to be fair, Jerry Jones has never lost a star player that he really wanted to keep, but Jerry said that he was uncertain whether Micah Parsons would be on the field for the season opener against the Eagles. When asked about it by reporters, he said, quote, "Again, no, absolutely not. A big part of that is his decision, and how would I know that?" From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We are live up here in New England, Foxboro, Massachusetts. Jeff, I can't get a straight answer on how to spell Foxboro. Some people spell it with the O-U-G-H, and some people just B-O-R-O. I don't really know that answer.
Yeah.
How do you spell it, Jeffrey?
So I looked it up, and I thought it was O-U-G-H.
I think it might be that, but I've seen it both ways. What I can tell you is this place is getting absolutely packed. And you learn something new every day. B and I were set up in this little cordoned off area, but I moved our table because I wanted a better view. And now we're just straight up zoo animals. We're just surrounded by people, and it's pretty interesting. I'm watching the Patriots stretch right now. They got the Skins down on a lower field, but they'll be up here shortly. They'll probably do their special teams work. It's going to be very, very limited on what media officials can shoot, but it will not be limited. I mean, you know how the Commanders, Jeff, have really been trying to shut down what people can shoot out in Ashburn, what fans can do?
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, how many people you think have been in Ashburn? 2,000-3,000 maybe?
Yeah.
Something like that? Bro, this is my guy Griffin. Thank you, brother. Griffin found me a way to keep us with a little bit of space. Thank you, bud. You're a smart man. Shout out to Odyssey Boston. But, Jeff, they got 15,000 people here, bro. There's no way you can control what video gets shot today. They are packed up on ramps 3 floors high. I'm going to post a video here in a minute. I'm going to wait for the Commanders to get on the field just to give people an idea of how many people are here. The parking lots look like a concert at FedEx. It is jumping up here. Before we get going with the joint practices, we're going to get to see some 11-on-11s. The word I heard is we're going to get to see ones versus ones. So starting defense, starting offense should be awesome. Before we get into all that, let's hear from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn on what he's expecting today.
That was Sam and Terry and 5 others. Had various injuries, not long-term, so we're going to hold them out and reassess them into next week. That's Marcus, Noah Brown, Jordan, McGee, Brandon Coleman, and Javante. So just want to give you those updates. I said I'd give that to you the other day. And having a joint practice and a game is good for us, for Adam and myself, for a lot of reasons. The first one is evaluations. There'll be some that'll play a lot in the practice and none in the game. There'll be another crew of players that'll play some at practice and some in the game, and then there'll be another group of players that'll play limited here today and a lot in the game. So the goal over those 2 sessions, how many evaluations can you get? As opposed to one that gets a bunch here and a bunch in the game, can we spread some of those out so by the time we get into the weekend, man, we got a lot of tape to look at and a lot of guys to put in the spot. So I want to give you the big picture stuff on some guys that were out. I'll give you a better assessment when we get back home where they're at. There's nothing long-term injury-wise for them. And then kind of give you our philosophy of the joint practice leading into the game. So all that said, let's get rocking with you guys.
With Marcus, I guess what's your level of concern there? Is it related to what you dealt with last year?
The concern level's low. I'm anticipating coming into next week to see where he's at. I think we're 7 to 10 days, something to that spotty. So the concern level's low.
Noah's been in and out. What have you been able to see from him? What are your expectations for the next?
You know what we did, John, like with Noah coming back, over the summer from the knee, just making sure like we don't miss one step. So we almost reset it just to make sure like he's not missing one part of it. And he's chomping at the bit to go. Again, I see a little bit like Marcus. In this instance, early August, we're trying to like really extend this ramp up, like the strength, the movements. As a wide receiver, some of the biggest things is like your deceleration, your ability to go stop. That sometimes can put the most stress onto things. And so we'll work hard at that just to make sure there's like pain-free in every way we do that. So he's close for sure.
And then you said some guys wouldn't play in the games. I'm assuming there would be starters. So for someone like Jaden, what are you hoping to see here? And then how has it changed for your philosophy with him last year compared to this year because he's got that year in terms of how much you want to see him?
Yeah, for he and a lot of other guys, it's a lot different. However, we'll kind of get to the game, like get through the practice and go to that. He'll play a lot today, though. And I think that's important. It's different looks, different system, different calls. So it's an important step, and it's a good one for him. So we're excited for he and for a couple of the guys. Hey, man, like new looks, different things. When you're going against the same kind of looks all the time, even though there's different installs, there's still a real advantage. That's why we're pumped to be up here with the guys. Go ahead, Nikki.
What is Marcus dealing with?
Like just a lower leg strain, but he's going to be, hopefully as we assess into next week, in good shape. This was really one to say, man, let's make sure we're not like dealing with it back and forth. So it's more of a place to let's get him all the way back.
Just as far as what you want to see out of starters, returning veterans. I mean, just in preseason in general, how much do you anticipate this spring, and are you taking any different approach from previous years?
Yeah, I think you want to customize it no matter what, and who needs what, where it's at. There's a lot of guys that I'm excited to see both today and into the game. Certainly the rookies, their first preseason game is always a cool one. They've been looking forward to playing in the NFL. This is, their chance to go do that. I'll remind them, like you have been playing against like other really good NFL players the whole time. But it is customized by how much reps you get here. But there's guys I want to feature and the guys I want to see. I want to see, linebackers tackle. I want to see, people guard one another. So there's definitely things that I want to see.
The guys that are fighting for a job on your roster, these 3 days here, how do you counsel them? Their dream in their lives. How do you tell them that yourself that you got to perform?
Yeah, expect the expected. Knowing like, hey, these are the things you can control. So sometimes you can see when a guy's ramping up for something that's really important, they can tighten up or, feel some kind of way. I've got to do extra, and sometimes over trying can be the worst thing. And so, man, like stay in that pocket of the training you've been doing, and then, let it rip here. That way you don't feel that tightness to go and I have to do this or I have to do that. Man, you got to be yourself, fully turned up, and like that'll be plenty. So that's the message that we share. But man, stay right in that pocket of the things that we've seen.
So do you weigh these practices more than what you've done so far through training camp?
We don't talk about in terms of like weighted or not, but it is another evaluation and against different guys. So they all count, and especially the padded practices for certain positions, they just have more value, I would say. So those are probably the ones that are weighted.
Yeah, for some of the rookies, how do you balance kind of getting them acclimated to the NFL without kind of overexposing them? And when you get to kind of the joint practice, it's like you're looking for kind of one particular thing, and hey, I see that, okay, I can get this guy out.
More so in 2 sessions, how many reps would be like a good number? Say, can we push him into this threshold for today, and then another one for the game for Friday? So you don't want to go like crazy on today, and then you put somebody at risk. So for the rookies, they won't take all the ones today for the guys that are playing, in different amounts. So we try to just customize it. We went through the roster person by person. Hey, man, I'm hoping to get this guy about 20-some today, and then we'll go 25 in the game. This guy, maybe 10 here, over 30 in the game. So you just try to balance it out best you can. Good news is today, as we're getting here and getting started, speaking with their coaches and staff, like we got a good practice, and we're ready to really get it on. I'll go all 3 of you guys right here.
Thank you. How are you seeing the relationship with Debo and Coach Ray develop?
He's a fun guy to coach, Debo is. I knew the player, but you didn't know, who the man was. And so, great work ethic, easy to coach. And so for him and Cliff, he's also pretty easy to find those plays that makes him so unique. You've seen some of them, and there'll be some things that people haven't seen, of how we'll feature him. So that relationship's growing strong.
What have you seen from Dietrich and John Jones so far?
Yeah, I think it started for me like a really high level of professionalism. Like, these are two guys that really bring a good standard to our team. There's a number of players on our team that have those kind of standards, like Jonathan and Dietrich. I think of players like Nick Ballore or Jeremy Reeves, and I could go on and on about players, but you'd be surprised when all these players have these really high standards and they're around one another, things just start to lift. They're able to affect some of the younger players who are learning their way. So they've been excellent for us. They're not brought here to coach. They're brought here to play, and we need them. But they do have really high standards about how they do things and how they do business. I'd spoken to them like, it'll feel weird today. Most of us have been on another team or been back to that spot, so expect it to feel weird and then go do your thing. So they both did excellent work during their time here, and I brought that up even with some of our coaches, who did great work here. Izzo and Wes, and same thing, with Adam. Like, all those guys put significant time into here and did great work. And Jonathan and Dietrich, are right in that conversation as well.
Their presence in the locker room as a leader a little bit. What was it about their play specifically with Dietrich and John Jones that stood out to you during this offseason?
The speed with Jonathan is so evident. Although he's a veteran man, the guy can absolutely fly. So sometimes you see a change in that. And so for him, the speed of staying attached, playing man-to-man, that was a big deal. For Dietrich, it was really at the padded times you want to see, this is a strong man. And so could we ask him to do those things, play really square and do that? So we've been super pumped with both of them. Go ahead, Ben, quick.
With the running backs, knowing that this is still somewhat limited to what you can see out of them, how do you kind of plan to rotate these guys in today versus Friday?
Yeah, both. We'll try to do some and some as often as we can. All right, thanks, everybody. Get after it.
DQ, a lot of interesting stuff there. I mean, clearly he values these practices. He doesn't want to say he values them more than others, but he was definitely telling the truth about how much he values padded practices more than others. The Marcus Mariota update, the concern level's low, lower leg strain. They think 7 to 10 days. That I can compartmentalize and be totally fine with. However, the Noah Brown update was way more vague, and he said about the same timeline. But, here's my question with Noah Brown is we were told he was fine from the injury in minicamp, and then he came out and practiced some. So is this a new injury for Noah Brown? And Noah Brown is one of the most cool, chill, laid-back football players I've ever talked to. He clearly knows how to play football, but injuries have plagued him his entire career. And with 17 not out there, and if you just got in your car, Terry McLaurin ain't here. I'm in Foxboro. Beamish is in Foxboro. Jaden Daniels is in Foxboro. Cliff Kingsbury's in Foxboro. Terry McLaurin is not, okay? With 17 out, Noah Brown is a far more important part of this puzzle, and I just don't know how much you can lean on him, man. I mean, last year, obviously, it was a crazy, fluky thing. The organ injury, but it still happened throughout his time in Houston. There's been injuries. That's the reason he got released. And if he time again, is it that much more significant? I don't know. I certainly agree with Dan Quinn that in August, even though if it's joint practices or not, August is the time to take it slow with guys and give them all the time they need to recover. No update on McGee, no update on Coleman. I mean, Dan Quinn's not giving us much on injuries. They don't have to. I'm almost certain they don't have to put out an injury report for preseason games. They did put out the unofficial depth chart, but the unofficial depth chart is worth about as much as $1 million check signed by Jeff Walker. There's plenty for us to get into. In just moments, I think we're going to start to see. Right now, the Commanders and the Patriots are kind of warming up separately, some special teams drills, all that. But the Commanders are walking up the hill to get this practice going. We'll give you live updates all day. B. Mitchell Finley live on the scene. Foxboro, Massachusetts, Patriots, Commanders joint practices. Don't go anywhere. Hey, it's B. Mitch and Finley here, live in Foxboro, Massachusetts. And B, I got to be honest with you, I never thought I'd want to move to Massachusetts, but these cool mornings in the summer have me thinking, if I was to sell my house, there'd only be one guy I would call. His name is John Leahy.
Yep, you have to reach out to John just like Ashley did. Ashley had purchased our Upper Marlboro home 2 years ago, but it hadn't gained any equity for her. It had become time to sell, and John Leahy and the Fine Living Group went right to work, and it certainly didn't take long. The property was under contract within 3 days and sold for the very price that John and his team had recommended in only 2 months. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
The action is heating up on the field here in Foxboro. Jaden Daniels just went downfield for a nice first down completion, and the action is heating up in the housing market. It's a confusing time. It's a stressful time. You need somebody that will help alleviate the stress. Whatever it is, new job, maybe you lost a job, maybe it's a relationship situation. Whatever that makes the stress in your moving situation, John Leahy can help you get through it. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, live. Commanders Patriots joint practices, Foxboro, New England. Foxboro, Massachusetts, I suppose. My daughters were very confused. I told them I was going to New England.
I thought you were going to England.
And Ainsley's like, England? I was like, no, New England, baby. New England. B, this is what we came here for, dude. This is what we sat in traffic delays is Brian Robinson off the left side busting one.
When I noticed that left side at tackle is more secure than it was last year.
Bro.
Tunsil is good, man. And, this is just practice. You don't want to read too much into it, but you just watch him operate. The guy is a technician out there.
Absolutely. So Jaden and the starting offense got their first reps. They didn't adjust the line of scrimmage, but on 4 or 5 plays, B, I feel like they picked up 3 or 4 first downs.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
The first play, Jaden dropped back, and the pocket was so clean. I think it was Ertz. I couldn't tell which tight end it was. Just kind of ran down and sat down.
It was Ertz.
Was it Ertz? A little off the seam, and it was just – Jaden had time on that. Now we've got Hartman in there. Looks like you still have the starting O-line in there, though, and – I tell you what, that first group looked good.
They look good. But the ultimate thing in this thing right here, Jay, you saw them all come together down there, and as the coach is basically setting the tone.
Yep.
Vrabel, a guy who played linebacker in this league. You look at Dan Quinn. We know how intense he is. Those guys set a tone. They want a clean practice, but you want to get some good work. And for me, I'm looking at the Commanders against the Patriots right now, and especially that first group. I remember a few years ago when they rolled into Richmond.
Oh, my God.
And I felt like we had the big brothers come and play the little elementary school kids.
Dude.
Right now, the size it's not no mismatch. Well, we've gotten bigger, and I think we've gotten better.
What also really stood out going way back to when the Patriots came down to Richmond was just the level of professionalism. Oh, there's a big play right there. Oh, who dropped that, B?
So is it Strachan or Strong?
I was told Strachan.
I heard Bram tell me yesterday Strong.
Well, whoever it is, he's got to catch that ball.
That gets you cut right there.
Yeah, dude, that was Hartman He put the ball in the right spot. It was past the corner. The safety hadn't gotten down yet, down the left side. That's got to be a catch because that's a 25-yard gain. That's a tough one for Strachan, however you say it.
Well, he better get it right.
Yeah, that's tough. I'd heard Strachan, but I don't quote me on that.
You know who I'll ask? I'll ask him.
Yeah, that's always a good idea. Straight to the horse's mouth. You're right, though. I mean, when the Pats – so now you got the second-team O-line. It's starting to be first little collision at camp there.
Gallup got the best of that one.
Yeah, sure did. He was in a better position. Good ball from Hartman. Hartman's thrown 2 passes now. Both have been on the money. Also interesting to see Hartman be first guy in here. Not really a surprise as, you know.
That's not Hartman. Hartman, is he 15?
Hartman's 15.
Yeah, 14's
Johnson.
in there. Johnson's in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know I'm blind. I can't.
You are actually blind as hell.
Well, now that I see Hartman on the goal line, he's clearly white, which is a big difference.
I would tell you, as soon as you said Hartman, I looked at his calves. I was like, unless he got a dark tan.
Well, because they wear the sleeves. You can also tell Johnson, man, like those first 2 throws, like the speed of this does not bother him. He's been doing it so long.
He's been to, 10, 12 teams already?
Yeah. Looks like we're going back to Jaden here.
Yeah.
Because that looks like you're starting the line again.
First line is in there again.
Yeah, there's Ertz. Is that B-Rob next to him? Yep. All right, let's see what Jaden does here. No Christian Gonzalez, I believe, today. You've got Debo to the right, tight formation here. Looks
Owens.
like 2 tight ends to the right. Handoff to Brian Robinson. Big hole.
Big hole again.
I mean, that's what, 8-9 yards?
You got it.
Look, that looks good, man. And that formation with Bates and then Ertz offset and then Debo right there, if you can establish the run out of that formation and then the way Ertz and Debo can just get quick off the line on a little play action, kind of interesting to think what Dr. Cliff could dial up right there. Looks like just 1 tight end now. B-Rob's still the back. Bates off to the right. Who are these receivers?
Moore.
Jalen.
You got Moore, Lane, and also KJ Osborne in there.
Jalen Lane out to the left. Jaden with a little bit of pressure. Oh, just kind of threw that away. Osborne on like the slow drag across the field, never really developed. The only play would have been Jaden looking all the way back left, which I can't imagine.
Jaden just running out there getting the first down.
Yeah, you're right. I think in a real game, that's what he does.
Because that D tackle was like, I'm not catching this dude.
If Jaden just,
I'm not catching him at all.
I mean, he could have picked up 3 or 4 there, and nobody would have sniffed him.
It's kind of giving me a little viewpoint of what I'm going to be doing on Friday.
I know, dude. A little practice for you.
And I can actually see.
I know. Once I figured out which backup quarterback
get some real one of these. They work.
The readers, I think I might need to get some. So on the far field is the Commanders' defense against the Patriots' offense. I haven't seen a ton over there. It's hard. Listen, when Five's on the field, he kind of catches your eye. It looks like Eckler in the backfield now next to Jaden, out of the shotgun. Ertz, I mean, that was so – I saw it to Ertz as soon as he was standing right there.
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been your first down play. 3rd and 3, gain of 7.
If you listen to our radio show on a regular basis, I'm not trying to blow no smoke up nobody's butt. And I'm going to tell you one thing. I'm watching the operation of this offense, and they are already on point with the things they're getting
absolutely.
done.
We did just see a deep shot from the Patriots starting offense down the left side of the field that was broken up. The Commanders coaches and DBs are firing it up.
That's Gay over there. Gay gets into it, dog.
And the crowd is just booing loudly. Jaden out of the pistol here with B-Rob, tossed to the left. I mean, you see Tunsil right there?
You see that would have been a run, too, dog.
Yeah, dude, Tunsil just took –
B-Rob looks good, man.
Tunsil looked like he took a linebacker into the benches right there.
B-Rob looks good.
That is the kind of stuff that starts fights, and we are now starting to see a lot of Patriots defenders.
Well, as I said, once you go play against somebody else, the intensity goes up, and you're going to find out what's happening. And the first person to try and start the fight is one that lost the battle.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right, Hartman checking in now for his first work of the practices. Quick break. We're coming right back. B. Mitch and Finley live in Foxboro.
Normally, ESPN is the one that's covering the sports news, but today they're making a ton of it. First up, ESPN is going to acquire the NFL Network, NFL Fantasy, and the Red Zone channel. NFL will get a 10% equity stake in ESPN in this deal. Now, the league and ESPN still have to negotiate a final agreement and get approval from NFL owners, but that is all expected to go through. And yes, Scott Hansen will still host Red Zone, he confirmed on X this morning. But that's not all. ESPN also announced a deal with WWE this morning. The deal includes 2-night events such as WrestleMania and SummerSlam on ESPN's new streaming service. WWE will also produce the events for ESPN platforms, which will serve as their exclusive U.S. domestic home. Now let's move over to some on-the-field news. Wide receiver Keenan Allen, who spent the first 11 years of his NFL career with the Chargers, is returning to the team as the sides agreed to a 1-year deal. The Chargers used the pick that they acquired from Chicago in the Keenan Allen trade to move up and draft Ladd McConkey. Well, now Allen and McConkey are going to be teammates. And moving over to the Nationals, they lost last night their 6th straight game, dropping their matchup with the Athletics 16-7. Mackenzie Gore just did not have his best stuff, only went 3 innings in last night's game. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Jeffrey. B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Live in New England, Foxboro, Massachusetts. We are at Commanders, Patriots joint practices. And, man, the action's heating up. Jaden Daniels going deep. First real deep shot we've seen taken into triple coverage. Just nothing there. I think that was to Debo B.
It just barely missed it.
I mean, I'm not mad at the shot.
Look like that dude can run, though. Number one, Debo Samuels, the one that's supposed to be fat. He can run, man.
I think that has been disproven.
He was out front.
He sure has been. Hey, Jeff, I think maybe be ready to run something. We're having a little power issue all of a sudden. I'm not really sure why. But B and I are up here. They're back in the pistol formation. Jaden Daniels, Brian Robinson behind him. 2 tight ends out to the right side. Bates and then Senate got downhill to seal that side up, man. That looked pretty good. You see Senate get to that second level fast?
B-Rob looking good, man. B-Rob faster this year.
Yeah, man. I think
Swift.
As much as we've all been talking about Bill, rightfully so, Bill's had a really good camp. I think none of that means B-Rob and Eckler don't have big roles.
Well, I can tell you one thing about both of those guys. They're competitors. And if they hear a lot of talk, you know what they do? I got to go make something happen.
I think for all the talk of Josh Connerly, Brandon Coleman didn't make the trip, so you've got Andrew Wiley at that left guard spot. Connerly's been all right. I think Connerly's more than held his own.
He has.
What do you know? Another first down catch for Zach Ertz. I mean,
all he does is make plays, though.
Dude, he's just a machine, man. B, what has been standing out for you the most so far?
Well, looking at the offensive line, I came up here to look at the O-line and D-line, and I think both of them are doing very well, especially the offensive line. Tunsil, the guy who they put the most into, has come here and he's hit the ground running just like he did in Houston. Wiley moving over to guard, he's very, very capable at that job too. Tyler Biadasz at center been doing some good things. Allegretti, who was on the left side last year, now he's over to the right side. I just think that the depth of the O-line is far better than what we thought it would be. And I think that's going to help because last year when the first original 5 got banged up, we saw the running game fall off.
Totally.
But right now it's not happening like that. You know, they have legitimate guys, and they have 2 guys who's banged up now. When Cosme gets healthy, Coleman gets healthy, you have legitimate guys. I think they can go 8 deep, possibly 9 deep, of having legitimate guys that can go out there that's very, very capable.
Well, and with Biadasz last year, when he went down, was a major problem for them. I think – have you noticed Allegretti getting some work as a center? I think they'd love if – now, Dieter's going to be on the roster. Dieter was able to play last year. But
Dieter's also backup snapper. I think Allegretti also, to me, He has done center. He's been a center before.
Right.
And, we used to hear about that position flex thing. We just need guys that can play.
Right.
And whatever position if they have to. And I think that now they have guys who can play multiple positions. It'd be fine with them. So,
Plus, you're adding an all-pro left tackle. Like, it's funny because I don't think we've seen it a lot. Oh, my man. Yo, Griffin is just saving the day. Shout out to Odyssey Boston again. What show do you work on?
Jones and Keefe.
What is it?
Jones and Keefe, 93.7.
Listen, when you get done listening to us, listen to Jones and Keefe, all right?
Yeah, we just need
follow him on social.
We need to get JP a better way of
that is not my fault, dude.
Transporting that stuff.
How is that my fault?
Because it was bent up and get some little cracks in it.
You could, yes.
I'm just helping you out.
I'll send you the invoice later.
Send it
I'm
to
just
CK.
I know how we.
So you can carry that. You're in charge of the power cord from here
No,
on.
I'm not in charge of the power cord because you go more places than me. If I'm in charge of the power cord, you would never have it.
I don't know what happened there. It looks
it got a short into it.
Well, whatever. We got power, so
yeah.
we're not too worried about it. We're back in practice. Josh Johnson in at quarterback. On the far side, the defense has been going a lot. Let's try to notice when Drake May's out there and kind of identify the.
I've seen a few big plays over there.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Drake May, I believe we are past the place last year where, like, you had the Drake Maniacs, the folks that, like, wanted to root against Jaden because they picked a side pre-draft, which was just so stupid. I don't know if you agree with me. The Commanders and the Patriots basically exist in different football orbits.
Totally.
Maybe they play every 4 years or something.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm rooting for Drake May. I think it'd be awesome. The more awesome young quarterbacks, the better pro football is.
Yep.
I like his skill set.
I'm looking for the day that we have 32 of them.
I mean, good luck.
I mean, it seemed to have 10, and that's it.
You know that's my theory why spring football will never really catch on. There's not enough good quarterbacks for the NFL. Like, when you're playing spring football and stuff, it's
but see, spring football catches on, Jay, because the expectation is lower.
No. You know why it's going to work now? Because people need television inventory to let people bet on.
Yeah, but still, I'm just
gambling is why it's going to work now.
Like,
but the product will never be as good.
It won't be as good, but college football isn't as good. It don't have better quarterback, but it's way more exciting. But I think when you get to the NFL, you expect some level of perfection. And I think a lot of coaches don't know how to get the best out of players. And then I think a lot of the best quarterbacks don't even get a chance to play in the NFL.
If you don't do it, so stupid.
Yeah, because if you're not a certain height, not a certain weight, don't go to the proper university, and this, that, and the other, you don't get a chance. And then if you get a walk-on possibility, you don't damn sure get a chance. They don't put you out on the field. And if you are better than the person they picked in the first round, they damn sure not letting that happen.
Sure.
I just give Pete Carroll a lot of credit when he moved Russell Wilson ahead of
Matt Flynn, who they gave a bunch of cash to.
Totally.
Yeah. Looks like a little break in the 11-on-11 action here. Offensive line warming up closest to us. B, trying to figure out that group. We can get to probably 7 or 8 guys that are definitively on the roster. I mean, just go through your starting 5, right? Tunsil, Coleman, Biotish, Cosme, Connerly.
Yep.
Okay.
Wiley Allegretti.
I
think you're going to have my man on there. Trent Scott can play everything.
Trent Scott.
He has a great opportunity.
That's 8.
What's my man?
Dieter.
A
true backup center.
Some reason,
That's
man.
9.
Some mean. Big boy. Chris Paul always around, bro.
Yeah. Well, I also.
Because he's dense.
He is dense. You
can't
remember
get
that?
moved, dog.
That was a former
How
front
about
office
Good Jones?
worker.
Good Jones is a guy, he just seemed to hold on.
Are there guys knowing? I mean, you're not going to see Tunsil, not going to see Coleman. He didn't even make the trip. I wouldn't be shocked if Biotish doesn't go Friday night. Are there some of these down the roster O linemen you want to keep an eye on Friday night?
I'm looking at all of them, to be honest with you, man, because you never know who that 9th, possibly 10th guy is going to be. Was it Yang? He came later on in the training camp.
Yeah.
They signed him.
The big boy McKay, I think they signed too.
So I'm wondering if either one of those guys can show up, bro. So it's amazing how that just sticks with you, all these names.
Totally.
When you're around this thing all the time.
Totally. It looks like we're going to see. This looks like live punts here. Do you read that the same way I do?
I don't think it's going to be live.
Who's out? I don't see a jugs machine.
Yeah, they're going to punt them, but, I mean, it's not going to be live return.
Not live,
Yeah.
but who is fielding it? I mean, it's a live rush on it.
They got a punter kicking on the side. The punter in the middle is not kicking.
Who is that on the return, Osborne, or is that Lane? On the depth chart, they do have Osborne as the top returner.
That was Lane.
That looked like Lane, right?
That was Lane there.
I think the Osborne listed as the top punt returner is just kind of DQ's philosophy of nobody gets anything for free. I think Jalen Lane is very much sealed
I am
up.
going to lean in on that one and say, I think don't worry about that.
Yeah, I agree with that. On the far side, you've got Tress standing there, but if he's not live punting, so look, New England must have two punters, B. Because
that's what I'm saying. The punter on the right side is kicking.
Right, but Tress on the far field, they have a jugs machine set up next to him. Although he punted that one.
Yeah. They go back and forth.
Okay. It's good special teams work. They always kind of divide this up. Typical practice, you go 11s early, kind of set the tone, then some special teams work, and then you come back to 11s just to kind of break it up a little bit, keep everything moving. I think when you're doing joints like this, it's a good idea to do some 11s, then break it up, and then come back because maybe that keeps tempers calmer.
I want now. We have a left-footed punter, and this is what Bill Belichick used to do. Bill Belichick had left-footed punters most times. Most teams had right-footed punters, and he felt that left-footed punter was going to give them 3 to 5 muff punts a year. We have a left-footed punter. Now you got a right-footed punter kicking to the guys. I wonder if that little different spin is throwing them off right now.
Have they been muffing them?
No, they're not muffing them. I'm just wondering if it's throwing them off a little bit. They seem to be catching the right-footed punter punts a lot easier than they do Tresses in practice.
Well, when Tress is doing the directional stuff, I think that's particularly difficult.
But if that's what you see every day, you get accustomed to it.
Yeah.
Like, if I had a left-footed punter, I would probably catch it more to my left side, left center. The right-footed punter comes a different way, like a draw, basically, and I would catch it more right center.
Interesting.
And I wonder just if you never adjust where you catch the ball, does it affect you when you see the ball coming from a different angle?
It looks like on the far field, that looked like some live gunner work for the Washington side. I mean, they're not going to tackle, but the Pats don't even seem to have gunners going. Have you noticed that? Like on the outside here, it's kind of just they're focused on the rush. I think it's helpful for Washington that New England has two punters, so all these punts are live. That looked like a full block. That would have
been in trouble right there. We got to realize Larry Izzo used to be up here,
right?
And Larry Izzo is a maniac when it comes to special teams. Those guys are they take on the personality of the coach, and there are a lot of core guys that can play special teams that I think are going to end up making the team because of that capability. The guys that can't play special teams and not really doing much, start looking for someone else, bro.
Dude, you got to wear a lot of hats. Regardless of the job, regardless of the field of work, the more you can do, the better off you are, dude. Period.
Yep, that's it.
But, B, do you see it? It's interesting. On the right side over there, they're gunners going down the field.
See, it's different.
I think they divided
They're working
it
the
up.
gunners on that field. They're working the interior on this field.
Well, and it's both teams. Like, you've got Pats and Commanders gunners over there.
Yeah.
I wonder.
That's a gunner's drill right there. This drill over here is punt block.
Well,
punt block and punt rush.
I wonder if they'll flip it so the Commanders have to work punt block.
They'll do it eventually.
Yeah.
But right now, this is all about, on this side, is all about the punt team and the punt rush team. Punt team of New England and the punt rush team of Commanders.
Sure. And look, they just flipped the actual kicker here to the left side. And you see all the returners are lined up on the left side. It's just interesting to see how they go through their day and, like, the process of it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's I think for a lot of folks it would be – I think a lot of folks don't realize how, like, detailed, minute-to-minute planned out these practices are and how intentional everything is.
Those coaches have had some conversation way prior to this week to figure all this stuff out. And they probably incorporated the different ways that both teams do it.
Now,
see, you saw how he caught that ball. He took 3 steps backwards before he started forward.
I know you don't like
I
that.
hate that. Take that first step forward. Because right there you allowed those 3 steps back was allowed the guys to get 10 to 15 yards closer to you.
Sure, because it's 3 steps for them running full speed downfield.
Hell yeah.
I'm curious. So you see the little clock down in that left corner, B, saying a minute 40 left. If that's the 9th period, I think they're only going 14 periods today.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's the 9th period, means 10, 11, 12, 13. Because I think the last period, the 14th, is kind of a cool down. So I think we should be in line here for some pretty solid work. I also think it's not a coincidence that the Pats starting offense is on that far side where the stands are built.
Yeah.
So all the New England people get to watch that.
Yeah.
And all the people up here in the rafters with us are watching the Commanders. B, you know who I just saw?
Who?
You know how New England has those, like, I mean, forgive me, I'm not going to know what to call these dudes. They're dressed up like soldiers from the Revolutionary War, and they carry those like muskets or whatever. I just saw those dudes walking around down there. Gotta be hot wearing that. I think the temperatures are quite pleasant, but
mascots.
Those are straight up like pantaloons, man. I don't think they breathe much.
Listen, none of that stuff works, but it's cool here. It's real cool. So that's one thing that they have up here that I can be thankful for, the coolness.
Dude, this morning I was up early. It was like cool out. You know what else is supposed to be an issue, but I haven't really noticed it. I'm curious if you think so. There's bad fires in Canada again, and I know in like the city of Boston it's been an issue, and it does look
a little hazy up top.
Especially whatever direction that is. Is that west? That looks hazy that way. But I don't feel it breathing. Do you?
No, I don't. I don't even smell it. Because I knew it last year, 2 years ago when they had that, you could still smell it, even all the way down in D.C.
Dude, it was – remember you and I went and played golf because we were like, this is nothing. And then the next day I felt like crap.
You did.
It felt like I got like an allergy attack, basically. All right, we got some movement here. Looks like the special teams portion – ooh, B, we might get one-on-ones right in front of us, O-line, D-line.
That's what you want to see.
I'm here for that, for sure.
Washington O-line right here.
Washington O-line right here. Looks like –
and then one-on-one over there for the receivers and DBs.
Yeah, it looks like Washington D-line is going to that far goal line to match up over there. Jaden about midfield here. This could be fun, B. Watch some DB stuff. Now, before anybody gets too excited or draws any conclusions from one-on-ones, especially wide receiver DBs, please keep in mind that is incredibly one-sided. It is incredibly hard. Actually, that looks like it's going to be 7-on-7 down there, don't you think?
I don't know.
I mean, it feels like I see some linebackers, some bigger fellas than just.
If you see
DBs.
linebackers, then it will be.
Our plan today.
Those are safeties.
You don't think on the far side here? I'm saying.
Far down there, it looked like more like safeties to me.
All right. Well, we'll find out here in a moment. For anybody looking to, Jeff, you got me laughing in the text thread. So Ben Bolin is a friend. Ben Bolin's actually a Churchill High School grad, a Maryland native. I think he covers the whole league for the Boston Globe, but he's here at practice. I saw him this morning. Ben Bolin tweeted out, Jaden Daniels is absolutely surgical in 11-on-11. Never misses a read. It's accurate, dude. I mean, I think the league or Boston today, New England, is seeing what we've seen all camp. Yeah, that's 7-on-7.
Yeah, 7-on-7.
Jaden, end zone, just outside of reach. 7-on-7, if a play gets past 3-4 seconds, it's kind of dead anyway. Mm-hmm. We do have one-on-ones going right here in front of us. Little interior work. Wiley more than held his own on that. I think it's going to be a lot of fun because we'll get back to 11s. Let's do this. Quick break. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley live. Foxboro, Massachusetts. Commanders, Patriots, joint practice.
Commanders fans, it's your boy B. Mitch here, and I'm ready to take the excitement global. So join me and True Fan Travel this November for the ultimate fan getaway as Washington takes over Spain. Complete with game tickets, all-inclusive tailgate parties, 5 nights at the Western Madrid Cusco, and curated local events across Madrid. Spots are limited, so head to truefantravel.com and lock in your seat. Use promo code HAIL100. That's HAIL100 for $100 off. True Fan Travel. They handle everything, and you make the memories. That's truefantravel.com. Tell them B-Miss sent you.
It's officially joint practice day. The Commanders traveled up to Foxboro to face the Patriots in a joint practice before the two will meet in their preseason opener on Friday. Now, before this joint practice, head coach Dan Quinn spoke to the media, where he gave an update on quarterback Marcus Mariota, who's dealing with a mild lower leg strain. Quinn said his level of concern is low regarding Mariota's injury, but with Jaden Daniels and his top backup not set to play in Friday's preseason opener against the Patriots, Josh Johnson and Sam Hartman are going to get their chance to handle the bulk of the reps. And Carolina Panthers cornerback J.C. Horn was held out of today's joint practice against the Browns after being involved in a car accident on his way to Bank of America Stadium. The 2024 Pro Bowl selection was evaluated by the team's medical staff, and no one involved in the incident was transported by emergency medical personnel. A team source noted that Horn is at practice today. He's in street clothes, and he's reportedly fine. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Live, Foxboro, Massachusetts. Patriots, Commanders, joint practices. B, we've been talking about it. The Commanders' offensive line.
They look good.
They look good. We watched
good.
the one-on-ones, and now we got a little bit more 11 on 11. Looks like they're going to do a little bit of red zone work here. Jaden Daniels in the shotgun. Somebody moved.
Offside.
It looked like an offsides. B, I don't know if you can see over here. John Bon Jovi is in the house.
Yeah.
I think Bon Jovi and Robert Kraft are good buddies.
Man, I wish I could go talk to him right now and ask him about his old buddy,
Jaws?
Sean Landetta.
Oh, hey, babe.
Hey, babe. Hey, babe.
Maybe you'll see him after practice.
Hey, babe. What's going on, babe?
Jaden, quick throw. That one? It's hard to see. Now they're down the field. I'm going to take my sunglasses off. We're going to rely on your X-ray vision, Brian.
I don't have X-ray vision.
If you did, I know what you'd use it for. It also looks like Celtics star Jason Tatum is here. It's kind of cool.
Where?
Down over here, you see him?
No.
That's pretty neat. All right, we've seen a lot of pistol today. B-Rob with B-Rob.
That's basically what they run all the time.
Yeah, I mean nothing
Well,
surprising.
shotgun, but pistol.
Did the pistol formation exist when you were playing at UL? I feel like you would have been.
Well,
nasty
I was on the center, dog. I did
Really?
my stuff from on the center. All that option, everything. I didn't. All
Do
that
you think
other stuff.
nowadays everything you do would be out of the gun?
I would like to do it from under center. Under center, you still can fool them on a lot of stuff.
Did you run true triple option, like fullback and everything?
Where fullback, 2 slots, 2 wideouts.
I like that.
But the slots were like half, like in between guys.
It does look like the Pats just scored in their red zone drills on the Commanders starting D. Drake May looked like a nice little connection there. So for everybody visually, Brian and I are looking at 2 practice fields, and the Commanders' first-team offense is on the far 15-yard line of the field, closest to us going towards the end zone. Jaden Daniels is there, along with what looks like 12 personnel and maybe an Eckler carry. On the field farther from us, you've got Drake May. Drop it back, connects first. Oh, he dropped it, dude.
Yeah, but DeMario Douglas is a kid who has just caught a touchdown on the end. He's been cooking, bro.
Dude, Drake May threw a beautiful ball right there. Oh, that's the rookie Travion Henderson out of Ohio State, I believe.
Yeah.
You got to bring that in, young man.
Yeah.
He's going to get – when they watch that back, that's going to be a tough –
drop a few of those, you don't get any more passes.
That's going to be a tough room for Travion. And remember he had that – wasn't it him that had that crazy screen touchdown run in the Final Four game against Texas? Or was it Judkins? I thought it was him.
I thought it was Travion.
Yeah, dude. You got to bring that in. It was a beautiful pass for May over the shoulder. Can you get numbers on these Commanders DBs, B? It looks like – could that be Noah I out there? Drake May.
He's surgical as well, man.
Dude.
He's throwing some passes, man.
Yo, plenty of juice on that throw right there. Looked like he connected with a tight end. I couldn't get a number on him, but it looked like May, tight end, just ran a little pretty routine route down the left seam and cut it in at the goal line, and May had that ball out before he cut. That was a good little red zone drill for the Pats' first team offense. Are you a Vrabel guy? I just find myself.
I've always liked Vrabel.
Me too, man. Do you know him at all?
Yeah, I like him because anybody that play both offense and defense, you gotta respect them.
Totally.
But he was damn good at everything he did, man.
And just tough.
Yeah.
Backup quarterback in on both sides here. Do you know the Pats' backup quarterback? You probably know this because you're getting ready for Friday night.
No, I don't know him.
Okay.
Because I thought my broadcast is more lean towards the Commanders.
Yeah, which is fair.
Yeah.
Josh Dobbs is the backup quarterback.
I know he had signed with them.
And then
Ben Woolridge is the other. Guess where he's from?
UL? Is he?
Yeah.
Did you know that prior to?
Yeah, I knew he was. I knew he was from there when I saw his name.
All right, serious question: are there any Terps out here? I don't know.
Diggs.
Diggs. Well, he's not out here, but he is a Terp.
He's out here somewhere.
I didn't physically see him.
I thought I saw him earlier warming up when the receivers were doing their little warm-up drills.
Another Pats touchdown in the red zone drills. Now, this is the twos going, but they ran a nice little screen pass that the backup D-line did not they did not recognize the screen on that one. They were going full bore at the quarterback. Looks like I think we're going back to Jaden on our close side here, B. Yep, it looks like the first team coming back in for Washington on this side. Let's see what they're looking to do here. What time is it now? 11:30?
11:36.
So, yeah, we're in period 12. I think 3 practice periods left. That last one will probably
I think they probably would have been sacked on that play over there.
The touchdown or that last
over
one?
there, right there.
Yeah. All right, Jaden, shotgun. Looks like 1st and 10 from about the 10. See what they do. You know what I've been impressed by? And just so everybody's aware, we are absolutely not allowed to give away much information about what they're doing, which is why we're pretty limited in kind of discussing some of this stuff. But it seems to me Washington's using a lot of today to try to really get some run going. Kind of establish the run, get these guys some good work going against other defenders.
They just running their offense, and they getting it all done with their first team because those guys aren't going to be playing. Most of those guys won't be playing on Friday.
I think that's why a lot of these guys are.
That's why I said you're going to learn more today than you're going to learn on Friday.
Right.
Because the guys that playing on Friday, you're like, okay. The guys that will be in street clothes basically are the guys are going to be the one we're depending upon during the season.
100%. And it's funny how a lot of that has shifted. You are seeing some, I think Brian Callahan said that the Titans are going to play their starters in every preseason game. Now, maybe that changes when you're coming off a terrible year and you got a rookie quarterback.
Brian Callahan has a rookie quarterback who's trying to learn this thing, so he needs to get more work.
And Brian Callahan's probably trying to save his job. Like, would you be shocked if they're terrible again and they blow him out?
There goes a scuffle.
We got a scuffle, folks. Commanders defense, Patriots first team offense. Casual scuffle. I mean, that's like a 2 out of 10, a 1 out of 10.
I just saw the big pile come in. You saw those coaches get that thing stopped real quick, though.
Yep. The other side of the field with the Commanders starting offense, things look very calm. No scuffling. One thing that's interesting is Vrabel's a defensive guy. Vrabel's been over there the entire time with his first team offense.
Yeah.
Where's DQ?
Don't know.
I'm looking for the backwards hat. That's how you spot DQ.
That ball was caught.
That looked like.
Don't know if he kept it in though.
I don't think he kept it in, but that was a heck of a catch. The receiver's giving the back judge an earful, so he thinks he kept it in. Vrabel is all over it. Another touchdown? Yep.
Yeah.
Another touchdown for the Patriots. Now, we're not exactly keeping score. That was Mac Hollins. Little white dude. He's got a little bit of game to him.
Shifty.
Looks like we got a quarterback switch. That looks to me like Hartman, but I have confused Hartman and Johnson.
I don't know how you confuse those two guys, Jay.
Just look at the Cavs.
I don't know how you confuse those two guys.
Ooh, Hartman on the keep.
Oh, he almost went flying right
Not
there.
sure I saw that coming. Maybe they didn't either.
He was almost flying right there. He got a little airborne when he got hit.
He sure did.
He would have been sacked right
Drake
there.
May showing the wheels. You think
He would have
that's-
been sacked.
I think so too.
They just ran past him. They would have hit him in the thigh.
I think there would have been a collision.
It's like May
is a good athlete.
Some of this camp stuff gets blown out of proportion when a guy stand right there, touch him, and then they don't stop.
You know the king of that. Ooh, was that Bill with a little shifty move?
That wasn't Bill.
Not 32. Who was that? A lot of these backs wear their jersey up high, tucked into their shoulder pads.
That was Kaz.
Was it? What do you
Like
think
Kaz.
What do you think his roster chances are?
I mean, you could tell they see something in him because they tried him at receiver and they tried him at running back. If he can run the ball if he can run it like talking about and learn the pass block, he's gonna.
Oh, we got to fight now. This looks like an actual fight.
You saw the coach get on the ground and stop that right there.
Well, dude, I thought it was 10. I thought it was Drake May down there. It was not.
No, it wasn't Drake.
Drake May threw a ball into the end zone, I think, to Kayshawn Booty. They called an interference on Noah I on it, which I'm not sure I loved. And then there was just a big old dog pile of bodies quick. Now, this is now 2 or 3 scuffles in the last 5 or 6 plays.
2.
What's the temperature over there?
Over here it's still calm. Over there it's a little crazy.
And over here, Sam Hartman just with a nice throw on what looked like a little slant for a touchdown.
It was one of those offensive players of the Patriots over there who tried to go extra on something that started that one.
All right.
But I can tell you one thing I don't have a problem with. I don't have a problem with all those guys coming to defense of their player.
Oh, yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. Well, I also, maybe this was just the natural substitution of it, but after 2 scuffles and 4 plays, I do notice that Josh Dobbs is in and Drake May is standing back behind
But
everything.
Drake did his thing.
Yeah.
He already did his thing. They had their success. You move on. You know.
I think in what we've been able to see of Drake May, he's looked pretty good.
Yeah, he's good.
No question about the arm, no question about the athleticism. The questions with him, to me, have always been the decision-making. And, you know, another year in the NFL, you got another year to clean it all up.
Yep. See, right there, he was sacked.
Yeah, that's good pass rush. And then the ball's out of the end zone. Nothing to look at there. Ooh, we got live kicking here. Matt Gay, where do you say he is? Be about the 25?
He's at 23-yard line.
So what is that, about a 40-yarder? Right down the middle.
It's 33.
Right down the middle.
33 yards.
Don't you add 17 from the line of scrimmage? Because it's 10 for the
ball
end zone?
the ball was at which from now he's at the 27-yard line. He's kicking a 37-yarder.
Okay. I thought the ball was at the 23. Now the ball is
But
at
I'm
the
saying
20.
the way they're setting it is a
I see what you're saying.
27-yard line.
Another one from Gay. Perfect.
That was good.
Yeah, it's good. Hug the left side a little bit, but good. Yeah.
It goes from where the spot of the ball is.
Sure.
So
now they're bringing it back now. It looks like 35-yarder. They're on the 35?
Yes, on the 34.
Okay. All right. Gay's looked really good at camp throughout, so now he's doing it, just different location.
It was cool seeing Chip Lomel the other day. Thinking of kickers.
I bet. That is – he sneaked that in?
Nah.
Just right? It looked like no good from the judge there.
You can tell he missed that one.
All right, they're going one more, and we're getting deeper here. This is the thing they say about Gay is that he's automatic closer in, but question marks as you get further out.
We got a 49-yarder.
Yeah, they're at the 39. He's got the power for all of it. I think he's just a control-type player, type kicker. 49, left.
Missed it.
Just
pulled
pulled
it
it,
left.
yeah. On the other side here, who's the other quarterback be? Is that your guy, Woolridge?
Woolridge is the other guy.
Or that could still be Dobbs.
He's wearing 17.
That was a nice throw, man. Nice throw, nice route. Oh, this might get a little chippy again. All right, we got another Gay kick coming. That's a long one.
Made that one.
He got that one. Just squeaked it in. B. Mitchell Finley live, Foxboro, Massachusetts, Gillette Stadium, here for the Commanders Patriots joint practices. Nobody go anywhere.
college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. After 2 years of college, went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get
B?
Yo.
Tell you what, NBC gets their money's worth. They sent me on the road. Live hits. 4:30, 5:30, 6:10, 6:55, and then all ears live from here tonight.
Yep.
Looks like practice is about to wrap. Do you get the same vibe?
Yeah, they're doing a kickoff deal,
Yeah.
right, drill. We haven't seen any 2-minute stuff, so that's possible.
We're in the 14th period, though.
Oh, that's about it.
I mean, I think that's what they said, right? I know they told us, although, what time is it? 11:49? My guess is this is it, but what they said for shooting, because you're only allowed to film certain stuff at certain times, they said periods 1 through 4 and then 14. So
yeah, because this is that kickoff. What you call it? The kickoff now? The real kick, whatever it is.
whatever the term is, yeah. The not as cool kickoff.
Yeah.
Do you prefer a year into it? How are you feeling about this kickoff?
I mean, I understand what they're doing. I like the things they've added to it, the differences, because now they're going to make people return. And they're going to make people stop. They're going to start making people stop trying to just kick it out the end zone, because if you kick it out the end zone, you get it on the 35-yard line.
Yeah.
You don't want to just have somebody starting at 35, 15 yards, and they're right there midfield.
It definitely,
I like that.
If you get a good return man, has real value again.
Yeah.
You know, for a long time there.
A guy with vision.
Right.
And running backs, it's easier for them because it looks exactly like a running play. You know, everybody, the way that they're lined up looks like basically an offensive line against the defensive line. You know, and you got to be able to hit one cut, get the foot in the ground, and get up the field. Receivers, DBs, they do a lot of like pity-pat. But, you know, people that, like Felton, I look at I think Krosky Merritt could do something like this.
Yeah.
You know, Austin Eckler was very successful in it last year. You know, and then on top of it, you got, what's calling back there, Jalen Lane, who's very good at punt return, but hell, I have to believe he could kick return as well.
I think Lane, you at least, like in practice, like I think Lane practices as a kick returner. Now, if he ends up being a receiver with a real role, and then the punt returner, maybe your kick returner ends up being somebody else. But I think you certainly, I mean, he's on the depth chart there. He's getting some work there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Here, I'll say hi to people on the
You
street.
remember last year when we did
computer's
this
not
thing, and you didn't see Eckler back that much at all.
Yeah, I remember
Then when
you
the
saying
season
that.
started, he was there.
Yeah.
And he had that one where he went all the way, but they
Yeah,
called it
they
back.
called it back.
Bad, but wasn't no damn clip. I think Eckler still has an ability to do it.
I see your boy Brian Colbert right there, B, walking down the hill, which leads me to believe that practice is about to end, because those guys, I see him and Yoakum getting ready for what looks like some work. I believe we're going to hear from Commander players at the podium. Assuming that happens, we will bring as much of that live to you as possible. I do think next we're going to have Neil Greenberg join us, and then I'm going to try to track some folks down that watched this practice. Who's fielding that kick right there? Is that Eckler? I can't imagine they'd let him do it in practice.
Why not?
Yeah?
You got to practice football to play football.
You got to practice football to play football. Yeah, that was Eck on that return.
Yeah.
Look,
Zeppy, you're starting to get like these people today. You don't want people to practice, man. I want them to play and practice.
And if you go
what was that?
Jeff,
what was
you're
that?
not on the show, bro. Damn, dog.
Jeff, what was that?
That's him arguing with somebody.
My bad, fellas. My bad.
Jeff, have you enjoyed us kind of bringing practice to you?
Yes, I really like this. It feels like I'm out there with you guys. And, yo, nobody got no footage of Laramie taking that man to the bleachers?
Doug, we're not allowed to shoot that. That doesn't mean that maybe it wasn't the bleachers because it was on the opposite field.
He took him to the sideline.
He took him. It
He
would
took
have
him
been
to-
into the
he took him
Gatorade
like they
coolers.
said back in the country. He took him to the outhouse.
Yeah.
Ooh, we haven't heard that in a long time.
Good return right there, B. It is very cool being here. This looks like we're about a minute.
That was
45.
Felton right there, wasn't it?
You like Felton? You mentioned him a lot.
I remember him 2 years ago in the preseason game. Chick and I were calling it. He was in Cleveland. And I was like, this dude does every damn thing. He returned kicks. He returned punts. He was a running back. He was covering stuff. I was like, damn, they get their money worth out of him. And then he's bounced around a little bit. He's supposed to be like one of the fastest guys out there.
Well, dude, you wonder. I mean, you mentioned it before with Kaz Allen, the skill set he has. If he could just break through as a kick returner,
Yeah.
you know, the expanded practice squads really help some of these guys hang around and maybe get a chance to grow and change their careers kind of vector. We got one more kick here. That's on the far
I like
side.
that right
That's
there.
a good return, though.
That
man.
was. He cut that thing in there.
You got numbers on him? Could that have been Kaz?
No, that's not Kaz. That looked like a 1-6 or an 8 something.
All right, who could that have been? It wasn't B-Rob. There's your 8. Could that have been Ja'Cory Brooks?
84?
Ja'Cory Brooks is 16.
Yeah, looked like a
84 is
that's
stretching.
No, it's not him. It's not him.
Nah, he's too tall. That
dude was tall.
I don't know. It was a good return, though. It looks like we are a wrap here, folks. Unless. All right. You will find out when we find out. It looks like they might be doing one more 11s, doesn't it?
I don't know, man.
I mean, that looks like Vrabel going out with Drake May coming out with the full. All right.
I told you 2-minute drill hadn't happened yet.
Yeah, man. All right, we might have one more session for you. If we do, Greenberg, we're going to push you back a little. I'll text you. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Shedeur Sanders is getting his first real opportunity to show the Browns what he can do when he starts their preseason opener. He's currently 4th on their depth chart behind Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, and fellow rookie Dylan Gabriel. Now, most anticipated the Browns to cut one of those quarterbacks by the end of training camp, but Cleveland might go against conventional wisdom and carry all 4 quarterbacks on their 53-man roster. Adam Schefter reported on his podcast that he believes it is more likely than not at this point, noting that in more talks with folks around the league, he believes Cleveland is going to use 4 spots on quarterbacks. Schefter notes confidence that both Gabriel and Sanders will make the roster, so Joe Flacco is going to be the frontrunner to be the starter, which puts Kenny Pickett as the odd man out. However, he suggests the Browns are going to keep him in hopes of an in-season trade opportunity. And the NFL announced in a memo that they have banned ammonia inhalants, aka smelling salts. So news of the NFL's ban on these smelling salts was broken by All-Pro San Francisco 49ers tight end George Kittle when he crashed the NFL Network set this morning. He said that he used these products on every single drive. At first he joked, he considered retirement when the news came out, but then he got more serious and implored the league to come up with a different solution because he needs them to play the game, so he says. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. High noon in the District of Columbia, points up and down the East Coast, including Foxboro, Massachusetts, where Josh Dobbs just threw a hell of a pass. 13B. Mac Hollins, that's a name. What do they say? Call your name? Heard that name a couple times today.
Baby.
That was a pretty ball from Dobbs on first down, running a little bit of red zone 2-minute drill, and the Patriots scored. Well, the second team scored on the first play.
Immediately.
When the first team was out there, Drake May completed, I think, his first 2 passes. The third got tipped at the line of scrimmage. Mikey Samerstill grabbed it for an end zone interception. Would have been 1st and 10 for Washington at the 20 after the touchback. When Washington had their opportunity in the red zone, they stalled out on a 4th down. Just had a couple good passes, and then honestly, it kind of felt like you missed 17 there in that red zone work.
Yeah.
Now I believe we got Johnson out there. And he's
threw it away.
Yeah, big arm.
Threw it away.
We're going to be joined by Neil Greenberg any minute. as good as Jaden had been all day, that seemed like the first time when the real estate gets tighter, it gets easier for the defense to kind of control stuff. And without 17 out there to make a contested catch,
only certain things you can do down there.
Right.
And when it gets a little limited, the defense know what they can cheat on. Good play right there.
Yep. A little underneath to – is that – okay, I texted him. So we're waiting to call Greenberg. You sure you're calling the right number, Jeff? Do you have that one saved at least? We should have Neil Greenberg here in a minute. If we don't, we'll just keep giving you practice updates. I think what has been most impressive for you today, B, what we've gotten to watch?
Offensive line.
Yo, I was going to say the same thing, dude.
And Zach Ertz looking like he's a little younger this year than he was last year.
For sure.
But the offensive line has been impressive to me. Watching Laramie Tunsil work, watching Wiley work and inside. Connolly out there on the edge. I don't know who's been discussing him in a negative way. That kid has been playing well. Biotis is right where he's been. And then, Alan Grady filling in was impressive to me as well.
For all the excitement about Coleman at guard, which I think is understandable, I thought Wiley looked great today, too, at guard.
Yeah.
And I guess the plan is for Wiley to play, the right guard while Cosby comes back. But they got options.
You get inside, and let's be real. When you get inside and those pass rushers, the defensive linemen are going against you, less real estate, they can't move as much. And if you're athletic enough, you can be very good inside of there.
Absolutely. Jeff, I just dropped Greenberg must be at his office or something. He gave me a different number to try to call, so call that number. Looks like we got third down. They could get a first down before the end zone here. Johnson out of the gun. Ooh, incomplete.
Got to pull that in.
Went down the left side. Looked a little physical over there, but it's fun they're doing this with the fans right on top of them.
Yeah.
Definitely.
This is game time experience, game time situations. You got to pull it in.
Joining us.
Make plays. Hell.
Hey, man. Practice football to play football. Joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline is our guy, Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post, Stats, Analytics, Fantasy. Greenberg, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good, brother.
We're good, dude. We're up in Foxboro watching practice. I'm curious, in your line of work, Neil, from all the reports coming in from training camps all over the NFL, how much attention do you pay to training camp updates? Like, what matters and what doesn't for you?
I look mostly at position battles. I'm looking at chemistry between quarterback and wide receivers, especially if they're rookies or new to the team. I don't put too much stock into what's actually happening. I'm more looking at, are we getting any signs of usage? Are we getting any signs of one player being, for instance, a 1A as opposed to the guy at running back? I'm just looking more for overall share of the offense and what that looks like than, quarterback A has completed 15 of 20 passes today.
Yeah.
What are some of the most interesting roster battles you've been paying attention to around the league?
Well, I want to see I'm looking at Gibbs for Jahmyr Gibbs for one, only because there could be there could be some touches that are taken from him. So I think that just from like a
David Montgomery again.
Yeah, I think from just a fantasy football perspective, that could be an issue, and I think also Puka Nacua for the Rams. What does it look like with Devontae Adams? And then also Breece Hall with the Jets. How does a mobile quarterback affect him? There's some rookies there that could possibly eat into his early down and short yardage work. So those are what I'm looking at right now in terms of what's going on around the league.
One running back situation I've found pretty interesting is the Chargers. They drafted Omari in Hampton, but they paid to get Najee Harris to come to town. Najee then has that 4th of July fireworks situation. What do you make of that Chargers offense where you know they're going to run the hell out of the football?
Yeah, I mean, the running game is going to be more consistent. How much does Harris get? How much does Hampton get? I do like that Hampton can also contribute in the passing game, and I think that that's going to help him stay on the field. Harris is probably the featured guy, but again, when you have the ability to also catch passes in the modern NFL, certainly from a fantasy standpoint, that's valuable. But we've seen this before with coaches. I mean, they're not reluctant to change much, especially among running backs, if one guy's getting the job done. It's definitely something that's interesting to watch. Personally, I prefer Hampton over Harris just because of the situation. It's definitely an intriguing one.
Who do you think is the most attractive commander for fantasy football?
Jaden Daniels. I don't know if it's close. Mm-hmm. I know there's some uncertainty with obviously with the Terry McLaurin situation, but I don't think there's much difference between Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Jaden Daniels, and maybe even Jalen Hurts from like a fantasy football perspective. I think Jaden's running ability especially is very valuable. Again, I don't know what's going to happen with McLaurin. My assumption is that he's going to be in camp. I don't know what the targets are going to look like, though. They do have Deebo Samuels. They have probably about 100 and something targets that are unaccounted for from last year's roster. Obviously, some of that will go to
Deebo
Deebo.
and OZ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some of that will go to Deebo. You have the older guys on the outside as well that may get some looks. I think Jaden Daniels is probably a third-round pick. And then you're going to have McLaurin next, who's probably, I don't even know, maybe he's like a 5th, 6th, 7th round pick, depending on how this whole thing goes. But I could see him going as high as 4th if everything is settled and he's in camp and there's not a lot of rust there.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV, and you can follow Neil at @ngreenberg. Check out all of his work in the Washington Post, especially with fantasy football heating up. Going to be a ton of great information.
Mm-hmm.
Greenberg, I know that you get bugged about this all the time. When do you think it gets to be too problematic? Like, when is your, not to say deadline, but man, we really want Terry in by X. What is your date?
I think he's got to start playing some preseason games for sure. The offense, well, the team in general is in a tough spot because you're coming off the conference championship game. You have Deebo Samuel that's there. You want to build on the momentum for Jaden Daniels. And then you have to start thinking about, okay, well, you only get so many reps in practice, right, and during a preseason game. So how much of that is being used for the offense with a placeholder for Terry McLaurin if he's not there versus what does this offense need to look like if Terry McLaurin is not going to be a part of this team for a short period of time, for a long period of time? There's just a lot of moving parts there. So I think he needed to be there yesterday. I mean, let's be realistic about it. I mean, he needed to be there yesterday, and I just think that there's a lot of moving new parts in an offense that performed very well last year that sooner is better. I get that McLaurin is a professional and been there before, et cetera, but the NFL is about timing. You need to get stuff situated. Deebo's going to get parts of the offense. You need to see what that looks like. You need to see what some of these older guys can do, what some of the younger guys can do. It's just a mess. So I would think that he's got to be there for at least one preseason game, if not two, I would think.
All right, if you look at them with him, them without him, what's the damage?
That's a great question. I actually brought that up. I actually brought up that I'm surprised we're not talking more about how Jane Daniels needs Terry McLaurin, as opposed to McLaurin and Kingsbury can find a way to elevate a wide receiver. Maybe that's Debo, maybe it's somebody else. We're not really talking about that at all. We're just talking about how much Terry McLaurin is needed and how important, et cetera, et cetera. So I personally don't think the drop-off is going to be as big as everybody else. I'm not saying a guy like Osborne can walk in and be McLaurin, but Terry McLaurin is a product of volume to some degree. Now, we can discuss what that split is between skill and volume, but if a receiver is getting 120 targets in a season, they're going to produce, right? They're going to produce almost 800 to 900 receiving yards. They're going to probably have 85 to 90 catches. They're going to have 5, 6, 7 touchdowns. And then you start to add in the end zone targets that Terry McLaurin got. If those go to a competent receiver, they're going to make plays too. So I don't think the drop-off is as much as everyone thinks. Everyone thinks that a wide receiver with that many targets would get 200 receiving yards and a touchdown, and that to me is not feasible. So I think that the offense definitely takes a hit. I think the hit is less than other people think, and I also believe that it can be mitigated some by scheme and what they call, et cetera. So I just think it's a fascinating situation to talk about.
But isn't volume what helps out every receiver? The receivers that catch more balls than him have way more targets than he does too. So you got to throw it to somebody.
Right, exactly. And my point is, if you have an average wide receiver in the NFL, they're going to make plays, right? It's not like you're replacing Terry McLaurin with me, right? You're not. That's not the drop off. And I get people are down on the wide receiving core as a whole, especially if you take Terry McLaurin out of the picture. But these are still NFL players. This is still a quarterback that's coming off an offensive rookie of the year season and probably a fringe MVP type season. This is still a team that made the championship conference game, and the coaches are allowed to make changes. And it's not just, oh, well, all those targets to Terry are just going to go away. They'll go elsewhere. They'll try to put players in the best possible position to succeed. But yeah, volume. Terry McLaurin's touchdown spike, I firmly believe, is largely due to more end zone targets. He had 16 end zone targets last year. That's more than the prior 2 years combined. He caught 11 of 16 of them. Mm-hmm. So that leaves only a couple touchdowns outside of end zone targets, which is normal for wideouts. So it's not like, Terry McLaurin is this wide receiving savant that is the only one that's able to produce in that particular scheme or roster slot. There are going to be people that produce. We see surprises on the leaderboard all the time. The whole Washington team was surprised last year. I just don't see why it can't happen again.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can follow Neil at @NGreenberg. Dude, since we're here, Neil, what do you think of this Pats team? What do you think of Drake May?
I'm bullish on the Patriots, probably more so than others. I think that their schedule is relatively easy. I think that they won only 4 games last year, which I really do believe is kind of like the low bar for a poor team in the NFL. I know we've had 0 wins, 1, 2 wins, et cetera, but there's so much parity in the NFL. I think, the true floor for an NFL team is probably 3 or 4 wins. And I think they can build off that. They don't have a terribly tough schedule.
What is their win total?
Win total was only like 4.5, 5.5, I think.
I could
you go over on that?
I'm way over on that. I think they could probably win like 6 or 7 games. They got to beat the Jets. They got to beat the Raiders. They play in the AFC East, but other than that, it shouldn't be too difficult.
Yeah, they should split with the Dolphins, right?
I think a path to 5, 6, 7 wins is certainly there. So yeah, I'm probably bullish on the Patriots more than most.
Well, I think a big part of it is Mike Vrabel. And B, you remember we were watching and we saw a coach dive into the pile to kind of prevent the big fight? That was Vrabel.
Yeah.
I've since seen the picture. He's
a
all
fool.
bloodied up.
Fool. I mean, listen, I don't care if I'm the head coach or not. I don't care what I played. They have on equipment, man. I'm not jumping in.
I'm about to say I'm running the other way. I'm with you there. I'm not getting in.
I had a helmet on. I'll dive in there.
300-pound, fully suited up football player. So, yeah.
See? Yo, some people got loose screws, man.
Since Brian and I just got to watch the number 2 and the number 3 overall pick from last year's NFL draft, I thought Jaden was great. I thought Drake May really flashed. I was talking with somebody up here, and I think a lot of Patriots people were going to be really happy with whoever they got at number 3 if they got to decide between Jaden and Drake. Greenberg, what do you make of Caleb Williams? Obviously, some of these videos have looked ugly, and but it's also training camp throwing into a net. It doesn't really matter. Like, what do you make of Caleb Williams so far?
Yeah, I think the expectations were sky high, not because of where he went in the draft, but also because of the change to Ben Johnson, who was highly sought after. It's tough. Sometimes, look, you can whiff on a top NFL draft pick, especially a quarterback, right? We've seen it before. Not to say that Caleb Williams is a bust or anything like that, but sometimes expectations are so high, and when you have a new coach come in with a new quarterback, it may not look smooth, right? I mean, there's just a lot of things that you have to iron out, and it may take time. We were lucky enough to see Jaden Daniels kind of produce right away, but even Sam Howell had he had a ramp up period. Then it seemed like he started to get it. Obviously, things fell apart, but I don't think he was in nearly the situation that Caleb Williams is. It certainly doesn't have the draft pedigree that Williams has. So I think we just need to be patient. There's too much put on these kids too soon. Who's going to be the next Patrick Mahomes? Who's the next Lawrence Taylor? I think we just need to ease off that gas pedal a little bit. Let them develop. Chicago really shouldn't be looking to be that competitive based on where they were the last couple of years. Let them get some NFL experience. Let's have this conversation 2-3 years from now.
Yeah, but it don't work like that, Neil. It doesn't work like that. If I put all that money into you, I draft you first. I don't have no 3-4 years to wait.
You're right. You're absolutely right. But it's really unfair to them, right?
No, not. They're getting paid.
It sounds to me, Neil, that you think the Giants should have given Abdul Carter 56. Just go ahead and anoint him the next LT.
The fact that he even asked just shows that he doesn't really get it. But like you.
No, I just show you young kids today.
Well, the best part is after he couldn't get 56, he asked for 11. Probably completely,
I know. And
completely oblivious to the fact that Phil Simms ever existed.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look. You see X's and O's on the chalkboard. You saw 56, right? Like that wasn't no X. That was
right.
That was number 56, and you need to know where he was at all times.
Yeah.
And we'll never. I say never, but we're not going to see another person like that. That was just lightning in a bottle.
Absolutely.
He was that.
Hey, thanks for your flexibility today, Greenberg. Appreciate you, buddy.
Appreciate you, Neil.
Sure thing. Love you guys. Talk to you next week.
All right, thank you, buddy. That's our guy, Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. Give him a follow at @ngreenberg. Joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Busy day. Ben Volen covers the NFL for the Boston Globe, was here at practices today. Ben Volen going to join us live at 1:30. We should be hearing from some Commanders players, some Patriots players after what I consider a really solid day of practice.
Good day at work.
Up here in New England. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley live on location, Foxboro, Massachusetts.
This sports update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. A fight has broken out in joint practice between the Commanders and the Patriots. But this is a new one. New England's head coach Mike Vrabel was the one that broke up the fight, and he did it by diving himself into the pile. He ended up bleeding from his right cheek once the scrum was broken up. Now, per Chris Mason of Mass Live News, Vrabel jumped in after Trayvon Henderson and a Washington defender went to the ground in a blitz pickup, and then a scrum ensued. That's when he jumped in to try to stop anything else from furthering this fight. 2 weeks only, a radio exclusive offer, $250 off every fiberglass window. Beat the fall rush and replace those cheap vinyl windows now. TheWindowman.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $250 off. Free consultations at TheWindowman.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Seeing some conflicting reports from the end of practice here as far as who got the better of who. I will say in the last drills we saw, kind of the red zone 2-minute drill, the Pats number 2s definitely looked better. I mean, Dobbs hit Hollins on that great throw and catch. Neither of the first-team offenses were able to score. May had the tip ball, INT, and then Jaden and the offense stalled out on fourth down. Early in practice, I thought Washington really, really looked sharp.
Yeah.
New England kind of started to get things a little tighter later on in the session. But here's something just that we certainly are keeping our eyes on. In the post-practice situation, what has looked to be a lot of fun. You got kids running around, people signing autographs. There's a lot of fun happening. But in between the two practice fields, we have noticed what looks like an injury situation. We don't know who's involved. There are Commanders kind of staffers and a couple of players over there, but I can't get eyes on what happened, B. I don't know if you can.
No, I don't know what happened. I just saw the guy asked me about who it was, and I can see, looked like it was Bobby Wagner standing over there next to him, and I saw that, but that's all I
There is
seen.
a stretcher out, and it looks like they're about to get somebody onto this stretcher. What's remarkable is the cart was right there next to him. The cart just drove away. We might be able to get eyes on what's going on here. I feel like all of the media is with – it looks like Drake May is talking right now. So most of the media is over there. Now, keep in mind, we're on an elevated position up above everybody. Whatever's going on,
scary.
Yeah, but you wonder who's involved because it doesn't seem to be a ton of, like, coaches or staffers there. But they're clearly tending to somebody. I don't know that that's him, but one dude over there almost looks like Mark Klaus, the team president.
It looks like Mark.
Standing around. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we'll try to give you information on that as we figure it out. But the amount of players we've kind of seen walk away down towards the buses, you know, Washington and New England are in the thick of training camp here. They're going to have team meetings and kind of getting ready for what's next. Whatever is going on in the middle of the field is interesting to watch. But, B, you can look just further to the right there. I believe that is Commanders long snapper Tyler Ott with his children on, like, the 5-yard line of that far field, B.
Yeah, I see it.
And Ott and his family live year-round in the Boston area, so this has got to be a lot of fun for him to be able to see his kids.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, just to get a little taste of family, because when he's down in Ashburn, I think, you know, for players that want to, you could stay at the hotel, or maybe they're all staying at the hotel right now.
They all normally do. I just think like this right here, man. Like when you get to a thing like this, you have all the people, then you see your kids at the end. It's more rewarding.
Yeah.
You know, like I've said it, and I'm going to keep saying it. I don't like the fact that they stay home with training camp. I would rather them go on the road. I know it brings a greater togetherness with the team. Those guys have to depend upon each other. Listen, when you're at home and you're that close to home, you got time. You're going home.
Right.
You're not sitting in a hotel talking to no damn body.
Yeah, and then I think bed check is, 9 o'clock or something? So, like.
Nah, dog.
Later?
Like 11.
Okay. I think a lot of guys are probably going home and then coming to the hotel.
Just told them what time you ought to go to sleep.
I think you know me better.
9 o'clock?
That's usually third glass of Tito's o'clock. Or Scotty's, depending on what state I'm in. All right, the cart is coming back over to this injury situation. I'm starting to wonder, B, because they brought all the coolers in, if you got somebody that maybe got a little overheated.
Yeah, that's
or
what I'm
something.
thinking. But still, man, it's there. When you see something like that, that's not cool, man.
Yeah, but
even if like it's your teammate or like Nicky's right there, you could probably call Nicky and find out.
Well, Wagner was there, right? And now you see Wagner walking off the field. That's him at about the 10. Was standing in Kime, standing right next to him. I think that's Bobby right there. And it looks like whatever.
I can kind of see a person now.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just wheeling them off in the stretcher. I don't know. Maybe the boys in the aquarium can see if there's been any updates on social media. Whoever it was is now getting wheeled off on a stretcher. I don't think it was a player, obviously, but certainly a.
It looked like a player, dog.
Does it?
Yeah, that's what me and this guy was sitting there talking about it. I'm gonna ask Nicky.
Yeah, let's get Jabala on the case. I tried to text a few of the folks just to get an update on it. I don't know. I mean, everybody's kind of busy running around doing things. Looks like Dietrich Wise is speaking with the media now. It's got to be a weird feeling for Wise after playing his whole career here in New England. Now to be up here as a visiting player. That's also life in the NFL, man. It comes and goes kind of quick, don't you think, B?
Yeah, it does. Big time. You got to be careful sometimes because if you go off, you never know. You might be with that team the next day,
right.
Next year, next month, whatever.
Right. Pro football, man, it's a different beast. I think Ben Volin's going to join us at 1:30. We'll try to get some kind of update on whatever this situation is.
Someone had a seizure. I'm asking her now if it's a player.
Okay. B getting to the bottom of it via Nikki Jabvala from The Athletic. I also wanted to be sure everybody knows that the B. Mitchell Finley AAA poll of the day is up. You can level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, you can upgrade for free at AAA.com/commanders. Seizure sounds right because it didn't seem like there was an urgency once they got things under control, if that makes sense. Obviously, we'll give you updates as we get them. There are a decent amount of Commanders fans up here. It's been kind of fun to watch. And I feel like if you are a New Englander that roots for Washington, if you're a Massachusetts or wherever you might be from, up this way, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, whatever, you're going to stick around to the very end because this is probably your only time to see these guys.
Yeah,
or Friday night's preseason game.
Definitely.
A bunch of people, last night when I tweeted out, I was kind of surprised to see the Tom Brady statue happen at a preseason game. A lot of Washington fans that live up this way were like, yeah, it's annoying. As soon as they announced that, the ticket prices went through the roof.
Yeah, but Tom is a part owner. It's not going to happen during the season because they have rules about that. Even with his broadcasting, it's hard for him to come to this place.
See, I just thought if there was a Monday night game or something, he could come. I don't think the ownership's the factor.
I think it is. I think it has something to do with it.
My guess is his schedule's probably bananas.
I mean, he was broadcasting and they wouldn't let him. They told him he couldn't go into the meetings and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, but this is a statue outside of the stadium.
It's still a football deal. It's still a game. Like, the NFL considers this whole weekend or the whole time you're around, it's NFL business. So
right.
I don't know.
It's kind of cool if you're just a random Commanders fan and you already bought your tickets before the prices jumped.
It wasn't a player. Someone said it was a friend or family member of somebody,
okay,
not a player or a coach.
Judging by the reaction to everything that was happening, that's what it seemed like. Now, certainly you hope everybody's okay.
When I saw the players standing there, I was like, okay, and they looked like they were concerned, and the young lady that was hugging one of the players looked very concerned. So that troubled me a little bit.
Certainly you hope everybody's okay. There is a lot of action going on. I mean, where is this loud, do you think that is players signing autographs, Patriots players signing autographs down there in the corner where that crowd is still kind of gathered?
That's where Drake May walked over there after practice. After he finished doing some stuff, he went in that corner over there. Now they're starting to go. They're starting to move.
Right.
So it's like different things over there, like a little. They got like the food trucks and all that at Commanders Park.
Right.
They got stuff like that over there. So maybe it's like somebody has a broadcast thing going on.
B, do you think if I yell down to Frankie Louvu, he'll hear me and he'll wave up? Frankie!
Probably not.
I mean, we're about 3 floors up, and he's holding his baby, so maybe I'll stop yelling at Frankie.
Stop yelling at him.
He's a smart man, though. He's finding the side door to head on out.
Smart brother.
I don't blame him. It does look like everything is kind of dissipating here on the field. Really, really good action today. I think fun.
I would like to hear the players tell me and see what they got from it.
Yep.
Did they feel it was good work? Was it great to see and go against some other people than your own guys? I'm sure answer will be yes.
For sure. Let's try to check in with some of these Commanders players, talking with the media. Before we go, though, got to tell you, for any garage door repairs or replacement needs, do what I did. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Whether you maybe just need to fix a noisy spring or you need a brand new garage door like I did, they can take care of you, man. They're a local business, been serving the DMV for over 50 years, and they can do it all. Garage door openers, whatever it is you need. Give them a call and ask how you can save big on repairs with a Door Pro Advantage membership, including annual maintenance to keep everything on track. Right now, you can get $60 off any repair or a tune-up for just $89. I'm telling you, man, they changed my house, changed the curb appeal. A new garage door will help you immensely. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO, or visit doorproamerica.com and be sure to tell them JP Finley sent you.
Y'all get wasted.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Live in Foxboro, Massachusetts, baby. Commanders, Patriots joint practices in the books.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like just about everybody has cleared the field. The Commanders have taken down their press tent. Not press tent. Their, the backdrop they put up.
Yeah, they just
players.
threw it in front of the Patriots thing.
Right, but kind of leads me to believe they might be done talking to the media. The media looks like they're packing up. I see Larry Izzo down there in the corner talking to some folks. Is cool, man. Shout out to Harry Rothman. So Dietrich Wise taking some pictures with Pats fans. I mean, this dude played here a long time. He matters.
Dietrich was out here early. You remember when I called you earlier?
Yeah.
And then when you said you had gotten here?
Yeah.
He was already on the field.
He's the first person to practice every day.
Yeah, but
in Washington,
he was
too.
way before everybody.
Really, really solid day. I imagine this place is about to clear out here in the next 30 minutes or so. Some fans just stick around until they get thrown out because they enjoy it so much. But, Bryant.
They don't have nowhere to go.
That's probably true, too. Kind of looking around the league, catching up with today's news. We do have a bunch of games tomorrow night, which should be fun and exciting.
Can't wait.
Just something to watch.
It's been terrible for me after we saw the game. NFL got to get better. The Hall of Fame game last week, and then nothing else till this week.
Yeah.
You got to at least have another game on that weekend or something. Give me something Sunday, because after I saw the Hall of Fame game, I've been looking for football. So much so that I watched NFL Network for 3-4 hours straight. Then I realized that they were repeating the same stuff.
Let's take a quick glance around the league. I'm not sure I buy this, but apparently Micah Parsons and Aaron Donald, yes, that Aaron Donald, not another dude named Aaron Donald, traded text messages.
You mean Jeff?
No, not him. Traded text messages about Aaron Donald coming back if Parsons gets traded to the Rams. Give me
wait. So Aaron Donald will come back and play if Parsons goes to the Rams.
Yeah.
So you think Jerry gonna do something like that? I would love to see those two. No, I don't want to see them. We don't have to play them this year. Cool. Those two on the field at the same time. And Aaron Donald probably still in shape. The dude looked like he just lift weights all day. He wakes up lifting weights.
I mean, I don't think any of that's going to happen. Let me be clear about that. But damn.
But what if it does?
Here's another what if it does. This is a player that a lot of people had connected to Washington. They signed Von Miller, which kind of canceled that out. But Lions are interested in Zadarius Smith.
Okay.
Veteran pass rusher. I think for Detroit, the health of
Didn't he sign with them last year? Late?
I think he might have.
Yeah, and he signed them last year, so I would be shocked at that.
Wait, Brian, look that up. Are we sure he wasn't?
I know he signed with the team after later.
I thought it might have been the Packers. White Brian, just
He's from the Packers.
Say it on air when you got it.
That's the same guy with the Packers. He and what's the kid name from Washington that went up there? They were there.
Preston Smith.
Preston is,
yeah.
They were there together.
Apparently, Mike Vrabel said most everyone who's healthy for the Patriots should expect to play Friday night. That'll be a departure from what Washington's doing. You're going to see a lot of kind of healthy veterans not play Friday night.
But see, Mike's new here. He needs to see more, but he wants to see everybody play.
Do you think that
Zadarius Smith started last year with Cleveland and then was traded to Detroit?
Okay,
traded
I
to
know
Detroit.
He went to Detroit.
Okay. So do you think Drake May plays Friday night? I think that certainly adds a little juice to the ball game. Jaden, I don't want to report something, but I'd be shocked if Jaden Daniels plays Friday night. Shocked. Drake May?
I'd be more shocked than you.
Yeah. Drake May, though, kind of interesting. The one story that is kind of dominating the NFL, journalism 101 is to not let yourself become the story. But ESPN's kind of becoming the story.
In what?
Buying NFL Network and the league now getting a 10% stake in ESPN.
Hey. They are the group that seems to bring more sports news out there. I can see why the NFL sold it. And I can see why they say, okay, well, we get 10%. I mean, they have to do nothing, but you send them stuff. It is what it is, bro.
I think by and large, this doesn't. I think the NFL is approaching a point where they can kind of make or break traditional linear television. Like, if the NFL decided we're not working with NBC or CBS or Fox, whoever, right? That would put a huge hole in that network's live programming. And I think I think the NFL built up NFL Network to be a competitor to ESPN, almost to just eventually get absorbed by ESPN.
Yeah, but I think they get way more money by dealing with all of them than they would by dealing with one.
Sure. And I don't think, I'm curious if you agree with this. I know when we were Comcast Sportsnet, Comcast still had to pay to advertise on Comcast Sportsnet. Like they kind of silo those companies. Do you think the NFL owning 10% of ESPN will give anything to ESPN? Because I kind of feel like they won't, to keep the prices as high for every other network.
I don't think they don't give them nothing. I think ESPN might try to give them something to try to strong arm the situation.
It's definitely interesting. I think a lot of people have concerns. I think the concerns over like journalistic integrity in reporting, I mean, I guess on some CBA stuff and on, how you cover ownership mess, like when owners mess up or something.
They shouldn't mess up. They don't want nobody to talk about it, don't mess up.
Right. But like, the only thing I could see there being a direct impact on is if The NFL Red Zone product is pretty damn awesome.
Scott's going to still be doing that. He already posted that.
Right, but, like, how long until they tweak something or, like, Stephen A. comes on or, you know what I mean?
I don't think Stephen A. I don't think that's a job he can do. He has to just talk about stuff. Scott is excellent at that. I think ESPN will keep the stuff that's been working, but things that have not worked, that's gone.
Yeah.
They may, I mean, they're going to have the little streaming thing. They may put it on that or something.
Yeah.
Hell, they got wrestling coming on there.
I know.
Yeah, so.
Now that wrestling's going to be on ESPN, will you go to Chris Russell's house to
Hell
the party?
no. I'm going to let Russell and
What if
Landfield-
nobody's wearing tights? They're all just dressed regularly.
They're not going to do that. They do weird stuff. I'm not doing that.
Ben Volen, Boston Globe, will join us at 1:30.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Red Sox are locking up one of the top young stars of the game. Outfielder Roman Anthony and the Boston Red Sox are finalizing an 8-year, $130 million contract extension per ESPN. The deal, which is pending a physical, includes a club option and keeps Anthony under team control through the 2034 season. Now, this is according to Jeff Passan, but between the club option and a series of escalators, the deal could max out at $230 million. Moving over to the NFL fans may just have to wait a little bit longer to see Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers make his in-game debut with the franchise, as he, quote, doesn't anticipate playing in week 1 of the preseason. Mason Rudolph is currently listed as Rodgers' backup on the team's first unofficial depth chart of the season, followed by 6th-round rookie Will Howard at QB3 and Skylar Thompson at QB4. But it is important to note that Will Howard is expected to miss at least 3 weeks while he's recovering from what is reportedly a fractured bone in his hand. Do you want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We are live, Foxboro, Massachusetts, Gillette Stadium. Practice has concluded between the Commanders and the Patriots. It's been a lot of fun to watch. And people that, real P1s of the station know Dave Richard very well because he always comes on the Junkies during football season. Is it every Thursday morning or Friday morning?
It's been every Thursday morning.
That's my fault. I got to turn your mic up.
All the way up.
I don't know why that's not working.
Try the other one.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch Dave's mic here.
There we go. I heard that.
Oh, you got me now.
There he is. Yeah.
Hey, this never happens on the Junkies. Come on.
You think those dudes do remotes without producers? Because I guarantee they don't.
I do not see a producer inside.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, so
we're on our own.
Dude, I've been working with those guys for a long time. It's always great to talk to them, but it's also great to talk to both of you.
Appreciate you.
And you guys have quite a team
in
man. Washington.
What'd you think of what you saw today?
So most of my focus was on the Patriots offense.
Okay.
Fantasy football, I can't concentrate on just one team. I got to look at all 32. And Drake May, I already know what Jaden Daniels is. So looked a lot at Drake May in that offense. I thought Drake May had a great practice.
I thought he looked good, man.
Really like that mobility. I know fantasy managers are thinking, oh, great, he's going to give me a lot of rushing yards. I'm talking about just avoiding the pass rush. I think he did a good job there. But there's a silver lining for Commanders fans, too, because the fact that there is a good pass rush in Washington, whether Vaughn was on the field or off the field, they were getting in the backfield against Washington or against New England today. No live tackling, so they're not sacking the quarterback.
Yep.
But they were getting close to Drake May quite a bit. May just has the ability to kind of float away from it, keep the play alive. Commanders fans have seen that for a year already from JD.
I think many people think when you hear mobile quarterback, you immediately think rushing, and you're talking about the right thing. Just the subtle moves just to get the ball off makes a world of difference. And I noticed today, I see sometimes they'll be right past him, but you don't stop. You have to finish up the play. And I think when you hear fans, they don't understand practice.
No. They want to go and run. They want to see the quarterback just go take off and run because think of all the highlights from JD last year, from Mike Vick back when he was playing. Those guys, of course, they're going to make spectacular plays with their legs. But what about making spectacular plays off schedule?
Yeah.
When a quarterback can do that, that's when they've reached the next level.
True.
I think I saw just enough of that from Drake May today to say that he's getting there. Now, obviously, I'd love to see him do it over the course of an entire training camp.
Yeah.
And he's got another joint practice coming up later on. But it is the same kind of thing that I remember seeing from Jaden Daniels last year in training camp. There was a joint practice between the Commanders and the Dolphins, and the Dolphins could not get in JD's kitchen at all, and he was making great plays.
I remember talking to you after that down in Florida, and you were just like, whoa, this kid's the real deal.
And he was really good at LSU, too, and everybody started nitpicking him. Oh, it's his size because he's so lean. By the way, you guys have been around him more than I have. I feel like his legs look a little stronger.
I thought they were.
His arms, too. I think you see it in his chest, too.
And look, it's all the better to give him that extra armor. But, like, he was a great thrower at LSU. A lot of people were like, well, look who he was throwing to. It was Malik Neighbors. It was Brian Thomas Jr. You know what? It takes two to tango. And those throws, those were not 3-yard throws. They were a lot of down throws. And I can't help but think that Jaden Daniels is already up there as one of the best throwers when it comes to outside the numbers in the NFL. And we saw it last year, and as soon as T-Mac gets back in there, you're going to see it again this year.
What do you see anything like? I know that I was listening to the coaches talk earlier this week about him, offensive coaches and defensive coaches, talking about how he's impressed them even more. Do you see anything that's different than last year or anything he's doing a lot better?
You're talking about Jaden?
Jaden.
I didn't see enough of him to give you a great answer there because, again, I was really locked in on the Patriots offense. I saw team drills. I thought he looked okay. And at the end of the practice, it's ones-on-ones.
Yeah.
Everybody's watching. That stuff's awesome.
The little 2-minute at the end?
Yeah. And Jaden was fine then. So I wish I could answer that and say, here are the subtle little things that I've noticed that are different. But just remember, like as a rookie, he was so calm in the pocket. He was so good at getting to a second read or making a play on the fly.
Yeah.
I don't know what little things that they asked him to get better at this offseason that he could do.
He talked about his footwork, just getting a little quicker. But you're right. Like when you achieve that level, the best part about athletes on that level is they're going to be striving to get better no matter what.
Yes.
And even if they have to trick their brain into thinking they're bad at something to keep going, I think that's kind of who Jaden is.
Yeah.
We're talking with our friend Dave Richards, CBS Sports HQ. Fantasy football. You can follow him at Dave Richard. Check out all his work at cbssports.com. Joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. With a player on the Pats offense that you watched today that stood out to me was Mac Hollins. I thought, the catch he made on that Josh Dobbs throw was really good. I think he had another one on.
He had one in the back of the end zone. That might have been the throw that you were referencing.
Yeah.
He had a couple of drops today, too.
Did he? All right.
And he's an enigma for sure in fantasy football and in real football because he looks like he should be a number one receiver. We know that he's great in the locker room. We know that he's a fun guy. But he's never been able to translate it into big numbers on offense. He was on Buffalo. He was okay on Buffalo. He was never somebody that fantasy manager said, oh, I've got to start this guy. There was always somebody overshadowing him. Same thing in Miami when he was on the Dolphins. So he looks like he could be a big-time player. I think the Patriots are still trying to figure out who their best receivers are. Stephon Diggs is going to be one of them.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, today was like the first time that he did team drills with the Patriots.
Yeah,
And it was at the end. It was in the two-minute offense. He was on the field for a couple of snaps. He got a lot of targets. I believe he went one-on-one. I don't know if it was Sanderstil or if it was Quan Martin.
Samersill's wearing 0.
Yeah.
Samerstil had that pick.
I'd have to double-check my notes to see, but, like, it was tight coverage on Diggs. He still looked good. But after him, is it Kayshon Boutte? Is it Mac Hollins? I agree. Mac Hollins looked good. Pop Douglas is going to be their slot receiver. And if he can stay healthy, you know the track record of slot receivers and tight ends in Josh McDaniels' offenses. That's a good, like, late-round pick, Brian, to, like, go and get on your fantasy team in PPR leagues is Pop Douglas. I think he could end up playing a lot, maybe a candidate for 50, 60 grabs.
What's the Pats' running back situation?
So
Stevenson's hurt?
He was practicing today.
Okay.
And so was Travion Henderson, and the whole world is ready to watch Travion pop. And he's an outstanding talent. I worry that he might be a little too much like James White or Dion Lewis, and I'm referencing those running backs because those were running backs who had great moments, and at times, they were the guy for the Patriots under Josh McDaniels, but they're not feature backs. And I think McDaniels is going to use multiple backs. Antonio Gibson, I know you guys remember him.
Yeah.
He's with the Patriots.
Like
He's going to be involved. And Ramondre, as long as he holds on to the football, he had a fumbling issue last year. He had a fumble. They had a team scrimmage here at Gillette Stadium, I think last weekend. And I think he fumbled there too. So as long as he doesn't fumble, Henderson's going to have a cap on what he could do. But he'll play a lot. I asked Vrabel about Henderson before practice today. Loves that he doesn't make the same mistake twice in pass protection. Loves that he's versatile. Loves that he gives great effort. It's just a matter of time before he ends up being a guy that maybe gets 13, 14 touches per game, but not necessarily a 20 touch per game type of running back.
Well, dude, I mean, Travion ran a great route, and May threw a great ball to him. He's got to bring that thing in.
Yeah. I thought it was kind of a tough catch to make because it's over the shoulder, but it was there, and it hit him. Like his hands were like right in on his chest.
Yeah, dude.
And it fell right through.
It seemed like it hit him in the hands, and he brought it in, and that's where he lost it. Was like when he brought it in to secure it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, he definitely made a couple of mistakes today. The hope for Patriots fans and for people who take him in fantasy is those mistakes go away by week 4 or week 5. I don't know if I'm ready to call him like a top 50 or a top 60 player in fantasy, but I love the talent. And
sure.
You're going to have to be really patient with him if you draft him on your squad.
Who's going to be the number 1 pick in fantasy?
So that's
you just wrote an article about this.
Yeah. So it's going to come down to 3 guys. You've got Jamar Chase of the Bengals, you've got Bijan Robinson of the Falcons, and you've got Saquon Barkley of the Eagles. Now, I've done research. Saquon last year, and JP, I know you're going to like cringe when you hear this, 482 touches.
It's a lot.
That's a lot for any human being, and especially
that's
a running back.
run included,
That,
right?
Yeah. And 430 carries, something like that. So that's a lot of work, and he had over 2,000 rushing yards. Running backs that have 400-plus carries the following season, there's a drop-off in production. Now, it doesn't mean that he's going to absolutely stink. It doesn't mean he's absolutely going to get hurt. But it should mean that you should lower expectations a little bit off of what Saquon Barkley did last year. And Barkley has 2 seasons under his belt already where he's had 260 carries. And the following year misses at 3 games. Production is down 12 to 25%. He really just isn't quite the same guy. That was with the Giants. It's not with Philadelphia. Worse offensive line, worse offense in general. But the point remains the same. It's hard to be that great again in consecutive seasons. Terrell Davis did it once upon a time. I don't know if Saquon can do it. So Saquon's out of that conversation for me. I think if you just have to have that number 1 receiver, it makes sense to go with Chase. I don't think anything's changing in Cincinnati's world. I think they're going to throw the ball a ton. Bijan Robinson, from week 6 on last year, about 20 touches per game, worked at the goal line, caught a bunch of passes, well over 20 PPR points per game. That's nerd talk for he got a lot of yards, he got a lot of touchdowns, he got a lot of catches. And I think he can keep doing that. So I veer toward Bijan, and Chase would be next after that. So 1, 2, Bijan, Chase, and Saquon wouldn't even be 3 for me.
Wow. So hold on. We're talking with our boy Dave Richard, CBS Sports. You can give him a follow at Dave Richard, joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. So, Dave, you'll enjoy this. Last year, going into fantasy, B-Mitch, because we would have interviews and we would go through the lists or whatever, and B's like, people are crazy. Take Saquon. You said Saquon was your number 1 pick last year. And a lot of people were thinking McCaffrey, and then the McCaffrey injury, it wasn't as clear, right?
Yep.
So, B, as of right now, and you got time to change it, who would be your number 1 pick this year?
The Eagles still have the offensive line they had last year.
Absolutely.
I'll still take Saquon.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, because I believe
the opportunity,
and he's not moving. He's like Emmitt Smith was. He's not moving until 2, 3 yards, 4 yards down the field.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And if he gets ahead of steam, who's going to just tackle him? And then when you start crowding and he gets a screen pass on you, makes a world of difference, man.
For sure. Dave, as we kind of go around the NFC East, talking Saquon there, what outside of Malik Neighbors, just because you know the volume's coming, what do you trust in that Giants offense?
I don't know if I really trust anything in that Giants offense. They've got a running back that they like named Tyrone Tracy.
Yeah,
they drafted Cam Scatterbo.
Year.
Yeah, he is. He was good. He fumbled a little bit too. And they drafted Cam Scatterbo from Arizona State. He's kind of fun to watch, but not necessarily, a dynamite running back.
He was a beast in that college football.
Yeah, he was. Listen, and that's what he'll bring to the table with the Giants.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that makes him their feature back right away. I don't know if there really is anybody else that I would take even with rounds 1 through 7. You got Neighbors early on, and that's it.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's hard. What about Dallas? Dak,
So
CD.
CD's going to be right up there with Chase and Justin Jefferson, like top 3 fantasy receiver, probably a slam dunk top 5 overall pick in fantasy drafts in PPR leagues. Non-PPR leagues, he'll fall a little bit. There's excitement for George Pickens, and I wonder if Pickens actually takes a little bit of – he's definitely going to take a little bit of coverage away from CD, but a little bit of target volume away from CD. It's obviously not enough to say, oh, CD Lamb, total bust, don't put him on your fantasy team. Not saying that. He's still going to be worth that pick. But I think George Pickens might actually elevate to like a top 70 pick in fantasy drafts. I think they remind me a lot of Cincinnati this year, the Cowboys do. I think that they've got a good offense, and their defense just has a ton of question marks. And as long as those question marks exist, you're going to see this team having to throw a lot. And then think about their run game. Their best running back might be a small scat back out of Texas in Jaden Blue.
Right.
Javonte Williams has never been able to, turn it back on after he tore his ACL. Miles Sanders hasn't turned it on in years. So I'm very concerned about the Cowboys being able to run the ball. I'm concerned about their defense. They're so beat up, and now Parsons is holding out. Dude, I think we're looking at a high-volume year from Dak Prescott. He could be a sleeper.
He's got to stay healthy, but yeah.
He does, and the offensive line has to stay healthy too, and that's already become an issue. But I would say Lamb will be the first Cowboy taken. He'll go before Malik Neighbors, too, just to put some context on there. And then Pickens will be like, let's call it round 5, 6, PPR leagues. And then Jaden Blue will be a sleeper.
Interesting. You mentioned Justin Jefferson there because Chase, CD, and Jefferson have separated themselves as far as NFL receivers. What, if any, concern do you have with J.J. McCarthy with the Vikings? The fact that Sam Darnold was able to deal up there last year, I don't have much concern about J.J. McCarthy. I like his game, but I'm curious what you've heard or seen up there.
I think the key is who's coaching them. And it's not just Sam Darnold last year. It was Kirk Cousins before him. Like, they got great numbers out of those guys. It's like half of the games that Kevin O'Connell has coached for the Vikings, a quarterback has had at least 22 fantasy points. That's in a 6-point per passing touchdown league. So lots of yardage, plenty of touchdowns. Having Justin Jefferson helps a lot. Having a solid offensive line help a lot. But really, it's the play design and the play quality, and it makes it easy for quarterbacks to follow. I'm sure that's what they're hoping for with J.J. McCarthy, but I'm sure he's going to make some mistakes, especially early on. First 3 games of the year, Jordan Addison's not going to be there. In the second half of last year, Addison was a massive red zone threat for them. It's what made his fantasy year so great. I'm pretty sure they're going to use him the same exact way, but they're not going to have him for the first 3 weeks. I would imagine there could be a rocky start for McCarthy for those first 3 games of the year. And it's been a rocky training camp for him, too. There are a lot of, inconsistent moments. There's a lot of quarterbacks where, one day good, one day bad, one day good, one day bad. And as long as that's the case, those are the quarterbacks that you have to be a little concerned about because it's the best quarterbacks. Bringing it back to Jaden Daniels, they just stack the good days over and over again. And when you see that, that's the telltale sign that they're getting it and that they're going to be able to bring it to the regular season.
Who's the backup there in Minnie? Not the running back. Who is the running back?
Okay, so
because maybe they try to run the ball more to let JJ.
I think that's part of it too.
Yeah.
And so
they helped him in college.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, that definitely helped him in college. Aaron Jones is still there.
That's what I thought.
They acquired Jordan Mason from the 49ers.
Okay.
And it's a similar type of offense. And Mason apparently has a chance to work like 50-50 with Aaron Jones. They want to keep Jones healthy. He's on the wrong side of 30. That's obviously something that people will look for. Jones is probably going to be the guy that's in on passing downs. Jordan Mason will probably split rushing downs with Jones. It's interesting because Jones does tend to miss time. Not a ton of it, but a couple of games a year. And we saw Jordan Mason last year when he was the starter for the 49ers. Christian McCaffrey was out. He was awesome in fantasy. He would score touchdowns. And it's, again, same type of offense. So there could be opportunities for him there. I've seen Jordan Mason go in round 8 and Aaron Jones in round 7. So they're going really close to each other. And I don't know if I love the idea of drafting both of them, but let's say if you take 1 or 0 running backs with your first 6 picks, you can go and get both Vikings running backs and then find another running back later on, and at least you've got Minnesota's backfield covered.
And that defense will help you. And,
yes, it will.
Last one. You mentioned that you watched the Pats most of the day and that the Commanders were able to generate good pass rush.
Yeah.
What did you think of the Commanders' secondary going against Drake May and those Pats?
Especially at the end of practice. They stood out to me.
They locked down in that 2 minutes.
They did, but earlier in the practice, it felt like that they were kind of playing just a little bit off too often. There were too many connections. Some of them were great tight window throws, and some of them were just like, Keyshawn Boutte, for example, would have a step on whoever was covering him.
Sure.
So there's probably work to be done, but on paper, it's a good unit. They've got they're good across the board, all three levels. And the secondary, like Sanistril doing his thing, absolutely there's potential there for that secondary to be very good.
There you have it. Dave, thank you for making time for us,
Appreciate
brother.
you, Dave.
Appreciate
Thanks
you.
for having me.
Everybody give him a follow at Dave Richard. Check out his work at CBS Sports. Watch him on CBS Sports HQ. Ben Volen, Boston Globe, going to join us in just a moment. Nobody go anywhere.
Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts that something's not right. These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The way Rude makes a difference is controlling the humidity. Everybody that lives in the DMV knows that by the time you get to July and August, it feels like you're living in Ecuador. You get that tropical humidity in the DMV, and it's god-awful. Well, here's what Rude can do. The variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, you got to tell them about the cash. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to 2 Gs on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
The 2025 NFL season is fast approaching, which means it's almost time to get a full look at football's best talent. It also means that list season is almost over, but not yet. So for now, CBS Sports surveyed 5 of their NFL writers to identify the 10 best players of every single position going into the new year. Let's take a look how they ranked quarterbacks. Jaden Daniels ranked 5th behind Patrick Mahomes at 1, Lamar Jackson at 2, Josh Allen at 3, and Joe Burrow at 4. The highest ranking Jaden Daniels received from these writers was 5th, with the lowest being 7th overall. The note below Jaden's ranking, quote, "Just 1 year is all Daniels needed to enter the elite conversation. He wasn't just dynamic as a rookie, but improbably unfazed." Pretty good for a rookie. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
And no, I'm super fly.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. In moments, we'll be joined by Ben Volen from the Boston Globe. Jeff, I dropped his number in the chat. I was trying to tell you that before you made me hot. B, certainly an exciting day here in New England. I think, you're going to see these joint practices all over the NFL. I think there were a bunch yesterday in advance of the Thursday night games. See him today, see him tomorrow. How does this compare? Because when you were with the Skins, you guys still did the
Latrobe.
Well, yeah, Carlisle, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, we would go to.
You did the stuff with the Steelers, right?
Steelers in Latrobe, Pennsylvania, or they came up to Carlisle, Frostburg, wherever we were. But
how did
it's the same basically?
Did it feel the same?
It felt the same.
Did you guys tackle back then?
We didn't tackle to the ground, but you wanted to do full speed butt up, but you didn't want to take nobody to the ground.
Joining us right now from the Boston Globe is our friend Mr. Ben Volen, DMV native, has been living up in New England for some time. Ben, thank you for the time, brother. How you doing?
What's up, boys? How'd Foxboro treat you today?
Dude, I got no complaints, man.
The weather was great.
Yeah, the weather was cool. It's zero complaints about Foxboro today. I've been up here enough that I've had complaints in various times, but not today, man.
Well, Ben, just know, you know him well. He has complaints about everything.
Oh, that's what we do in the media. We're professional complainers. So JP's the best.
Absolutely.
100.
Dude, so I'm guessing you've maybe been to various practices all over the NFL already, but today was probably your first time seeing the Commanders. What'd you think of the group they put together for this season after, the big surprising year they put on the field last year?
Yeah, certainly my first time seeing the new look Commanders with Dan Quinn. I saw owner Josh Harris made the trip today. You don't always see the owners coming up for joint practices, so it's great to see how engaged the owner is. You mentioned I'm a DMV native. I grew up in Montgomery County, Maryland, so I know the history of this franchise so well. And you've got to love what they finally built after decades of just kind of, you guys know how low this franchise had gotten the last 20 years under Dan Snyder. So it's tremendous to see how far they've come. Jaden Daniels is, just a beacon for this franchise. And today, man, I was blown away. One of the earlier 11-on-11 periods, I mean, the dude was surgical. Like, he was just making every correct read, putting the ball exactly where it needed to be. I know at the end of practice they were in the red zone, and Daniels and the Commanders weren't able to punch it in. But in most 11-on-11 drills, I was blown away by how poised Jaden Daniel looked and how confident in his second season he looks already. I think Dan Quinn, the head coach, is a great program builder. He did a really nice job with the Falcons, and I think he's doing it again with the Commanders. And this is a team that's clearly all in. When you're going and acquiring Deebo Samuel and Laramie Tunsil and Von Miller, it's not to win a wild card and maybe win a game. You think you're going to go win a Super Bowl. So I saw a very crisp and clean team today.
frankly, both sides. I thought it was a great joint practice. I think the Patriots probably feel good about how they played today, and I think the Commanders are looking sharp. So I definitely think the Commanders franchise is looking and is poised to continue its strong run the way it ended last season.
You feel if they can do the things that they need to do, that you got to have number 17 back in the mix?
With Terry McLaurin, I fully expect that to happen. I'd be shocked. There's still a month to go until the first game. If it gets to the end of August and the two sides haven't figured it out, then there's really something to worry about. It's not necessarily easy because I get it from the team's perspective. Terry McLaurin is 30 years old, or he's about to be 30 years old. And, he's probably borderline top 10 receiver, maybe top 15 across the league. I'm sure they're a little hesitant to give him the big money guarantees that he's looking for. Along the same lines, he's the franchise's probably most popular player outside of Jaden Daniels. He's popular in the locker room. He's been with the team through thick and thin. The fans love him. He's your number one receiver. Just pay the guy. Just figure out a way to do it. So if this is still going on late August, then I think there's real concern. But I don't think it will be. I would think in the next week or so, the two sides will figure it out. I don't think McLaurin wants to leave. He'd be crazy if he didn't want to go catch passes from Jaden Daniels. So I don't think he wants to leave. I don't think the Commanders want him to leave. And, if they figure it out in the next week, they still have 3 weeks to get him ready for week one. So I don't think it's a big deal yet, but come back to me if they haven't figured it out in a month.
I was told by somebody this morning who I think has some level of control. He said, Terry loves us, and we love Terry. I think something will get worked out.
I think I could guess who told you that. Talking with our friend Ben Volin from the Boston Globe. You can give him a follow at Ben Volin, Volin. Check out his work for the Boston Globe, covering the entire NFL. It was our first look at the Pats. I thought Drake May looked pretty good. They have some questions to me at their skill positions. Clearly, Steph Diggs getting on the field today seemed like it might have been a surprise. What do you think about this Pats team? You get Vrabel back here who understands what this thing is like when it's going right. He's diving into fights today. I mean, it seems like they've got some good energy going.
I would agree. I think Vrabel was the perfect hire for this franchise for what they need. Coming off, a really poor end to the Bill Belichick era, and then last year with Gerard Mayo, who was just, with all due respect to Gerard Mayo, he was a new coach learning on the fly. You had all the coordinators, doing their positions for the first time. There was just no experience, no credibility, and that's exactly what you're getting now with Mike Vrabel, Josh McDaniels. Their offensive line coach is Doug Marrone. Their tight ends coach is Thomas Brown, who was the offensive coordinator for the Bears last year, and their interim head coach. So they have a lot more experience on their staff, a lot more credibility, and I think that goes a long way, to building this program the way it needs to be rebuilt. Drake May is, he's the future, and he had a nice rookie season. I think played a lot better than people expected, especially not having a whole lot around him. And I think the future is bright with Drake May, but now he's got to take that next step where he only won one game last year. Again, not really his fault, but, turnovers and learning how to play winning football, that's going to be the next step for him. But he's a great athlete, checks all the boxes for a franchise quarterback as far as a really, a kid you can really work with, like very coachable, good athlete, smart. So Drake May is, the Patriots hope they've got that part figured out. And then Stephon Diggs is going to be a really, really important piece for them just because the Patriots skill position players have been the worst in the league for several years now. They have the longest streak in the NFL, 5 straight years without a 1,000-yard receiver. They haven't had one since 2019 with Julian Edelman. So they really need Diggs to come back from that torn ACL, be a number one receiver. It's probably asking a lot for him to, for a guy coming off a torn ACL in a new offense. But if Diggs can be close to his old self, that should, open up the field for Drake May. It should open up the field for some of their other receivers, tight end Hunter Henry. So Diggs is a huge piece of that. But it's going to be tough because they're learning a brand new offense under Josh McDaniels, and no one on this team has any experience with it. Like 3 or 4 players have played in his offense None of the coaches have ever coached this scheme before. Mike Vrabel, Doug Marone, like all the coaches are learning the scheme for the first time. And then, of course, so is your starting quarterback. So while the offense looked good today, I'm expecting kind of a slow September. When you have the entire organization learning a new offense for the first time, it's probably a lot to ask. They come out to start the season and look really great.
Ben, you mentioned turnovers about Drake May, and also Jaden was great at limiting those turnovers last year. You've been around this NFL a long time. How often is it the young guys are very good or not terrible at that keeping the ball to themselves and not giving it to the other team?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think that's a huge part of your development is knowing, when to kill a play or when not to make a risky throw. And there aren't many quarterbacks in the NFL who are really good at it, probably 15 or 20. I will say, though, if you look at the history of starting quarterbacks the last 10, 15, 20 years, young quarterbacks, the good ones are generally making the playoffs in their first 2 seasons. Not necessarily the rookie year, but by year 2, if they're not in the playoffs, then there are questions about is he really going to be the guy? And that's not it's not a hard and fast rule. Baker Mayfield, I think, is a great example of a guy who was a little bit of a late bloomer. But if you're not seriously competing for the playoffs in your first 2 years, the history shows that you're probably not going to be one of these quarterbacks that is a guaranteed franchise player. So Drake May got kind of a redshirt year last year as a rookie. Now they've spent a lot of money around him. They have much better coaches around him. Now, and it wasn't to go 6-11. I don't think it's like playoffs or bust for the Patriots, but expectations are a lot higher. And if you want to feel good about Drake May moving forward, the Patriots will seriously compete for a playoff spot.
It's funny you talk about the young quarterbacks there. What do you think? Has there ever been a less talked about number 1 overall pick than Cam Ward and the Titans? It's remarkable.
Not generating a whole lot of buzz right now. It's I don't know if he didn't come out of school with the biggest profile, and then the Tennessee Titans are not a nationally renowned kind of team. So, yeah, you're not hearing a whole lot about Cam Ward and the Titans, except the only thing you are hearing is how great he's doing and how much they love him there. And he had a great quote the other day. He's been coming into the office apparently at 4:30 in the morning, and he was like, my dad worked 2 jobs and left the house at 3 in the morning, and if he can do it, then I can go do something I love, like play football too. So you love hearing that type of leadership and maturity from a young guy like that. And yeah, I don't think it's the Titans blowing smoke. I really think that Cam Ward is just blowing them away with just his demeanor and maturity and how he's handling being the number 1 overall pick. Again, we'll see what happens when the Bullets are live and the Titans are 0-4 and how they handle adversity. But Cam Ward definitely operating under the radar right now, but the Titans definitely seem to love what they're getting from him.
Oh, yeah.
And dude, what do you make of the Bears? Like Ben Johnson's yelling at everybody, the Caleb Williams videos, whether they're fair or not. Certainly that Chicago situation seems interesting.
It is.
They've got to be just completely beside themselves seeing Jaden Daniels and how good he is, and it's like
and he's a Drake May, dude.
Caleb Williams might end up being good, but the Bears blew it again. They should have drafted Jaden Daniels. They picked the wrong guy.
They drafted the right guy, in our opinion.
Well, right,
they drafted the right guy.
They sure did, but I mean, I think those struggles are real. I mean, there's that video that I think everyone saw where Caleb Williams is trying to throw the ball into the net, and he's 0 for 4, and he throws a little tantrum afterwards, and it's like, gee, that is not what you want to see in year 2 from your starting quarterback. He's got all the tools. He's got a great arm. And he did throw some nice passes last year, kind of threaded some nice passes, but it was too far from between and not enough consistency from him. He's his off-platform throws. Patrick Mahomes can make it work, but he's a pretty rare guy, and Caleb Williams just bad mechanics. I thought he was the 4th quarterback last year. I thought he was behind Daniels, Drake May, and Bo Nix.
Yeah,
so I think he's got a long way to go. And Ben Johnson, they hired you to fix this guy. So now kind of Ben Johnson's reputation as an offensive coach is going to be on the line, too, to see how they can do with Caleb Williams.
You talked about off-schedule throws, and I think his problem is he wants everything to be off schedule. And you watch the body language of his receivers, they're letting him know and everybody else know ball should be out. And he holds on to it trying to run around, and that messes up a receiver. Receiver wants the ball thrown when he hits his step.
No question. I'm a big believer that most sacks are a quarterback stat, not an offensive line stat. And I think Caleb Williams is like number one example of that. He holds the ball so long. They played the Patriots last year, and the Patriots were awful, but they handled the Bears no problem. They won 19-3. They sacked Caleb Williams like 8 times, and it's not like the Patriots had any sort of pass rush. So, him dancing around the pocket, not seeing the field, trying to make crazy, sidearm, off-platform throws. You're right. It drives a receiver crazy, and it drives the coaches crazy because they're just looking for someone to operate the plays. So Caleb Williams definitely has a lot of work to do just to learn how to play the position.
Doug, I never learned faster the difference between a QB sack and an O-line sack than watching Sam Howell for a full season. Ben, I appreciate you making time for us, dude. It was good to see you earlier. All the Churchill boys say hello. I'm getting texts, and Mitch is inside telling me to say what's up. So thank you, buddy.
Appreciate you, Ben.
Yeah, I should have gotten a picture with Mitch today. We messed that up.
Bulldog pride.
Special Bulldog. That's right, man. Well, thank you, boys, for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, man.
Thanks, buddy. That's Ben Volen, senior NFL writer for the Boston Globe. You can give him a follow at Ben Volen, Volin, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. When we come back, we got to make some bets.
What's up, everybody? It's B. Mitch here, and I'm calling all dads out there to tell you about a big event. It's the Dad Games, the Olympics for dads. You can compete for $500 first prize in events like trash can basketball, the Dad Joke Challenge, which JP is so bad at, wiffle ball home run derby, and more. And JP and I will be there cheering you on. It's going to be Saturday, August 9th in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. To register, visit dadgames.com. Use code 1067 for 50% off registration. Bring the whole family, and we'll see you at the Dad Games, the Olympics for dads.
get you, Finley. 1067 The Fan. I got great news, B.
What's that?
It is 1:50 p.m. We are off the air in approximately 4 minutes, and I'm in the stream, baby. Turn me on, White Brian.
Took you a long damn time.
I'm just saying, bang. Look at the kid. I'm not even pitting out. Check it out.
Where the hell you been, dog?
Why'd they take you out?
When?
Just now.
Because Brian's silly.
I've had computer trouble all day, but bang, we're streaming.
Where we go?
We be streaming. What's the vibe been like in the stream today? You check the comments out at all? Oh boy, it looks like a little bit of craziness. So good luck to everybody in the stream.
They've been going at it.
Jeff, what did you think of the program today? Professor Landini was on the one-day IL, and you did a hell of a job running it. We were certainly busy with a lot of moving parts. I enjoy. Hopefully, our listeners felt like they were here as much as possible, because I enjoyed doing that, and I think it had to be pretty fun to listen to.
Hold on, JP. Yep. Hold on.
Yes, Jeff.
How did you ask me a question and go to answer it?
Bro, he does it all the time. There ain't nothing new with him.
I was really prepping my answer, and you just kept going.
I asked you, what'd you think of the show today?
I liked it. I loved it. I like this, y'all telling what's going on, because we can't call it play-by-play, but I like what y'all telling us about
they call it practice by play.
Practice by play, yeah.
Shout out to our guy Griffin, too, saving the day multiple times.
Griffin took care of JP a ton of times.
Took care of us.
I was definitely over here getting the show ready to put some green stuff on.
Some green stuff? What, are you rolling blunts in there?
No. That's what it's called. Green audio.
Evergreen?
Evergreen, green, tomato, bruh.
Not say a word.
All right, I don't think we made
Tomato
bets.
is not a word.
I don't think we made bets yesterday. We're definitely making bets tomorrow because there's football. I don't think there's football tonight, but I'm tempted because we're up here.
We made a bet yesterday. I beat you. My playing land for yours.
That's accurate.
I got one.
All right, fine. I'll take an L. White Brian, what are we for Monday night?
Holla.
B. Mitch won his parlay. Everybody else lost.
Bam. 3-0, baby.
He's
3-0
on the week. 0-2?
Yeah.
Internationally. No. Here's what I'm going to do. I got all ears tonight at 8:30. If you guys are home and want to watch
it. All ears right now.
That's true. I guess I have all ears 24 hours a day. But the television show version. But one thing I learned last night, we went to this little bar by our hotel in the woods. They're going to have the Red Sox on every TV out here.
You had a bar.
Our hotel's kind of in the woods. And when you drive out of the woods, there's a little sports bar called Jake and Joe's.
Jake and Joe's.
But
sound like looking at this area, sound like a Jake and Joe's would be around here.
It's a kind of Jake and Joe's part of town.
Yeah.
Because I know the Red Sox are going to be on every TV when I get done with all the years tonight, I'm taking the Red Sox. I feel like, when in Rome, when in New England.
When in Rome, do it as Romans do, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Who the Red Sox playing?
The Royals. Michael Wacha.
Oh, they're not that good. Hey, man, Drake made pitching for the Boston Red Sox today?
Busy fella.
They got a D-May.
Aquarium Boys got any action?
Man.
Look at Big Mitch sneaking in the stream. That's why I got the stream up at the end, was to get Tischler in. Aquarium Boys, anybody got any action?
E-basketball, baby. I'm taking the Boston Celtics.
Give me the Marlins tonight, baby.
Marlins are red hot.
I'll take the Marlins.
Rockies are dog. I mean, the Rockies are probably the only team in the NL with a worse record than the Nats, right? Nats gave up 16 last night, B.
Yeah.
2 touchdowns and 2 extra points.
Wow.
The only team with a worse record than the Nats is the Rockies. At least in the NL. Nobody can be worse than the AL, right? They actually spend money over there. I guess the White Sox. The Rockies and the White Sox and the Nats. That's the company you want to keep when you refuse to spend money on your ball club. Somebody just checked in. My man Mill said, does JP or B. Mitch check these comments in the stream? Bang, Mill, checking them right now. Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. That was a fun day. Thank you to Ben Volen for joining us. Thank you to Dave Richard for joining us. Thank you to Jeff, Heavy Metal Chris, and White Brian in the aquarium. We're back tomorrow. Grant and Danny are on next. Hope you enjoyed the program. Good day. Football's coming, man. Watching it live felt good. Good for the soul. Good in the loins. Good in the plums. If you made it this far, Jeff owes you some green.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. The Nationals look to stop their 6-game skid tonight, 6:45 p.m. right here on The Fan. Make sure you tune in to listen live as the Nationals take on the Athletics. Cade Cavalli is expected to start for the Nats tonight, making his season debut. But not only is this his first start at the Bigs this season, but it's his first start with the Nationals since August of 2022. The right-hander has encountered a ton of setbacks following his March 2023 Tommy John surgery. He's been working his way back since. Now, he has collected a 9 ERA over his last 6 starts with Rochester, so not great. But a 31-9 strikeout-to-walk ratio during that time is a little bit more promising. And Jason Tatum was spotted at practice on Wednesday, but not on a basketball court. The Celtics star made an appearance at the Patriots and Commanders joint training camp practice. Tatum, who had surgery in May to repair a ruptured right Achilles, was seen without a boot or a brace. So it was a really welcome sign for Tatum as he continues a rehabilitation that's expected to keep him out for most, if not all, of next season. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a new repair or $150 on a brand new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Yeah, Wednesday. What's up? Welcome in. It's Grant and Danny. Danny's vacation in Scotland continues. Toby Altizer is in and alongside. You are locked into The Fan, and we will take you up to 6:15 this evening and the pregame ahead of Nationals baseball. Got a double play for you at 3:45 and a blitz at 4 o'clock today. It was a significant day for the Commanders. Joint practice, an important milestone in their preseason. They have a game now 2 days away on Friday night, Toby. We are closing in on game action. But officially, the NFL season kicked off for me yesterday with episode number 1 of Hard Knocks. I watched the Buffalo Bills, first of 4 episodes here this August, last evening. Did you get to watch episode 1 yet?
I did. It was awesome. It was so good.
It's going to be great. They know what they're doing. They're just feeding ice cream to someone who really enjoys sugar and cold, delicious treats. So here are my takeaways from Hard Knocks episode 1, in case you missed it pretty briefly. No spoilers here, but the Bills are one of 5 teams that still go away for training camp.
I love that, by the way.
Every team should do this.
Mm-hmm.
There is a nostalgia to it from my childhood. When I was 10 years old, the then Redskins went to Frostburg. That was what they did back then. That's Jarris's alma mater, in fact. And they would go to the mountains of Frostburg, and they would have training camp every year. And the first training camp I ever went to at 10 years old was in Frostburg. And so you see the guys riding their bikes around this little mountain town and going in and out of the little shops where people are hanging out that are going to training camp the next morning and interacting with players. And it's
speaking of ice cream,
quaint and cool. Yeah. Carlisle, actually, which is the place that they had training camp probably for the longest in Pennsylvania, Dickinson College. I went there for Marty Schottenheimer's training camp. Only time that during my time around the team over the last 26, 27 years that they were in Carlisle. But they had this very famous ice cream parlor where all the players would go for their late night treat after practice and meetings, and all the fans knew if you go there, you're going to see some players. And it was a cool thing. The mingling, you saw it last night where the Bills have a place like this. They go away to Rochester. It's about 75 miles away, I think, from Buffalo where they are. They're at this little college that has nice football turf and football fields. They sleep in dorm rooms on dorm beds, but they hook them up. These are big guys, so they put 2 beds together and they put a nice mattress over top. I memean, we're far enough along in sports science now to know that guys need to be able to sleep well. So they're not asking them to sleep on a twin bed that some 127-pound freshman is going to be sleeping on a month from now. But the going away for camp is just a lost relic in football. The fact that only 5 teams do it is such a sad thing to hear. But that would be the first thing I did if I took over here. And they're running a good program. Adam Peters and Dan Quinn know what they're doing. They don't need to listen to me. But the first change I would make, GM Paulson, we are going away. I don't care if it's Carlisle or Frostburg or we'll find a new place, but we are packing up shop. We're headed to the mountains, and we are going to build the brotherhood with no distractions together, locked in arms for weeks.
I think they're like staying at a team hotel during training camp.
They do, yeah.
So at least there's a little bit of that, but still, the comforts of home, being around home, you can always go. There's just a missing camaraderie aspect when you can just go home for the evening.
So then that's the other thing. And I don't know specific to Dan Quinn. I'd have to ask about this. But back when I was on the beat and they did this in Ashburn, they would train at the facility. They have now dating back to like 2000 roughly, almost every year, other than when they went to Richmond for a few years. Richmond, at least they went away, but it was still different because, it's very, urban downtown in the city, but at least you went away. It was comparable. I'm talking about, though, going to like a college, sleeping in a dorm room, doing it that way. I think the way Grandpa did it, the way Dad did it, it was good enough for them. It's good enough for me. But they did stay at the hotel, but it was very kind of written in pencil. Like if you are old enough, if you're a veteran, you could go home. Don't worry. Hey, you got a baby at home. Don't worry. You could be there. There's no like real rules about it. And I don't know if that's how they do it now or if it is a little bit more serious that you got to be in the hotel every single night. That would be good. But just get away from the rat race, man. Get out of the area. Frankly, I know this will go over poorly with some people. Get away from your family and whatever distractions there are for. It's not like camp's 30 days anymore. It used to be.
No, I mean, even they mentioned in Hard Knocks, 2.5 weeks that they're going to be there.
We're talking about 12 days or something like that you're going away. Get out of town. I love it. There's also just this ability to connect with fans that happens when you do that. Because fans are going for their vacation and they're there 3 or 4 days in a row. And when players are going around campus on scooters, they're all on their little scooters. Like there's just neat little interactions, which is point number 2 I want to bring up from my Hard Knocks takeaways. I've always felt like the relationship between the fans and the Bills exceeds that of most teams. I don't know what it is. It feels almost like a fan-team relationship from a bygone era. There is this love, this very like positive optimism. I think it's the town, honestly. Buffalo is not a big media market. There's not a lot going on there. Like they had a minor league baseball team at one point. But I think they have wings in the Bills. Like that's kind of, Maryland is crab cakes in football. Buffalo is chicken wings and Josh Allen. Like that's what they do. Those are their exports. But there's just something about what I perceive to be a harmonious back and forth. It's not just a one-way fans love the team. Like you could see it. The Bills have this reverence for their fans. The Bills Mafia, they think of them as the best fan base. Every team says we've got the best fans. I truly believe the Bills think they have the best fans, and you can see it in their interactions with the fan
100%. It feels college-like, and it's different from some colleges where, and you think about just down south a little bit with Carolina, where North Carolina's right there, Duke's right there, so you have your allegiances, and so there's a love for your team but kind of a hate for another team.
Yep.
With Bills Mafia, everybody in the area doesn't really care about anybody else. It's just about Buffalo. So all the love, all the hatred, there's no hatred. It's all focused on just loving one thing, which is the Buffalo Bills. And it's so cool to see because there are plenty of fan bases that love teams like that. But like you said, seeing the Bills players kind of have that same affection back to the fan base, it's really cool to see that mix. I think it's led by Josh Allen, though, where he just admires that fan base so much. He's such a good guy and seeing his interaction. But really, it's everybody. It's so cool to see that connection, which you don't see in professional sports much anymore.
There's an aura around that fan base, too, whether it's the jumping through tables or, running through fire, the eating bricks or all the dumb stuff they do before games and when they kick off.
Well, and part of it, too, I think, is maybe it's just going through the lifestyle up there where we've seen before where dudes get snowed in and they're like, hey, you want to hop on my snow machine and we'll drive you down to the facility?
This is what I'm saying. I mean, they'll, on days where there's a foot of snow and they're playing, like some random dude named Earl will just go scoop up the Bills' offensive line on his snowmobile.
Yeah.
We'll get you to the stadium. By the way, I've been to what is now the final year of that stadium in Orchard Park. They're building the new beautiful facility right next door, which we saw them building on Hard Knocks last night. Josh Allen took a tour with the owner. But You pull up to that stadium, it looks like a high school stadium because it's mostly in the ground more than any other NFL stadium that I've seen. And so it looks pretty tiny. Like you're driving up on it in the parking lot and you're like, oh, has to be an awesome high school facility. Like, no, this is where the Bills play. Like, how is this big enough for an NFL stadium? Well, most of it, it's a bowl in the ground, essentially. So I'm looking forward that this one's a little more vertical, goes straight up. It doesn't seem nearly as in the ground, this place that's basically in the parking lot.
But I tell you what, I'm mad because I don't think there's any chance that I'll be able to go this year, but it was a bucket list to go to a Bills game when it was snowy and it was just terrible conditions.
You should go. I mean, but this one will be no different. I mean, the wind and the cold is going to be a little less. So if you just wanted to be uncomfortable in the weather,
I enjoy the bit of like, all right, we're going to go in and we're going to shovel this thing out. The next day, we're going to go watch a football game and throw snowballs at each other.
Well, they're still going to do that.
Love that.
The new stadium will have that too. The only difference is going to be that they've designed it, and they talked about this in Hard Knocks. I don't know how the science works on this, but they've basically done all of the work and the math now to figure out how to cut down on wind. So they have one stadium position just so with these like windows that open. And I mean, the tech now, I can't wait to see what the Commanders do here. Because just in the few conversations I've had with their people behind the scenes on the money they're spending on trying to figure out even like where ride sharing is going. Because it's going to be critical for them in D.C. with only 8,000 parking spots to crush it with ride sharing. Well, we know right now what that looks like. But the stadium opens in 2030. 5 years from now, it's going to look very different. So they're trying to get ahead of the curve on those type of things. For the Bills, their biggest bullet point when they were, if you're buying a house, my wife's like, we need a multi-car garage. Okay. She needs, I need to make sure the washer dryer's on the same level as this. Like the Bills' number one prerequisite was not the 2-car garage. It was the wind not ruining their games. And what's funny is in the short term, you almost want the wind to ruin your games because Josh Allen's got the strongest arm in the league and he can throw the ball through the wind, and the opposing quarterback probably can't. But he's not going to be around for the 100 years of that stadium or however long, 50, 60 years you're playing. So after the next 12 years of Josh Allen, you're probably not going to have his arm on your next quarterback.
Yeah, I just enjoyed how many games you'd see in Buffalo. It felt like at least one a year where it's like, yep, they're not throwing the football today. It's 30-mile-an-hour winds and snow. Like, you can't even see the field. Like, I love that stuff. I know you're not necessarily the biggest fan of those games. I love those games.
You mentioned Josh Allen, though. Josh Allen basically is going to get one big commercial about what a good guy and how awesome he is out of Hard Knocks. And this is why every single team should sign up for this. The commercial that is Bills football. That's what Hard Knocks has become now because the teams and the league is so heavily involved in the product that gets turned out. And this is not a complaint. I'm eating this up like it's potato chips with hell of a good dip on a Sunday at 1 o'clock. But why every team would not want to be a part of this, I'll never understand. You look at what it did for the Rex Ryan, Mark Sanchez Jets becoming, an American institution for a couple of years in this beloved club. I still think the Lions benefit massively, Dan Campbell specifically,
100%.
From the cologne of Hard Knocks. I think you're going to see it with, on the sideline with Sean McDermott. You're going to see it with this entire operation. But Josh Allen is so decent and so likable and seemingly, anything can make you look however it wants to, but I've always heard from everyone in the league, like one of the most genuine, awesome people. And the whole episode is just seeing Josh Allen, like legitimately he's signing autographs and a kid's like, it's my birthday. And it's as if like every kid that tells him that, he needs to make sure that their birthday gets special. He's just a great dude, it seems like. So I loved that. And then lastly, their big tackle, Deion Dawkins. Huge personality.
He is a character.
Huge human being. He goes out drifting. He think about the second version of, or was it the third version?
I can't help you out here.
Of Fast and the Furious. It was the one that doesn't count because it was a different cast and it was a bad movie. But Tokyo Drift, where you basically just like get in a car and then you slide on your tires sideways in a parking garage. He takes this car out. He's got his own team, and they go out and they just drift. But the best, funniest thing is he takes his 4 kids with him. These kids are all like between 2 and 5 years old. They buckle up. They put on a helmet. They ride shotgun as he just flies around in this car, drifting all over the place through barriers. What a wild dude that is.
It's absolutely incredible to watch. I can tell you one thing. If any of the Commanders are into that, please don't let me know because I'm going to be worried sick. Like, as cool as it looks, as fun as it looks, it is still scary to see. I can imagine a Bills fan watching that, like, I don't know if I want my franchise left tackle doing that, but he clearly understands what he's doing because it doesn't sound like that was his first rodeo.
Oh, no.
And there hasn't
He
been any
literally said he
issues.
does it every single day.
I can't imagine. It sounds like it's something that I wouldn't be interested in, but it looks incredibly cool.
He signed a 3-year, $60 million extension recently. I'm just surprised something like that's allowed to be in your contract. We see that guys aren't allowed to play basketball sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick Mahomes had one highlight go around of him cooking a guy on the basketball court, and next day he's like, "Yeah, I can't play anymore."
Right.
Right.
Jet skis or whatever. Like, oh, cool. You want to just go slide around in a car at 100 miles an hour with your kids in the vehicle? No problem, dude. Just let us know when you're done. We'll get your pads back on you for you. But Hard Knocks Episode 1, fantastic. In the books. Excited about it. I also checked out the new Netflix series on the SEC.
I haven't got a chance to watch this. I'm excited about it, though.
Yeah, I'm only halfway through Episode 1. This is going to be a longer burn because I think there's...
How many episodes are there?
It's got to be 8 or so, I would think.
Yeah.
It's a full series, but it's on the 2024 season. So the tough thing about this is, and maybe someone would say this is a strength or it's good about these shows, but you forget everything that happened, right? So it is like, in some ways, you're remembering as you're watching, but it's tough when you're now in 2025 mode. Like, if this comes out 2 months ago, perfect. Right now, I'm still trying to figure out the depth chart of quarterbacks at South Carolina and LSU.
Yeah.
So now to get back into the 2024 season's complicated, but the behind the scenes and getting to see...
Do they show Vandy week 1? Because I can skip that episode.
No. So far, we've gotten a lot of LSU and Brian Kelly.
Okay.
Who's a hard ass. I didn't realize, like, what a stickler that guy is.
Big time.
I'm surprised in this era he can recruit like he does. I'm sure they just pay dudes a lot of money, but that guys don't transfer a lot because you see right after that Shane Beamer, Frank's son. Frank Beamer, of course, the Virginia Tech legend. Shane came up with Virginia Tech, bounced around a couple places, I think Oklahoma, Georgia, and now the head coach at South Carolina. And the juxtaposition right after meeting Brian Kelly, whose dad was like politics, military, and like yes sir, no sir, and then Shane Beamer, who's just your buddy. You know, you have this closer than father-son relationship. It's like, okay, I see how this plays with 18-year-olds in 2025, and I can believe that guy doesn't want to transfer. But those LSU players are getting screamed at all day long. Weird that he's never won a national title.
Well, and that's why when people were talking about how Jaden went from Arizona State to willingly going to a Brian Kelly-led system, that's what they're talking about. Like, it is militaristic in a lot of ways with Brian Kelly.
I think everybody's different in terms of what they want, how they want to be coached. I actually, maybe I'm in the minority, I would prefer a Brian Kelly. I like the idea of being really, truly coached. You know what I mean? Like, even in radio, right? We have a boss who's supportive and gives us whatever we need, and for the most part is pretty hands-off, and if he needs to talk to you, you know, something's not quite right. But I kind of like the idea of like, hey, man, I just listened to this. I didn't love this. Do this. Or that's cool. Like, I want instruction. I want coaching. And I think I'd be the same way as a player. I would prefer the Brian Kelly style. I don't know. I'm 37 now. Yeah, I got kids and a mortgage. I don't think your average 19-year-old wants that. And I just wonder about that relatability in Kelly, who is a fantastic coach. There's no doubt about that. Like, that's the other thing in episode 1 I'm seeing is, like, every detail he cares about. When you're the coach of a 90-player program, how are you really stopping practice to yell at a linebacker about his technique on one play?
Yeah.
But that's what he's doing every play.
But, I mean, that's what made Nick Saban great, right? I mean, he was one of those kind of guys as well.
Point.
So it's just that's kind of the beauty of where college is and why it's so fun is you got guys with different personalities where some guys are going to be more on you, some guys are going to be a little more lenient, and there's so many options to choose from that, okay, that's why fit is so important. You might not be able to handle LSU. Okay, fine. Then go to South Carolina. You might not need that at South Carolina. Maybe you need a little more hard coaching. Go to LSU. That's the beauty of choosing that college and why, you know, I think some of what the transfer portal is for is to make sure like, ooh, I can't handle Brian Kelly. I got to go somewhere else. That's totally fine. But when it just becomes about, hey, I'm going to go get paid more, that's where the issues come in.
Would you even want to coach right now in college football? I don't. Or in
Would I?
College sports in general.
No chance.
Me either. Now, these guys get paid a ton. I didn't look up Kelly's contract, but last night as I'm watching, I looked up Beamer's, and I think he's making like $8 million a year. I mean, they're making second contract NFL money at these universities.
$10 million
for Kelly.
Or no, excuse me. 9.5, 10-year deal worth $95 million.
See, I would have thought it was more than that. Success he had at Notre Dame. Beamer only makes $1 million less. That's really strange to me.
Beamer's thought of pretty highly. He's going to have a good team this year too.
But Brian Kelly is a star, and he's they lured him away essentially from Notre Dame. But
I think
I'd do it because of the money. I mean, of course, but I'm thinking as a coach, not like Grant Paulson leaving the radio booth to go coach. But if I was a guy, I think I'd be more inclined like a Saban or one of these dudes. I just know this: if you're at the top level in the SEC, you're okay. My buddies that are into coaching in all sports at lower conferences are mostly miserable.
Yeah.
Because they're recruiting players, like their entire life is just trying to convince a kid to come, and then you have to recruit your own players. If the player, let's look at low-level baseball as an example. Not even low level. If you coach at George Washington University here or George Mason University or whatever, God forbid the guy that you go get that nobody else wanted comes to your place, has an awesome season. That's the best and worst thing that could ever happen. Because now he's leaving.
Yeah.
You're trying to just beg and plead with him to stay. You're not only recruiting for the next group, you're recruiting your own guys. And if you actually coach him a little too hard, or you annoy him because you bench him to send the message after he didn't run out a ground ball, maybe that's the time he decides, okay, well, I'm going somewhere else. No thanks. It's like teaching right now with most parents. And I got a lot of buddies that are teachers. I wouldn't want to be a teacher right now.
Yeah, it's difficult because you think about how programs used to be, just, again, back to the North Carolina-Duke rivalry thing, where you look at Duke and college basketball, they used to bring in a lot of one-and-dones, and they were refreshing, but they always had a lot of talent, whereas North Carolina, they'd get some big-time guys, but they were built more so on having a continuity of year after year after year. Think of the Baycotts being there and the Tyler Hansbros and the guys like that are there for all 4 years. And so you can't really do that as much anymore because you're not only recruiting new guys to bring into your system, like you're saying, but you're also trying to recruit your own guys that are already here. I have to be careful how I coach you because next thing I know, you're at Michigan State next year. You're hanging out at Alabama next year. It's a weird spot to be in college sports where every single year you're having to worry about this year, but also being careful about what could happen next year if I coach a guy too hard. It's just weird.
I wanted to go to the movies and see Fantastic Four this week. It's not happening. There's just too much stuff already available to me at home.
So much good stuff at home right now.
I'm already paying for the apps. I can't throw more money down to go to the theater and eat some popcorn. All right, next, I want to get into practice with the Patriots today, some of the storylines that came out of the session, who shined, who didn't. And Toby and I, behind the scenes the last couple of days, have been debating which offensive rookie we'd buy stock in going into their first season in D.C. of the camp standouts, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt in the backfield or Jalen Lane at receiver. We're on different sides of this. We're going to ask that question. It'll be our poll of the day. We're just getting popping here. Danny's out. Toby's in. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In the NFL, the Commanders are up in Foxboro today for a joint practice with the Patriots. 7 players didn't make the trip. 2 on PUP, Terry McLaurin and Sam Cosmi. Marcus Mariota, Noah Brown, Jordan McGee, Brandon Coleman, and Javonte Jean-Baptiste all didn't make the trip either. Marcus Mariota dealing with a lower leg strain. Other news from around the NFL, Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is dealing with an aggravated disc in his back. He received an epidural and is called week to week. The Rams still plan to have him ready to go for week 1. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the A's last night 16-7. Game 2 of the series tonight at Nationals Park, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli back on the hill for the Nationals, making his second career start, his first since his Major League debut in August of 2022. Jeffrey Springs starts for the A's. At Prince George's Community College, your military or federal work experience can count for college credit through our prior learning assessment network. Save time, save money, finish your mission, because at PGCC, your future is our mission. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Back live from our Navy Yard studios on Half Street, Southeast DC. Grant and Danny coming your way on The Fan. Danny's out, Toby's in. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us. The Commanders hit the road today. They went to Foxboro to tangle with the Patriots in a practice that obviously led to skirmishes because it was a practice between two teams. And if you're allowed to fight and there are no ramifications or repercussions, you are going to fight. But seems like nothing overly serious happened. I did see that Mike Vrabel got into the middle of the fight and somehow ended up at the bottom of the pile. I think he was separating. He wasn't pulling a manager trying to fight people, but he ends up getting cut up a little bit, had a little blood. Mike Vrabel still has that dog in him.
100% does. I can't believe he wasn't the coach right away when Belichick got fired, but now it just feels right because he always felt like a Patriot head coach. Whenever Belichick was done, I was thinking about it the other day, and I was like, yeah, Vrabel, Patriots coach, it just seems right.
My guess is he waited for this gig, and if it wasn't this gig, it'd be the right gig. Now, the Patriots had an opening last year, and I believe had already filled it before he got fired. Regardless of whether that timing is correct or not, they had essentially already promised the job to Gerard Mayo. He ended up showing almost immediately that he was overmatched and just didn't belong. And as the year went on,
who could have seen that coming?
Became more and more obvious. But the upgrade for them as a head coach is huge. I was just telling Ryan this. He couldn't believe this. The Patriots are favored in 10 games right now in look-ahead lines. Now, that's very different than whether or not they're going to win 10 games. I think the over-under for them, odds makers have, is like 7.5. But I do think they'll be frisky, and I do like them to go over that number. Drake May, as one of the youngest starters as a rookie over the last couple of years in the league last season, was actually really good and is only getting better. And they added some talent on offense, and they had a great offseason defensively. We can get into some of their personnel in a second. But the big difference is Vrabel, who is a culture changer. But to that point, with him getting to the bottom of the pile to pull people apart and coming out with a little blood on his face, I mean, if there is a battle royale between 32 coaches in the NFL, like he's one of the guys I think going in who's got to be high-seeded.
I think the final two is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's probably Vrabel and Dan Campbell, right?
Campbell's the favorite. I mean, he's definitely the defending champion. I think a guy like Sean McVay, who's like smaller and squatty, but definitely lifts a lot of weights, he might be able to handle his own. Dude, a D lineman like Dan Quinn, all he talks about is like, let's get it on and let's go out there and let's beat some, you know what, like cursing all the time. I think he could probably be okay too.
I mean, he'd be scrappy, but I don't know. There's a difference with Mike Vrabel and with Dan Campbell. Those two are a little bit, they're a little crazy.
I agree with that. So here was some of what we learned today, some of the reports that came out of practice from the folks that were there. So we have wondered a lot about this corner room and this secondary because it's actually had a really good training camp. You and I have been out there a lot. My biggest takeaway after my first few practices I watched was, A, they're doing a lot more man coverage than I remember them doing last year early in camp, and B, they look way better in man coverage, and maybe that's not a coincidence. You know, last year they probably knew we can't run a lot of man. We're going to run more zone. Well, now they feel like with Marshawn Lattimore on one side and Trey Amos, the rookie second rounder who looks the part and has had a really good camp on the other, and then going and getting Jonathan Jones and sliding guys down the depth chart like Noah Benogany, still having Mikey Sanders still in both the inside and outside roles, but now with a year of experience, he's really good. The room has gone from bad to pretty good on paper, but this great camp that they were having is possibly a product of the fact that their receiver room without Terry McLaurin isn't good. And today, the results seemingly were not nearly as good as they have been going up against Washington's wide receivers. Now, I did see that Trey Amos had some really nice plays and handled the zone, and that John Keim specifically pointed out that he thought today was another building block for feeling like he's going to be ready in week 1 to not only start, but actually help them a lot. So that's great. But I saw, just as a number, and I'm not a big training camp numbers guy, but Drake May, 11 on 11 today, was 10 of 12 with a drop from Demario Douglas. Would have been 11 of 12, throwing the ball, moving the ball seemingly with ease through the air. So we were wondering, what does it look like when you go up against the receiver room? It's not like the Patriots have a great one.
If you just look through theirs, it's Stephon Diggs, Demario Douglas apparently had a really good day, Kyle Williams, Kayshon Boutte, Kendrick Bourne, Mac Hollins. Like, that's a bunch of Jags aside from Stephon Diggs.
And Diggs is no longer Stephon Diggs either.
Correct.
I mean, he's like the B version of Stephon Diggs. But regardless, that receiver group, it sounds like, did a better job than Washington's secondary in that matchup today, for what it's worth. But all I cared about really was what does Trey Amos look like, and supposedly he had a good day. So that's a win for me.
Yeah, I think overall this was a good practice for the guys. It sounded like the Washington offense did well. It sounded like the Patriots offense did well, which kind of sounds like you would expect, right? I mean,
I saw Laramie Tunsil apparently at times was not only a standout, but even dominated some reps.
Yeah, he was one of the guys that apparently almost caused a fight, taking one of the linebackers into the stands, something like that. But yeah, it's good to hear, right? Because I think that's something that we've talked about a little bit, but seeing it in action where you're going up against another squad, not like their pass rush is great, but I actually think that their offensive line this year could be more of a weapon, whereas in the past, it's kind of been something that's like, can they overcome the O-line? This year, I think that O-line can be something that you can bank on, hopefully in the run game, also in the passing game, and hopefully that opens stuff up, regardless of what the weapons on the outside end up being, whether Terry comes back or not. I think that's going to help out a ton, because you just haven't had a good O-line in quite some time.
When Sam Cosmi comes back, who's working on the side field still, and he's on PUP, I think their line, to your point, has a chance to actually be the best it's been here in several years. Now, to do that, to get there, Josh Connerly, their first-round pick out of Oregon, has to supplant Andrew Wiley at right tackle and then has to play at a high level. Because I think if Wiley's your right tackle, then you're still going to be somewhat middling because he's pedestrian. No longer the problem that I felt like in year one at times that he was, but Wiley is fine. You'd like to do better than fine after drafting a tackle in the first round. But a Tunsil left tackle, Coleman kicked inside to guard. I think you could see a Cosmi trajectory to his career where he was actually better than Cosmi at tackle, in my opinion. But okay last year at tackle as a rookie, as a third rounder. Now you kick him inside, a little bit easier role. He immediately becomes a fringe Pro Bowler, hopefully in the next couple of years. Biotish at center is very stout. You know what you're getting out of him. Top half the league starter. Cosmi comes back at right guard, eventually going to play in a Pro Bowl. And then at right tackle, if Connerly's the real deal, you really don't have much to worry about for the next couple of seasons. And you've got depth with guys like Nick Allegretti, who was a full-time starter for you last season, who's now just waiting in the wings.
Yeah, and I think when you look at it, too, if you can get to a point where, whether it's Wiley that has to start right away, or it is Connerly can get to a point where you can trust them a little bit. Kingsbury was talking about having Tunsil on the left side, not feeling like you have to chip. Okay, well, now you can move that guy over to the right side if you still need to help. But ideally, if you can get to a point where you can trust your bookends a little bit so that they can get things done without having to always chip and help, suddenly that's another guy out in the route. That's another way that you can have an outlet quick if there's a blitz or something you didn't see coming. And that just improves everything. That just makes everything so much better when you can have tackles that you can trust. And they haven't had that, especially on both sides, in quite some time.
One other joint practice observation that I saw and made note of to bring up, it was, I believe, Nikki Jabvala of The Athletic who said this. But she pointed out that today it was really clear that they missed Terry McLaurin in the red area especially, where those windows get a little bit tighter and the coverage gets a little bit stickier. And that was where I think Daniels, who had a pretty good practice today, threw a pick on a ball in a small window that got picked off. He had an interception in the practice in Ashburn where he threw a ball just a hair behind Chris Moore on his back shoulder. And if it's Terry, he hauls it in and goes to the ground or probably turns it upfield. But Moore, who's just not on that level, ends up having the ball plucked out of his hands and off his shoulder by Amos. And I bring that up only to say that's multiple times where we've kind of seen this in these small areas where those contested catches, that's where Terry's your maven. That is where he is going to butter his bread. And apparently today, from what Nikki pointed out, she said he doesn't have a lot of leverage, but practices like today and the more work that they get when they're playing, if they're playing in any of these exhibition games with starters, that will help him some. Because each time they're on the field as ones against ones without Terry McLaurin, it will become more obvious how much they miss him.
Yeah, I think if they don't ultimately get this done, we're going to have to go back and take a whole look at this offseason again. Because if you didn't prepare to not have a true wide receiver one, then you screwed up everything. Do you need Javon Kinlaw, or should you have gotten a wide receiver one? Did you need Jonathan Jones, or take your pick of where you could save a few bucks, or should you have traded him before the draft, or all this stuff? We can reevaluate. Should you have taken a receiver at 29 instead of Josh Connerly? If they ultimately don't get this done, you're going to have to go back and evaluate everything because, yes, you got Debo, and we've talked about that wide receiver room having Debo. We think that Jalen Lane's going to have a good year. But then outside of that, it is a bunch of guys that you can't really trust. And I think another thing, too, is you've seen more interceptions this training camp than you did all of last year for Jaden Daniels in training camp. I think you're seeing that because Jaden is a little more willing to push the ball down the field, be a little more aggressive, throw into those tight windows. And if he doesn't have wide receivers that he can trust in those spots, then what the heck is he going to do? He's going to have to get back to, I'm throwing it underneath. And he's got an O-line now where he can actually push the ball and push the envelope a little bit. And so maybe that aggression is going to turn into a few more turnovers, but maybe increases the explosiveness of the offense. But if he doesn't have the guys to do it, then it really doesn't matter.
He's Toby Altizer in for Danny Rouye. I'm Grant Paulson. You're listening to G&D. We've been having a behind-the-scenes feud here during the breaks. Toby and I have actually stopped talking over this. It's a blood feud.
Correct.
And we want to get you guys to weigh in on this as we continue our poll of the day. You can buy stock in one of the offensive rookies who has stood out in camp, Merritt or Lane, the back or the receiver. We will get to that as we continue next on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny should be back Monday, I believe. Assuming he's not too jet lagged, coming back from Scotland.
So you're going to come back with a kilt and some bagpipes?
This is his second Scotland trip in about a year and a half.
I'm a little jealous.
He's one trip away, I think, from the kilt and the bagpipes. Your boy's on a heater, so I'm playing a little Mr. Dad in the mornings. The baby keeps the wife up, nursing like all night long every few hours, right? She's got to go into the other room and leave. Every now and then I wake up and I'm like, oh no, the baby's crying. But that's kind of the extent of my waking up for the most part. But mornings, I got to get the other three up and I got to do a bunch of stuff. And so today, for the second straight day, I made Dad McMuffins. Okay?
Ooh.
These are breakfast sandwiches, and these hands here, these hands on the 106.7 The Fan, YouTube, high-definition stream, there's no hands that make better scrambled eggs than these. Okay, that's the specialty. I've realized. If you would have asked me a month ago, what's the thing you make best? I don't know that I would have been able to answer. I used to bake some brownies, follow the box. Maybe that's the answer. Scrambled eggs. I had the perfect zero break, like full sheet on the pan, sliced to fit the roll, just perfect. You know, when you heat the pan just perfectly, oil, put the eggs, a little milk in the eggs, some salt, pepper, and then you use the spatula to kind of fold it over. I want you to think of your scrambled eggs like kind of like an omelet almost, just a sheet one over the other. None of this people that like break up their eggs and have a bunch of chunks. You go to like a breakfast at a hotel. That's the most disgusting thing ever to me is when you put when you put not like eating at a hotel. I mean, when you put a pile of eggs on your plate and it's like 100 little chunks like ice cubes.
Fine.
That's disgusting. Your eggs should be connected. They should be one big unbroken. Like my wife will just start jabbing the eggs with a spatula. I'm
That's
like, no,
fine.
no, what are we doing here?
That's fine, but it doesn't go well in a sandwich. So, to your credit, if you're able to get that perfect fold.
You know what my son said today? He said, Dad, you make the best breakfast sandwiches in the world.
Wow, that probably felt really good.
I mean, I was like ready to open a restaurant. Emerald Lagasse over here.
I like it. I like it.
I'm on a bit of a heater, man. Before we get back to the Commanders, I want to talk about our poll of the day. We'll do that in a minute. How bad are the Nationals right now? This is gross, man. So Tobes and I were at the game yesterday, side by side, shoulder to shoulder in the press box. There were a few thousand fans there as well. I think they announced about 18, something like that.
I think it was 20, but I'll
God
take the
bless
under.
you people. In the first inning of that game, they're down 5-0. Mackenzie Gore had his worst start of the season. He had to be tipping pitches, I thought. He was just getting crushed.
Something.
Like recently, he has pitched poorly. He's now allowed 6 or fewer earnings in 3 of his last 4 starts post All-Star break. But in most of those outings, he has not really had control or thrown the ball over the plate. He's walked a bunch of guys. 0 walks and a high strike rate in this game.
Yeah, and no strikeouts.
Didn't miss bats. They were on everything. It kind of felt like they had something, I thought. But regardless, he's just been brutal since the All-Star break. Ace of the staff. ERA has gone from 2.87 5 starts ago to well over 4 now, like 4.20 at this point. But they're down 5-0 in the first, and he finally gets an out in the first inning, and we get Bronx cheers at Nats Park.
That's so rough.
It is gross what has happened. I don't remember a stretch this bad. They used to lose 100 games a year like clockwork. I don't remember it being like this. Toby, 6 losses in a row. On this homestand, 4 straight. It's just been uncompetitive. They have allowed 70 runs and 103 hits over 6 games. Think about that. That is an average, quick math here, of 11 plus runs and like 17 hits per game for a week. Twice in this 6-game losing streak, they've given up 16 runs and 24 hits in a game or more. And, oh, by the way, just for good measure, just a little icing on the cake, they've committed 8 errors in their last 5 games. Throwing the ball into center field as guys are trying to steal. I lied to you guys. I said that this weekend was rock bottom. 106.7 The Fan put out a big graphic about it. The Nationals were real happy about it, by the way. I lied. Okay? I lied about that. Nationals, I apologize. I was wrong. This weekend wasn't rock bottom. You're right. I shouldn't have said that. This is rock bottom. Okay? This is The Rock doing this with his arms, throwing the elbow pad into the crowd, getting ready to drop the people's elbow on somebody's candy ass. This is rock bottom. This is brutal.
Yeah, it's not very good at all. Matter of fact, walking back from the game yesterday, I walked into our building here as I was going to the garage, and someone else had parked there. It was like a family of 4, a dad, a mom with
Before
2
the game?
kids. No, after the game.
Oh.
And I just wanted to be like, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, it was before the game. Just start yelling,
Like,
don't do it! Don't do it! Don't do it to these kids! Turn around! Go home!
The only saving grace is the kid who's probably like 8 years old looked like he got a baseball. So at least there was something. Otherwise, watching that product right now is just so difficult. And to the credit of the Nationals, at least in the 9th inning, they decided to show up when they're down by 12 runs.
Oh, they're good for that.
And they put together some good at-bats then. But the first 8 innings, not so much.
There is nobody better in baseball than the 9th inning. We're going to keep on chugging along. We're going to give you a few runs when we're down by a bunch. The bit earlier in the year, which I missed, this was fun.
Yeah.
They used to get the tying run to the plate in every single game that they lost. So, like, they would be down 4, they'd get a run in and 2 on, and the tying run would come to the plate. And they were Davy's scrappy little gnats, which, by the way, I'm not saying they shouldn't have fired Davy or, what have you, but he had to have been just belly laughing last night, wherever he was.
You know what? It's funny because you get to the point in the game where it is so far out of hand. You know what I was rooting for last night, Grant? I was rooting for Max Schumann of the A's to get a base hit. By the way, everyone else in the lineup had a hit. He was 0 for 6. Can't feel good to be Max Schumann today. But I needed him to get a hit because then Shea Langoliers could come to the plate looking for his 4th homer of the game. That's what I was looking for because nothing else on the other side mattered.
That's how you know it's bad. You're in the ballpark. As a Nats fan, you're like, hopefully we get one more shot for the A's guy to hit his 4th home run. That's what you're rooting for last night. Shea Langoliers, who the Nats really liked ahead of the draft when he went 11th overall to the Braves. I remember before the draft them saying like that was one of their favorite guys. I don't remember where they picked that year. Probably behind that and took some guy that didn't get to the big leagues. But they were Langoliers guys. He just didn't make his way down to the Nats. I don't have a problem with anything they did at the deadline. I told you guys I actually think they did a really good job. I think the Bartle had a good deadline. But it did clear a path to whatever this is at this moment. Intriguing storyline tonight. They might be few or far between here in short order, but you've got Cade Cavalli making his season debut, the former first-round pick. Is he a long-term member of this rotation? Does he end up ultimately in the bullpen? Can he fight his way back into being a piece moving forward? I mean, everybody's moved on from him at this point because it's been 3 years since he started. And you know how fans are now, right? I mean, Mackenzie Gore is at a point in his situation where he's had a bad month, basically. And people are like, are we sure he's any good? Like, if that's what we're doing, then with Cade Cavalli, you've got to assume that people have now just decided he's never going to be anything in the big leagues. But Cade Cavalli still got something to say about that.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to get the last word in on that. He's still got really good stuff. Still throws 97 miles an hour. So I'll be excited to see him make his debut tonight. But next, let's get to our poll of the day and a conversation about a couple of these standout young commanders on the offensive side of the ball. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is powered by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. In the NFL, Commanders had a joint practice in Foxboro with the Patriots today. 7 players didn't make the trip for the Commanders, including 2 on the PUP list, Terry McLaurin and Sam Cosmi. 5 others didn't make the trip, Marcus Mariota, who's dealing with a lower leg strain. Noah Brown, Jordan McGee, Brandon Coleman, and Javonte Jean-Baptiste also. And the other NFL news, Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is dealing with an aggravated disc in his back. He received an epidural and is considered week to week. The Rams still plan to have him be good to go for week 1. Other quarterback news, Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders is going to start the preseason opener, according to head coach Kevin Stefanski. Titans quarterback Cam Ward is going to play parts in all 3 preseason games. And Steelers rookie quarterback Will Howard banged his throwing hand in practice the other day. He suffered a small bone fracture in his hand. He's going to be out for a couple of weeks. In baseball, something to monitor in Queens, as the New York Mets currently don't have any hits against the Cleveland Guardians going into the 8th inning. The Nationals taking on the A's for the second game of the 3-game set. They lost last night 16-7. Cade Cavalli making his return to the Hill at Nationals Park for the first time since August of 2022, his second career start. He'll take on Jeffrey Springs. 6:45 Nats and A's, game 2 of the series right here on The Fan. Mission Critical, that's JTF Specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products. We deploy fully integrated mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe, powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan, brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. They will take care of all the important paperwork in your life, get you and your family squared away on the stuff you got to do that might not be that fun, but they will make it seamless, easy, efficient. And if they know you came to them because of this show, they will also do it at a discounted rate. Check them out, kmlawyers.com. It's Condori and Murad, kmlawyers.com. So, Toby, you and I have been debating behind the scenes here what is going to be our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. You can go vote right now if you'd like on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account. The question we're going to have as our poll of the day on Grant and Danny today, you've got to buy stock in one of the 2 camp standouts on offense in this Commanders rookie class. Wide receiver Jalen Lane out of Virginia Tech, or Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who has been the talk of camp, the running back out of Arizona, who was taken in the 7th round, who played in just 1 college game last year, or else he probably would have been drafted a lot higher. I think just about everybody acknowledges that. He had a weird technicality that led to a suspension that probably shouldn't have happened via the NCAA.
Yeah, you heard about what the exact reason was?
It's a strange story.
I mean, it's terrible, with just basically a clerical error at an HBCU where he gave his number to someone else and they just assumed that it was him, so he was ruled ineligible. That is a horrible situation for him. Now, luckily, he ended up in Washington, but I would be causing a little more of a fuss if I were him, because you just cost me money. If I'm going from like a 7th rounder, potentially 3rd or 4th rounder, it's big time money difference.
Yeah, if I'm his agent, I'm certainly making some phone calls about that. But here's the question. We'll open up the listener lines on this for you right now at 800-636-1067. I think it's better if we just talk about buying stock and you can define it short or long term, however you want to play the game. It doesn't have to be for this rookie season. I think it can just be in the grand scheme of things, in the big picture of this organization. You get to put some money down on the stock of one of these 2 players. Who you rolling with? Krosky-Merritt or Jalen Lane?
So it's funny because if my hat were backwards, you'd know my answer immediately, right? Toki Altizer, you already know where he's going with the former Hokie, Jalen Lane. But the hat is forward. Because I'm looking at the short term here personally, I think that Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is going to have a spectacular rookie season where by the middle to end of the year, we're looking at him as the feature back. And you're still going to have Brian Robinson involved in some short yardage stuff. You're still going to have Eckler as the 3rd down back. But 15 carries, the 12 to 15 carry guy, the guy that's going to get the most work as the running back, I could see that being Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. And so even though I think that Jalen Lane probably has the better overall career in the long run, and I think he has a 10-plus year NFL career where he's playing with this team, hopefully for all 10 years, but if not, he's kind of bouncing around or going to other places and being a nice piece, whether it's as a number 2 receiver, a third receiver, or a gadget guy, whatever it may be. I've talked about how versatile Jalen Lane can be. I think that in the immediate future, specifically for this season, I think that Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt could end up being the lead back versus I don't know that Jalen Lane at any point this season ever gets higher than wide receiver 3. So I'll take Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt.
Yeah, it'd be stunning if he did. And frankly, if he got to wide receiver 3, that would be a huge win for Jalen Lane. But it's also not realistic necessarily, even if there's a path and we have laid it out. It's not realistic that Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt ends up being the leading running back either, right? I think a lot of people are wish casting that.
No, I think that can happen.
It can happen, sure. A lot of things could happen, but the odds of it are not very good. You're getting plus 400 on that because Brian Robinson is someone that they have had the opportunity, had they wanted to move on from, to do that, and they haven't. They could have supplanted him with Chris Rodriguez, who's kind of a similar version of him. They have not done that. There's also the fact that it's different roles and it's different types of backs. But Austin Eckler is going to be on the field on a lot of passing downs, on a lot of 2 and 4 minute. He's going to have a substantial role in this offense. He was actually pretty effective last year. I think they were trying to spell him and not overuse him. First and second down running the football. But he was much more efficient in terms of yards per attempt and some of the explosives that he hit than Brian Robinson. So there are at least 2 veterans that they have sunk energy and time and invested into as a staff. Eckler, who they brought in free agency, and then Robinson, who, not their guy. They didn't draft him in the 3rd round. The Marty Party did back in 2022. But they have had multiple off seasons to replace him as the RB1, and they have chosen not to do that for whatever reason. That said, I'm going to make the argument for Jalen Lane because I actually would buy stock in him. The easiest first point to make is that Terry McLaurin is a no-show. Now, when he shows back up, he gets his number 1 rollback. Like that, clockwork, get back on the field and go get your 7-8 targets a game and make 5 or 6 catches in week 1. But until he's back, Toby, as much as we're all assuming that he is not going to miss any game time because he's going to be fined $811,000 if he misses games, we have to at least leave that open as a possibility. Because currently, even if you don't believe it, and I don't, he and his agent are floating this idea that they will not be playing football, right? So, number 1, I'll just start with, we have to act as if McLaurin might not be on the field. And if that's true, Noah Brown right now is unavailable coming back from an injury. Deebo Samuel is your wide receiver 1. You and I have talked a lot about the fact that he is not a traditional wideout. Now, I do think, let's just, as an aside, talk Deebo for a second. I actually think they're going to use him a lot more like he was used a couple years ago in San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan as a wide receiver than as a gadget guy. Because maybe we just don't see a lot of this. I don't know that I've seen him get a handoff at training camp.
No.
I've not really seen him line up in the backfield as a running back like he did in San Fran all the time, or as a personal protector in shotgun, something he did constantly. They haven't really done any of that while we're out there. It's mostly, the craziest it gets is like him in motion or jet or orbit or something behind the line of scrimmage. But by and large, they put him out there. He lines up out wide. He catches something behind the line of scrimmage or on a little slant or on a drag route. That's kind of how they're using him.
Yeah, I can recall one time he was in the backfield in a little funky formation that they've used Robinson and Eckler in before. So he's been in the backfield like that situation, but very, very few times. As a matter of fact, it's been almost, you just see this guy lining up in the slot or in motion more so than not, or on the outside. He's kind of playing, you would think, a traditional receiver role with the occasional, okay, you're just doing something funky like the Cowboys use CeeDee Lamb in the backfield sometimes, right? Just to get a matchup. It's more that nature versus the old Deebo role, which was the wide back or whatever you want to call it, running receiver, the mixture. He's kind of more just true receiver.
But that having been said, because that's how they've used him, I think we're in lockstep. There is this possibility that when the season starts, they're doing some stuff when we're not there. There's plenty of days where the media is not around, where practice is closed, and or they just have installs that are still coming closer to the regular season with the good stuff, where maybe Deebo is used more in that Samuel-friendly wide back role, so to speak, right? And if that's the case, now you're talking about taking even more reps at wide receiver away from him. He's also just not durable. He might play in 15 games. He's going to be healthy based on what we know for like 11 or 12 of them tops, right? So I think this is a position group where there is some crumbs to be found. Like, there is food in the cupboard that you can unearth here if you're Jalen Lane. And that gets me finally to the camp that he's had. I think he has been their best wide receiver in training camp, not named Deebo Samuel. And I'm not even willing to say that Samuel's been more impressive because Deebo's a Pro Bowler, all-pro type. You expect him to be good. Like, nobody has actually taken me aback more than Jalen Lane. When he gets on the field, he makes plays, he gets open, he routes people up, he's twitchy, he runs a sub-4 440. So I am a big believer. I'm buying him, Tobes. I get stock in one guy. He's also going to be a punt returner and play special teams right away. I think Jalen Lane helps them early on this fall. And long term, I just like what I've seen. He looks to me like an NFL receiver. I said this, I think, on Monday. I was talking to Adam Kilgore of the Post, and he said it might be his number and his size. He goes, but tell me what you think about this. I think he's got some Tyler Lockett to him. And I was like, huh. It probably is the number, and it probably is his size, but I totally get that. If he has that kind of career, let's all do cartwheels. But I'm a Jalen Lane guy.
Yeah, and I mean, you like the mentality this kid has. He's been calling Brian Mitchell, trying to get some pointers on returning kicks and all that stuff. So he's got his head screwed on right. He understands learning from guys and doing everything he can to get better in that sense. And I think in terms of receiver, like I've said before, I think he could be their most versatile alongside Deebo in terms of what he can do, where he can run down the field, which he didn't do a lot of at Tech. He can do a little bit of everything, whether you want to get him a quick screen on a bubble, whether you want to throw him a shallow, whatever it may be. He can kind of do a little bit of everything. But the reason that I go with Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, again, Grant, is I know it's a little far-fetched to think that he's going to take over, but they needed an explosive back. They needed someone that when they're running the read option, it's not handed off to the plotter that might break one tackle and get me 5 yards. I need a guy that if he breaks a tackle, he's going 50. And we've seen that from Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. And he can bounce. And look, this is maybe a little bit of an overreaction to early camp. We haven't seen him in pads. We haven't seen him take live reps. They haven't played a preseason game yet.
Well, in fairness, my takes on Jalen Lane are almost certainly an overreaction to early camp, too.
And that's going to happen, right?
That's all we got. That's all we can do right now is watch practice.
Exactly. And so from what I've seen with Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, he's impressive enough as a running back that I think as the season wears on, this isn't something that happens week 1. This isn't something that happens week 2. But as it goes on, week 5, he gets 5 carries and he's like, oh, okay, maybe I'll start involving him a little bit more. And all of a sudden, towards the end of the year, this guy's getting 10, 12, maybe even up to 15 carries as the lead guy, because when I'm running a read option with Jaden and they're playing Jaden, I want a guy that can also take it to the house. B-Rob is solid. He'll get you 5 yards, but I can live with that as my second guy. I want the first guy on my offense as a running back. When I hand him the ball, I want him to be a home run hitter, especially in this offense, and I think Krosky-Merritt has that.
Well, I'd kill for 5 at a B-Rob. The problem is he'll get you 3.7.
Well,
generally speaking. But yes, I mean, he is a singles hitter who could occasionally drive a ball into the gap for a double. I have longed for a home run threat. I don't even need a home run hitter. It doesn't need to be Adam Dunn, right? But I need someone who could just hit the ball over the fence. And I think he's got that club in the bag, and they have not had that back in a while. So I'm with you. I'm pulling for Merritt. I'm all in on trying to get him more opportunities. I would definitely spend this preseason feeding him, getting him ready, getting him in shape, and he would get touches for me in week 1 if it seems like he is worthy and capable in that way, because it's the only way you're going to find out is to give him the chances. Why not? I just like the ability to get up the field. It just seems like he does everything a little bit quicker with a little more urgency. Everything is sudden. There's an aggressiveness, an explosiveness to his game. So I both of these guys to me, and I'm sure you're high on Lane as well as I am on Merritt, should be able to help them. But this is the question we're posing to you guys right now. You can hop in if you'd like on our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. And go vote on our Twitter account, Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, 3 decades of moving the DMV. Let them do your heavy lifting and take it to the house. More at DCMetropolitanMoving.com. Who would you buy stock in of the two rookies here on offense? Wide receiver Jalen Lane or running back Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt? Here's what I find really interesting. I would have assumed when we posed this as a poll that everyone would have gone Merritt because he's been the talk of camp and he seems like a fan favorite. Right now, 55% are saying Jalen Lane, 45% are saying Merritt. Is that about McLaurin? Like, what do you take out of that?
I think it's partially everybody loves Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, but he's a 7th rounder, right? Like it's the, okay, this is a nice story versus a 4th round receiver. Okay, that's just a round behind where Terry McLaurin was, and look what he turned out to be. And also maybe for this area, a little more familiarity with Jalen Lane, having watched this kid at Virginia Tech. He's electric. I think any Tech fan that watched this team over the last couple of years could tell you that when he was taken in the 4th round, whether it was here or anywhere else, they thought he could be a good NFL wide receiver. So I think there's a little bit of that as well.
He was taken 28 picks after where Luke McCaffrey went last year. And I'm not trying to come down on Luke, who I think's actually had a pretty good training camp. But there has not been a sequence of practices in camp where McCaffrey has stood out to me in any way like Lane has in the last calendar week or so before they went to Foxboro. 10 or so days leading up to their departure for this joint practice. And we're going to catch up with John Keim at some point in the back half of the show, somewhere in the 5 o'clock hour, who was out there today. I want to ask if Lane stood out because this was a significant test for guys like him and Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt and Trey Amos, the young guys on this team, in trying to determine and find out, like, okay, so you routed up some of the corners you've been going against every single day. You've memorized their tendencies. You know what defenses and coverages you're getting. How do you look when you play New England? It's going to be a different scenario. But the problem with my answer on Lane is this. If McLaurin comes back, then you might not see a lot of Jalen Lane early in the season. We've also seen with this coaching staff that being a very young wide receiver makes it a little bit more complicated to get on the field. They were more willing last year to go with Olamide Zaccheaus than the guys that they drafted. They would rather have trotted out Jamison Crowder, who they claimed and brought back, than, say, a Luke McCaffrey. So they're not just going to put you out there because you were drafted in the 4th round.
Yeah, and I really like him for his versatility, but if you're just going to throw him out there for his ability to make stuff happen after the catch, it's a little redundant when that's what Deebo Samuel was brought here to do, right? I mean, if you're going to say, which of these guys would I rather throw a screen to, Jalen Lane or Deebo Samuel, both are good options, but you didn't bring Deebo Samuel here for Jalen Lane to be the one getting those balls, right? I think there's an opportunity for both those guys to be on the field, but also with Noah Brown out there, Noah Brown's a much better blocker, right? He's someone that you can depend on the outside to block. We saw a play earlier in training camp where Jalen Lane was out there, and he was asked to block Mikey Samerstill, and Mikey Samerstill, if they would have been in full pads, would have put him on his butt. So he's not going to be able to block for a Deebo Samuel like a Noah Brown can. So in those sorts of situations, who's going to be on the field in the 3 wide receiver set? Noah Brown, Deebo, and Terry. So to your point, maybe he runs into some situations, but I also think there's a possibility, again, by the end of the year, as these guys grow, that you could have Deebo on one side, Jalen Lane on the other, and it's a similar type of gravitational pull where you have to be ready for a screen for either one of those guys, and one of them's motioning, whatever you're doing. You can get really frisky with the offense by using both of those guys in a similar role.
Right? Debo's going to rely on physicality, violence, running through dudes, running into dudes, pinballing off of people. Lane, it's just wiggle. It is quickness. One of these guys you can't touch in a phone booth. And he ran a 4.3 440 at the combine. 4.34 his 40-yard dash time. And to your point, I think he's listed 5'10". I'm not even sure if he's, a true 5'10" without cleats on. He's not a big guy at all. He's not particularly heavy either. But that's coaching, is to make sure. I don't want that guy blocking necessarily as the guy that has to make sure a play works, that he's going to pin a corner and get him to the sideline. Like, when he's on the field, it doesn't mean every single time he's got to be running routes. That would be a tell that doesn't work. But you just can't ask that a play is dead or alive based on him being able to win in a blocking assignment.
And one of the difficult things, too, is he struggled against press coverage was one of the things coming out, and he primarily works out of the slot. And again, if you're running a 3 wide receiver set and your outside guys are Terry and Noah Brown, who's your slot guy? Deebo. And Deebo's worked a lot in the slot in training camp, so he's going to have to supplant some ways there, whether it's Deebo goes outside and he works in the slot. there's definitely some interference where early on in the year he's probably going to work as that fourth receiver. But if he's kind of rotating depending upon what they're trying to do with that third receiver with Noah Brown, I think there's absolutely a way that he could be very, very impactful right away, and just some ways that you can move guys around the football field. And I think having him and Debo in the offense together allows them to be really, really unique in the way that they can run stuff.
He's Toby Altizer in for Danny Rouillet. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Grant Paulson with you on the Fan. By the way, there was a no-hit bid into the ninth inning that Juan Soto just broke up with one out. In the ninth frame, Gavin Williams was working on a no-no for the Cleveland Guardians at Citi Field, and Juan Soto was able to get on base with the bat.
What happened?
Soto broke it up. I wasn't
just a single
watching.
up the middle or something?
It looks like just a base knock.
Doggone it.
So no-hitter. But we were trolling Clary. I guess it hit the top of the fence, so he got a good, looks like dead center field maybe. Soto's standing at home plate admiring it. But I was trolling Clary a little bit because Ryan hates when there's a no-hit bid and people acknowledge it. But as someone who doesn't believe in that and jinxes, it's very important to just let everyone know at all times there's a no-hitter going on. So we don't have to worry about it anymore.
Well, I said
no-hitter.
that. Thankfully, it was a home run, by the way. Thankfully, no one's come out at me because I mentioned it in the last update. So if you want to, it's my fault.
It's definitely not.
It's also my fault because actually right before Juan Soto got that hit, I actually looked at our guy Ben and was like, oh, yeah, no, I know. There's a no-hitter going on. And I said it, and he got a hit. Immediately.
All I asked him, I said, you tuned into this Mets game. That's all I said to him.
The official stance of the Grant and Danny radio program is that it's Gavin Williams' fault because he threw the pitch. None of us had anything to do with it. You can't affect a no-hitter when you're not in the ballpark and when you have nothing to do with the game. Juan Soto good at baseball. Gavin Williams, career game, left one hanging. And Juan Soto hit it over the fence. So none of us will need to apologize. From the Grant and Danny radio program, we give the Guardians and Gavin Williams nothing. But, yeah, one hit now and one run for the Mets. So the no-no is no more. I will spin you around the NFL next. Double play and Beltway Blitz coming your way on Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders had a joint training camp practice today in Foxboro with the Patriots. 7 players didn't make the trip, including Terry McLaurin and Sam Cosmi, both on PUP. Marcus Mariota, Noah Brown, Jordan McGee, Brandon Coleman, and Javonte Jean-Baptiste also didn't make the trip. Other news in the NFL, Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford dealing with an aggravated disc in his back. He received an epidural and is called week to week, but the Rams still plan to have him ready to go for week 1. Titans quarterback Cam Ward is going to play a part in all 3 preseason games, and Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders set to start their preseason opener, according to their head coach Kevin Stefanski. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the A's yesterday 16-7. Game 2 of the series tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli makes the start for the Nationals. It's his second career start and first start since his Major League debut on August 26th of 2022. Jeffrey Springs gets the ball to start for the Athletics. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
He's been very impressive. He's a coach's kid, been around the game his entire life, and if you tell him how to do it one time, he usually nails it, and then if he makes a mistake, he'll come back and get it corrected, but super, super talented, very fast. Yeah, I've been really impressed. I don't think I could see some of those things at Virginia Tech, watching the film and getting him here in person and watching him run around and watching the coachability and the route tree that he can run. It's been really impressive.
Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury on rookie receiver Jalen Lane. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, on the Fan. However you're finding us today, thank you for doing so. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream. You can listen over the air all over the DMV on our flagship, The Fan 106.7, of course, FM. And then wherever you are, take us with you. You can pause, rewind the show, do whatever you got to do, run into the grocery store and jump back in the car and hit play again on the Odyssey app, which is a very easy way to take us with you on the go. We've been talking about 2 offensive players that could help this team that are in their first year in Jalen Lane and Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. If you extrapolate out the discussion, though, to the rest of the field, I mean, the rookie that's actually going to be the biggest impact player, I would think, this year is Trey Amos at corner. Because we're talking about turning it sideways, cocking our heads a little bit, squinting our eyes. And if this happens and that happens, then Merritt gets carries. Or, if Terry doesn't come back
yes.
and Noah Brown's not 100%, and then Debo's in motion, and maybe Jalen Lane's out wide. Right now, this moment, here's your corner room. Marshawn Lattimore against the wide receiver 1. Trey Amos against the wide receiver 2 outside. And Mikey Sanders still in the nickel, hopefully becoming one of the better interior corners in the league over the next couple of seasons.
Yeah, and according to reports, Mikey didn't have the best day today, but early, the first depth chart came out, and we said that doesn't matter. But regardless, Trey Amos was the number 1 corner on the outside on that depth chart. So that counts for something. I think they plan on having him outside right away, and he's been really, really impressive in camp. He's been able to stick with all the receivers on this team. Sounds like he had a good day today. We'll talk to John Kyman a little bit about that. But, yeah, I mean, he's going to be a big part of what this defense is able to do this year, on top of what Lattimore can do. If you can have those 2 guys play on the outside, I thought Mikey was good last year on the outside, but I think he has the potential to be really, really good on the inside. And so if you have the ability now to have 2 legit outside corners and kick him back inside, suddenly you have a pretty good-looking secondary, at least with your 3 corners.
They drafted him to be an exceptional nickel corner. He proved to be very capable and I would say legit good outside.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, there's more value maybe in some places in the league right now, some teams, some destinations, as a boundary corner than an interior nickel guy. But so many teams are in what we call 11 personnel, spreading you out 3, 4 receivers, that anymore the base defense involves 3 corners. So, maybe 20 years ago, if you told me someone's a nickel corner, that would be viewed almost like a third cornerback or something like that. That's just not how it works anymore. He is as much a starter as a Lattimore or an Amos, and it's quite literally a skill set thing. And we've had guys, I think Fred Smoot has said this on our show, but I know other former corners have, that will tell you that the hardest position to play is the nickel, because you don't have the ability to use the sideline as your friend. You are quite literally in the middle of the field. You're defending the entire route tree. if you're out on the boundary, you might be able to kind of flip your hips and not have to worry as much about anything other than go ball or corner out toward the sideline. You'd give them something underneath on a quick out or something. You got to play with some inside leverage because you don't want to give that stuff up. In the middle of the field, they are running everything is at their disposal.
Yeah, and two, with the nickel corners, it used to be, so they're going to cover the slot receiver, and the slot receiver was generally the true third guy. That's not necessarily the case anymore.
True. Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yeah, people move people all around. Justin Jefferson's going to be in the slot.
Well, Puka Nacua lives there. And he's going to go for 1,500 yards. It might be we were talking about this yesterday. We were playing Terry Orr going through wide receivers, and we're like, all right, this guy's a slot, but it's like, yeah, he's a slot, but he might also be the fourth best receiver in the league.
Correct. Yeah, you look at just around. Even the team you're going to face twice this year, CeeDee Lamb, can play outside, can play inside. He's going to be all over the field. So, having a guy like Sandra still that can cover the inside and play well in there. Also, by the way, when you have a guy like Sandra still in there, that's someone that's physical against the run game. You can use him as a little bit of a chess piece, as a potential blitzer as well. I think having that added to the defense is going to be nice. And, oh, by the way, the guy that's right behind him for that sort of position is Noah Igbenogany, and I thought he's been a standout in camp so far as well. So even if it's something where he struggles a little bit, maybe they have to rotate him still at outside corner, I think that the corner position has been the standout of camp, and having at least 3 to 4 guys that you can trust, whether it's inside or outside, is a nice commodity to have.
All right, I'm going to try. I just came up with this on the fly here, okay? I'm going to try a new segment.
Okay.
If it doesn't go well, we'll never do it again. If I brought it up with Danny, he would just shoot it down and probably not do it. But I think you'll play nicer.
Do you want me to do that since it's Danny?
You could. Yeah, you're pretending to be Danny today, so you could absolutely just say, I'm not willing to do this.
Okay.
So I want to play a little retweet or quote tweet, okay?
Okay.
So here's my idea. I'm going to give you some takes going through some NFL teams and divisions. And if you agree with me, you just retweet it. You don't need to add any editorializing.
Got it.
But if you don't agree with it necessarily, go ahead and throw out a quote tweet.
I like this.
And make the change.
Yes.
Okay.
I like this.
So we'll go to the AFC East here, spinning you around the NFL on Grant and Danny. Toby Altizer in alongside today. There is no team in the AFC East that can really push the Buffalo Bills. They will run away with this division and hide. I don't know that they go 13-4 like they did last year. I think they probably win 12 games, could even be 11 games. But I think they win this division by multiple games when it's all said and done.
Retweet.
No need to editorialize.
Yeah, nothing to add there.
All right, here's my second take on the AFC East. Non-Hard Knocks division, but relevant to the Commanders on the practice field today. The New England Patriots, who were 4-13 last year, will be one of the better stories in the AFC this football season. I think Drake May is really, really good, and with better talent around him, will make a gigantic year 2 leap. I loved what they did defensively. They from the Eagles, Robert Spillane from the Raiders, Harold Landry, pass rusher, Titans, Carlton Davis, $20 million a year, corner from the Lions. On offense, you mentioned they brought in Stephon Diggs and Mac Hollins. They also brought in Morgan Moses. They also drafted 2 new starters on the offensive line, including stout left tackle Will Campbell, who protected Jaden Daniels' blindside at LSU as a junior. I think New England is an 8 or 9 win team and will have a huge turnaround this year.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe the defense wouldn't be good enough, but looking at the names on here, they're not bad, so I'll retweet that one.
Okay, very good. Let's move on then. So the AFC East, 2 for 2 with retweets. Let's go to the AFC North. Aaron Rodgers struggles enough that we are having conversations as to whether or not they should be starting Will Howard by the end of the year.
Quote tweet. No, I think Rodgers is going to be fine. I think he's going to give you solid, I would say middle of the pack type production, which should be enough to get them close to being in the playoffs, potentially even into the playoffs, because that defense should be really, really good again. And I think they're going to try to play Pittsburgh Steelers football and hand the ball off to Caleb Johnson, Jalen Warren, those guys a lot. And so Rodgers is going to have to make 10, 15 throws a game that are going to win the thing for him, but he's not going to have to throw the ball 30 and 40 times like he used to. I think they're going to try to get back to the old Steelers ground and pound and defense. And I think because of that, Rodgers isn't going to have so much on his shoulders that he's going to struggle enough. He'll go middle of the pack, but I do think that Will Howard is kind of what they're looking at for the future of that team.
You're running out of characters. I hope you paid for a blue check mark on your quote.
I did.
Defensive coordinator Al Golden will help the Bengals fix their problems. Their defense will be good enough that they are not only back in the playoffs, but they are playing in an AFC championship game this year.
I'll try to limit my characters on this one. I'll quote tweet this one. Their defense will be good enough for them to get into the playoffs, but their defense isn't going to be that good.
Is it good enough, though, that they could go on a run? Like, their offense, to me, is going to be arguably the best in the NFL. It's going to be top 5. I think if they have the 20th best defense in the league, they could play for a conference championship game. They won their last 5 games last year. Everyone talks about them having one of the worst defenses in the league. They were 5-0 down the stretch when they finally made some winning time plays.
I think it's good enough for them to go on a run because it's similar to Washington's defense last year. Just don't blow the game, please. Just keep us in it, and the quarterback will go win it.
All right. Retweet or quote tweet, AFC West. I believe that we'll have 3 playoff teams out of the AFC West again. Last year, the Chiefs at 15 wins, the Chargers at 11 wins, the Broncos at 10 wins. I think all 3 of those teams make the playoffs again this year.
That's a tough one because I think you could see 3 teams out of the AFC North. But, yeah, I'll retweet this one. Yeah,
I just think the Chargers with Jim Harbaugh, really, really good. They're going to be hard to play. They're going to run the football. They've taken a lot off Herbert's plate. I know it didn't look this way in the playoffs, but he was very responsible. I think he only threw 3 or 4 picks all of last year. And then, I know this is a little bit of a hot take. I am buying Denver and Bo Nix and Sean Payton, and I think their defense is special. They're going to have one of the best defenses in the sport. They're going to be top 10. I'll bet anything on that. I think they're probably going to be top 5. So then you add in Nix and Payton and a couple of the weapons they've got now, being able to run the ball better. Why wouldn't, if all 3 of those teams are healthy, why couldn't all 3 of those teams go 10-plus wins again?
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at the 2 divisions I mentioned, AFC North, I have more questions about the Pittsburgh Steelers than I do about the Denver Broncos. Obviously, the Browns aren't making it. I don't think the Raiders will make it in those divisions. So then it comes down to the Ravens and Bengals could still make it, and then 3 teams out of the AFC West make it, and then you just get your team out of the AFC South and AFC East. I don't think that's far-fetched.
No, I agree. New England would be the team out of the East that could be frisky. Maybe a Colts team out of the South, or Jacksonville, I guess, possibly, although they were 4-13 last year. But let's end our retweet, quote tweet AFC version in the South right now with this. Team to watch in the AFC and a coach that has a legitimate chance at Coach of the Year, Liam Cohen in Jacksonville. He gets Trevor Lawrence right, and the 4-13 Jags double their win total this year.
Yeah, retweet.
You're in on Jacksonville.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think they're going to make the playoffs, but...
I mean, here's another one. Daniel Jones ends up starting 13 or more games for the Colts this season.
No, that's not going to happen.
You think it's a lot of Anthony Richardson?
I think it's still going to be a decent bit of Anthony Richardson. I think
from the beginning, or because Jones gets benched? Anthony Richardson stinks.
He stinks, but Daniel Jones isn't giving you anything either.
Right, but Daniel Jones might be able to run their offense better than a guy who can't.
I don't think he starts 13 games, but it's probably closer to half and half.
But so then what's that breakdown? Like, does Richardson get... I know he's starting their preseason opener this weekend.
Yeah, I don't know. It might be Daniel Jones because of the fact that Richardson has had the stuff in the offseason, and it's kind of... He might be a slow starter in training camp here with some of the time missed, even though he's starting that first preseason game. But I can't think that Daniel Jones is going to be so good that he keeps the job all year.
So basically, your point, and I think I would actually retweet this from you, is their quarterback situation is to the extent that whoever starts can't finish. Like,
correct.
Someone's getting benched, and the other guy's going to play a bunch.
Correct.
I think that's probably true. Maybe you give Richardson 2 or 3 or 4 games or something. Let me look at their schedule. A lot of times, that's how you make the decision is, do you have a... If you have a really tough early schedule, you almost throw one guy to the Wolves, and the guy that you prefer to start more games comes in after that.
Not a bad schedule to start.
Dolphins week 1, then the Broncos, Titans, so you could win 2 of those games. Then you've got the Rams, then you've got the Raiders, 3 winnable games out of their first 5. Cardinals. Yeah, I mean, they actually don't have a bad schedule in general here.
No.
But whoever starts should be able to at least get them 2 or 3 wins in their first 5 games. All right, there you go. Retweet or quote tweet. Should we toss that one out, or we feel all right about it?
I think Danny would hate that one, but yes. I kind of like it.
It has to do with, like, technology, and it's not just named, like, agree or disagree.
Yeah.
So he would not probably love it that much.
No, we'll have to come up with another way to phrase it for Danny, but I do like that segment.
I think he would be okay with, like, cosine or make a secondary point.
Sure.
He would want me to very clearly describe the actual segment.
Or we could maybe come up with some Star Wars reference or something of
There you
that
go.
nature. We had to figure out what worked with that, but
That would be Chewbacca or Han Solo. We should name it that.
something like that.
The double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We got the Blitz in about 20 minutes. Grant and Danny, without Danny today on the Fan. Busy summer Wednesday on Grant and Danny. Commanders training in Foxboro with the Patriots. 2 days from right now, the Washington outfit kicks off its preseason. Looking forward to seeing what the Commanders can do against the Patriots under the lights. Who looks good and who doesn't on Friday evening. Plus, the Nats are in action trying to right themselves this evening. They've lost 6 in a row, 4 straight on a homestand now that has been just a complete disaster. Cade Cavalli makes his first big league start in 3 years tonight, finally back after a litany of injuries. We'll take you up to pregame at 6:15. But right now it is time for our double play. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers, now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Toby, sometimes you see that these crashes happen and there's something in the truck that makes it kind of entertaining.
Yeah.
That's spilled all over the road. I don't think I've ever seen a picture quite this good. A tractor trailer crash in Pennsylvania. So first of all, hope the driver and everybody's okay. Shut down I-83 completely in both directions. Why? Because crews, and there were several of them, had to clean up over 1,000 pounds of frozen hot dogs that had been strewn across a several-lane highway. You think about, like, the car in front of you that has a trash bag burst open and the mess that makes and just the sheer destruction on the couple-lane road for, the next couple of hours as people are, like, dodging things. 1,000-pound of hot dogs, man. It's just boxes and boxes and packages of frozen hot dogs. But it got me to thinking, like, what would be something that if it spilled, you would have to hold yourself back from if you were like the first car there parked going, I'll go scoop one of these up. Like, hot dogs are not going to move the needle for me. I mean, they're fun, they're delicious, whatever. You could go get them at the grocery store. Is there anything that if it's strewn across the highway and it's just there and it's still good, and you could just throw a couple in the trunk and nobody will really care probably, where you might get out of the car and go, I'm going to go scoop this.
Does it have to be food related?
Doesn't have to be.
If golf balls were everywhere, they're so expensive, I would go get golf balls.
Ooh, that's a good one, actually. Because do you use, like, what are they, Pro V1s or something?
I do not use Pro V1s because I'm not good enough and they cost way too much.
Now, when you say they cost too much, do you buy them in a sleeve of 3 or do you buy them by the dozen?
Generally by a dozen. How much do you think Pro V1s cost?
So I don't know anything about golf.
A dozen Pro V1s, how much do you think they cost?
I know enough about golf, I guess, to know that people like Pro V1 golf balls. That's the extent of my knowledge. I'll say, because you're saying they're super expensive, I'll say they cost $55.
Did you look this up?
I didn't. I have no idea.
Okay, Pro V1s from Dick's right now, $55.
No way. Okay. Hey, let's Price is Right this thing. Where's Drew Carey?
All right, well, actually, then it's $54.99, so you went 1 cent over.
Damn, I lose. That's a great answer, though, actually, because it's something that you would use that's expensive, right?
Very expensive.
What is something that would motivate me? Here's one that would be good, like bags of chicken wings. Now,
well, I was thinking otherwise. If we're going food item, beef jerky.
Oh, that's good, too, because you don't really have to worry. Like, it's packaged well. It's not dirty. Like, I'm thinking, like, frozen chicken wings that are in boxes. I could just scoop one up. Here's a real fat guy one for you, okay? What about, like, a box of frozen McDonald's patties or something like that? Like a McDonald's truck. God willing, everybody's okay. But it gets overturned right in front of my car. And that, like a gold at the end of a leprechaun's rainbow, there's just a box of, like, nuggets and patties chilling right there.
Yeah.
18 pounds of frozen McDonald's food. That's getting in my trunk.
What would you do if you're on the road behind this truck and it turns over and there's just a 12-pack of hot dogs sitting in front of you and you just happen to have your tailgate grill in the back and you're stuck here anyways? You pulling out your grill?
That's actually a good bit. I mean, they close the road in both directions.
I can't go anywhere. Might as well have a nice little tailgate session here.
It's the Beltway, and I'm on my way to Audi Field to see the Washington Spirit. I've got the Weber in the back. Might as well just throw it on the side of the road, and let's cook up a couple of dogs right here and right now. Brandon's in Silver Spring wants to hop in. What's up, Brandon?
Ooh, fun topic, boys. Good distraction from baseball. I was on.
God knows we need them.
We need it. I think it was like 99 or close to 2000. I was on the Beltway Friday afternoon coming home, right near College Park, Maryland, and maybe around 300 feet in front of me was I think it was a Marlboro truck, Marlboro cigarettes,
of course,
and it just opened up, and cartons went everywhere, and people were pulling over, grabbing them. It was on the news. It was awesome.
Jumping out of their car. I mean, again, that's up your alley because you're talking expensive.
Yeah.
Now you're not a smoke. When I think of Toby, I think of smoking, drinking,
all those things. Yes.
As many like sinly things as you could possibly do. That's more Toki if you spin your hat around.
Sure.
You probably dabble in some of those things and we don't know about. But yeah, I could see that, like just people scrambling to pick things up. You would like if money. I don't know how this would happen, like a Brinks truck or something.
Yeah.
But like if there was cash on the road, you don't think people would just be going nuts trying to just scoop up money and throw it in pouches or
some
something?
people have said some alcoholic beverages in the chat. Like if
oh hell yeah.
Some beer truck.
Dude, if a bourbon truck spills and there's just bottles of bourbon rolling toward my car, I'm a good Samaritan. Until that's a nice batch of Old Forester or something. And whoopsie daisy, my shoe stopped it. Who's looking? Nobody. This is a tough debate for your boy. Anthony and Calvert, how's it going?
Good, guys. So about 3 years ago, I'm heading up a highway in southern Maryland, and I'm at a red light, and I look over to the right, and I see a couple crabs in the middle of the road, on the side of the road, and a busted up bushel basket. I figured somebody just dumped some dead crabs because, they didn't want to take them to the dump. They just threw them on the side of the road. So I go up the road about another mile, take the exit ramp. I curl around on the exit ramp. I see another bushel laying on the side of the road. This one's got a lid on it. Right after that, there's another bushel. This one's flipped over, and there's crabs laying in the road. And then right after that is another bushel with no lid on it, crabs laying in the road. As I slow down, I notice the crabs are all alive.
No.
So I jump out, throw the hazards on, jump out, grab the full bushel with the lid on it, throw it in the back of the truck. Then I grabbed the empty bushel or the spilled bushel, started grabbing as many crabs as I could.
Do you have gloves or are you just getting pinched? You're just risking it all.
Well, you know how to pick them up.
Well, if you're from Calvert County, you know how to pick them up. City Slicker,
there you go.
City Slicker Paulson prefers his crabs steamed when he touches them.
No, man, you just pin them in the back and grab them by the back.
I grew up on the river. My dad taught me, but I've lost. This is not like riding a bike. You know what I'm saying? It's not worth it to risk. But I get you. So you're picking them up. You're throwing them in the basket.
Pick them up, put them in the bushel basket. I end up with 2.5 bushels of live number ones.
No way.
Wow.
Holy shnikes. And then do you call your buddies and you're like, you want crabs? I got a couple hundred sitting in the car right now.
Yeah, no, I ended up selling some to the guys at work for real cheap, $50 a bushel instead of like $300 a bushel.
Right, exactly.
And then I brought like 3-4 dozen home, and so everybody was happy.
That's the way to do it.
Some poor bastard got to work, and they're like, "Where are the crabs, Bill?" And he's like, "I swear I put them in here."
That's tough.
I'm just thinking of a bottle of like Pappy Van Winkle, just rolling right, and like, I should probably hand this back to them. That's what I should.
That
do.
is the good stuff.
That is the good stuff. But I don't know. Crabs might be really, really high on that list. That's
Very
fun.
high.
Yeah, I've not had one of those experiences. Normally for me, it's just like trash rolling around.
In this market, the crabs, you know how expensive they are right now? I'd go crazy if I was in Anthony's situation.
It's a couple $100 right there. I mean, easy. Well, I guess it depends. But if you got more than a bushel, yeah, on the wrong day, that's a pretty penny. All right, the Beltway Blitz is next on Grant and Danny. Toby's in today. You're locked into the Fan. We'll take you up to 6:15 in pregame of the Nats and the A's.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. In the NFL, Commanders training camp, they were at joint practices today with the New England Patriots. 7 players didn't make the trip to Foxboro. 2 players on PUP, Terry McLaurin, Sam Cosmi, and then 5 others. Marcus Mariota, who's dealing with a lower leg strain. Noah Brown, Jordan McGee, Brandon Coleman, and Javonte Jean-Baptiste also didn't make the trip. Other news in the NFL, Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is dealing with an aggravated disc in his back. He received an epidural and is called week to week. The Rams still plan to have him for week 1. Other quarterback news, Titans quarterback Cam Ward is going to play part in all 3 preseason games, and Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders is going to get the start for the Browns in their preseason opener. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the A's in Game 1 of the series at Nationals Park yesterday, 16-7. They'll look to end their losing streak tonight in Game 2 of the series, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli making his second career start, his first since his Major League debut on August 26th of 2022, making his way back to the big leagues after some injuries. Jeffrey Springs starts for the A's. He is 10-7 with a 4 ERA. Training camp's heating up. Is your house? Call Foley Mechanical. They're the pros for HVAC, boilers, and radiator heat in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Privately owned, proudly installing Amana. Foley Mechanical, no gimmicks, just game-ready comfort. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
However you are listening to Grant and Danny, we appreciate you and thank you for doing it. Brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad. They'll get you squared away with a last will and testament, a living trust, or a medical power of attorney. Schedule a consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Let them know we sent you. You'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Beltway Blitz is chock full. We'll talk Commanders. They are in Foxboro today for practice. The NFL, spin you around the league. But we've also got to talk Nationals baseball. And I say we've got to because it's not as fun as it once was to do that. But a man who makes it more enjoyable, our friend Dave Jagler of the Nationals Radio Network, gets us started. Jags, you were punching that time card last night, boy. That was earning your paycheck, my guy. 16 runs. The A's, not the Brewers. Allen Iverson style, not at practice. We're not talking about a game, not a game. This was not the Brewers who were headed to the playoffs. This was the A's. That was UGLY, and the Nats didn't have an alibi.
Yeah, how you doing, Grant? I'm good. Thanks.
Good to see you, buddy. Good to hear from you.
Well, I mean, it's been a rough stretch. I mean, this team has been through a couple of those this year, but in a way, this almost feels more demoralizing when they lost 11 in a row because in that streak, it felt like they could have won maybe 7 or 8 of those games. Here, they've been down early and down and out for most of the night. So, yeah, we're going deep into our preparation story time, just trying to keep it entertaining over the course of 3+ hours with all the pitches being thrown. So that's our job. That's what we signed up for. So we're going to call a big league game tonight, and we're going to try to make it fun and entertaining, and hopefully this one will be a win.
Well, you guys did that. You kept me entertained. I mean, it was a busy game. There were a lot of runs. You could have a recap of this game would have taken 6-7 minutes probably. I mean, it was a ridiculous action from the A's perspective. Jags, how about Cade Cavalli tonight? 3 years in the making. We'll see him on the mound for the second time ever.
Yeah, I mean, I punched it in. It's 1,076 days since his first, and that to this point, only big league start. Saw him walk in the clubhouse. He was greeting guys, big smile on his face. So this is a long time coming, and this is a big 6 weeks for Cade Cavalli. I mean, right now, from the way things have gone here in the second half of this season, the Nationals have need for starting pitchers. So they have to find out what they have in Cade Cavalli. He's a first-round pick. He was going to make the rotation in 2023 before he went down to Tommy John surgery. And so last year was a lost year after the year off from surgery. And, did he dominate AAA? No. His ERA was over 6, but there were some good things. He averaged well over a strikeout per inning. He's been missing bats with his curveball and his changeup. His fastball has been hit hard. So let's see if he can command the fastball at this level. The A's proved last night they can hit a fastball that's in the middle of the plate. That's where Gore tried to live, and it didn't work. So we know he's got the good curveball, changeup. So it's almost like a second big league debut for Cavalli. Hopefully he can stay healthy, finish the season on 2 feet, and make an impression to go into next year being a key part of this rotation.
Jags, one of the few bright spots on this team is James Wood, but not recently with the struggle that he's been in. What have you seen out of him during his struggles? And it feels like he's getting the ball a little bit better recently, but what do you see out of him?
Yeah, we're looking for anything. I mean, there was a hard ground out last night, and you're trying to grasp for that straw. It's just so many strikeouts, and what we've seen is when he doesn't go, the engine that's not driving the train. So this offense has been kind of stuck in it, but you can't hang what's happened this homestand or the last couple of games in Houston on the offense. But yes, James Wood needs to get going again, and clearly maybe his swing was a little bit off. He was kind of jumping at the ball, not staying back and driving the ball with authority to left center field, which is the patented James Wood swing, and maybe the result of flying open, cheating a little bit. The pitch selection has been not what it has always been. That's always been his calling card. We compared him favorably to Soto last year with his pitch selection, breaking into the big leagues as a rookie. And now it's been oftentimes taking strikes down the middle, chasing the breaking ball off the outside. Chase rate the last couple of games has been better. So again, we're looking for anything to signal a turnaround. And there's been a game here or there, but nothing consistent. So hopefully, he's got a lefty tonight. They got a lefty tomorrow. He's going to face. Hopefully he can stay in there. We know when he's going well, he hangs in there against lefties and powers the ball to left center field. That's what we're looking for tonight.
Jags, one area of this ball club that's very healthy long-term is the outfield. You mentioned Woods struggles currently in the short term, but I think we've seen enough to know this guy's going to be a star, maybe a superstar player for the Nationals. They've also got Dylan Cruz coming back from injury, the former number 2 pick. We've seen Dalen Lyle at the big league level. Bright future for him, perhaps, offensively. Robert Hassel is 4 for 9 since being recalled with 3 extra base hits. He's done some good things. What have you seen from Hassel in this second go-round? I know it's a small sample, but he seems like he's been able to drive the ball a little bit.
Yeah, confident approach. I mean, he talked about he felt he was a little bit passive as the at-bats piled up his first time in the big leagues, went down to AAA, started raking again right away, and has come up and has raked right away. So he's going to be in there against the lefty tonight. He was not in there, interestingly, against the righty in last night's game, came off the bench and hit a double in the 9th inning. So this is going to be interesting. I mean, Dylan Cruz has yet to go 9 innings, so they're obviously taking their time on his rehab, considering that he missed almost 2 to 2.5 months. Miguel Cairo said today in his press conference he's looking at this as almost like a mini spring training for Cruz. So he's going to at least finish this week, if not carry the rehab assignment into next week. So at that point, you've got a decision to make. When Cruz comes back, ostensibly to play every day, well, who sits? I mean, Dalen Lyle doesn't deserve to sit. Robert Hassel's playing well. Jacob Young has struggled a bit offensively the last week, but obviously gives you premium defense. So there's going to be options and decisions to be made, and tough decisions, because it's better to have too many choices than not enough choices. And right now they're going to have a lot of choices in the outfield.
Jags, appreciate the time. Hopefully we can call a win tonight.
Yeah, I'm hoping for a scoreless top of the first. Let's start with that.
That would be a baby step. We'll accept that, Jags. Thank you, buddy.
And we'll have fun nonetheless.
Yes, you will.
Absolutely.
We will be listening right here on the Fan. 6:15 pregame, 6:45 first pitch. Be good, Dave. Let's keep the blitz moving. Zach Selby, who covers the Commanders for the Commanders site, commanders.com, makes his first ever Beltway Blitz appearance. Zach, we appreciate a couple of minutes. I know you're in Foxboro for the joint practice today. Be our eyes and ears out there. What was the session like? How intense was it? And how much did the Commanders get out of it, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think they got a lot out of it. And I think that's really what they want. They want a lot of film and a lot of evaluation opportunities for, things that do well, things that didn't do as well, things that can work on a little bit. But, there was some fights here and there, got a little chippy on the defensive side of the field. But overall, I think it was, like I said, some good, some things that they need to work on, but a lot of film for DQ and his staff to work on. I think they got what they got what they needed out of it.
Was it primarily ones that got the work today?
I would say, it was the ones, but also I would say the 2s and the 3s got in some work there. And DQ even mentioned at the top of his presser that there's going to be some players who are going to get a lot of work today that are going to get less work in the game, and vice versa. So you see guys like Jake Daniels who got a lot of work, guys like Sam Hartman, Josh Johnson not getting as much work because they're probably going to be playing a lot more in the preseason game. So it was a good mix, but I'd say the starters probably got a lot more work than the backups.
Friday night game looms now for the Commanders and the Patriots. You mentioned in your takeaways after practice, I saw a video you had done that Laramie Tunsil really stood out. I don't want to say he's been quiet at camp, but he's had a bunch of veteran days. It's not like there's a ton going on in 11s generally. There's been moments where he's flashed, but it sounds like today was his coming out party as they played another team.
Yeah, he was really good. And here's what I'll say. If you're not talking that much about an offensive lineman, that means the offensive lineman is doing his job. Because usually if an offensive lineman gets a lot of attention, that means he's probably letting someone go or giving up a sack or something like that. No, Laramie Tunsil has been a stalwart for really most of training camp. And you can just really see how whenever he anchors on these bull rushes, like that guy's just not going anywhere. Same thing with like these speed rushers. Like they're running the hump. They're not getting to Jay Daniels really at all. You can see his footwork. You can see his hands, right? He's a long dude, and he's such a prototypical tackle size. And he uses all of his physical traits to really just stand out and really use them to his advantage. So I've been a big fan of Laramie, ever since he joined the team. I think he's been a great guy on and off the field, good guy for Josh Connolly to work with. And I think you really think we finally got this left tackle that's going to be able to take Jay Daniels for this year and hopefully for a long time afterwards.
What'd you make of the corner room today? It's been a standout group in camp in Ashburn. Did that continue in Foxboro?
Yeah, I would say it was a little bit up and down for sure. I mean, you did see some good things. Like, the group did have a good finish to the end of practice where, they got an interception off tip ball from Mikey Samerstil. Carlton Diggers made a pretty nice pass break up in the end zone earlier in practice. But you also saw some moments that, they could still do a little bit of work against another opponent. I thought, Trey English did some really good things against Stephon Diggs. No big interceptions or pass breakups, but you did see him disrupt the timing. And like I mentioned in the video that you mentioned earlier, I mean, even just disrupting the rhythm for a number one wide receiver to get those incompletions, that really helps. That could be just as effective as getting one of those turnover plays like that. So I think you do see a lot of the good moments that they had earlier in camp, but still got some work to do, still building out the chemistry. And I'm really looking forward to see what they do on Friday against this receiver core.
Training camp coverage on The Fan presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. We're talking Commanders camp and their practice today with Zach Selby of commanders.com. Zach, last one for me. Curious just about the idea now moving forward for them of the young guys that have a chance to contribute on offense. Our poll of the day is actually who would you buy stock in for this year, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt or Jalen Lane. How much do you think those two guys might help? And if one of them really breaks out, who would you assume it is?
Well, I think those guys are going to help out a lot. I mean, I've liked Jalen Lane a lot. He seems like he's getting maybe more of an emerging role in offense, but I think he's still primarily going to be his biggest role this year is going to be on special teams, assuming he can win that punt return job. Bill Krosky-Merritt, you didn't see a whole lot out of him today, maybe a little bit quieter than some of those bigger runs he had earlier in camp, but you still saw the quickness. You still saw some of that change of direction, the vision. You saw a lot of things that you liked. It didn't pop as much as it did earlier in camp. As far as who I would say that I would buy a stock in, who I think would be good for a breakout, I feel like Bill has at least some of those traits there, because assuming he wins that third running back role, I think he's going to be a good change of pace for B-Rob and Austin Eckler, because he has the ability to really work in between the tackles and also has the speed to get out in these outside zone plays. Assuming he can be as good of a pass catcher as he can as a runner, I think he could really open up this playbook in a way that could really excite some fans.
Zach, appreciate the time, man. Great to talk. Great to chat.
Absolutely. Great talking with you guys, too.
Let's talk about the NFL.
And to do that, we've got Denton Day of the BetMGM Network. What's up, Denton? How are you?
What up, fellas? How we doing?
Chilling, brother. So let's start with the AFC North. I asked Toby this earlier. I want to see what you think. I think there's a chance Aaron Rodgers ends up playing at a level that leads to us discussing whether or not there is a reason to start somebody else by the end of the year. What would you say to that?
I definitely think that's a possibility. I mean, he didn't play awful last year in New York. I think just everything that surrounded the Jets, well, the Jets like to Jets, and it kind of made that whole situation, that season, kind of wither away. But look, like guys that are as old as Aaron Rodgers are not supposed to be high-level players in the NFL. Eventually, father time catches up to all of us. It doesn't matter if you have the best treatment in the world or you do a lot of ayahuasca. There's no escaping father time. So eventually, it is going to catch up to him. I don't know that they have a great bridge quarterback right now, or a guy on the other side of the bridge, rather, because it is kind of weird. Aaron Rodgers is effectively a bridge quarterback in Pittsburgh, and they're just hoping that maybe Will Howard becomes something. So I guess the one thing that would maybe hamper that a little bit, Grant, is they don't really have anybody else on that roster that they can put any sort of goodwill or good faith into. But I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that a guy in his 40s is not going to be good.
Staying in the AFC North, Cleveland Browns. Shedeur Sanders is going to start their first preseason game. What do you expect to see out of him, and who do you think ultimately starts and plays most of the year quarterback for Cleveland?
Probably some turnovers on their first preseason game. Hopefully some completed passes in the first preseason game as well. I mean, anyone that's going to judge Shedeur or any rookie quarterback for that matter on the first preseason game, like you're going to get some bad football. You're not supposed to be lighting it up in the preseason. Ultimately, I think Flacco is going to be their day one guy, and then they will lose a lot of games, and eventually they will move to Dylan Gabriel, and then he'll probably lose a little bit, and then they'll move to Shedeur, and then he'll probably lose a little bit, and it'll be like that time here where there was a cycle of Robert, Colt, and Kirk, and it'll be some combination of that with all 17 of their quarterbacks.
I'm watching this SEC show on Netflix, and I know you do a lot of college football radio as well over at SiriusXM. I didn't realize, like, Brian Kelly's a really good coach, and I know people always take shots at him and hate him for some reason. I didn't realize what an old school, like, hard bleep he is. And in the first episode of this series, the juxtaposition between him and Shane Beamer is insane, where Beamer's just, like, loving on guys and everybody's buddy. And then you got Kelly who's just screaming at dudes like it's 1978. What is the perception of him? Obviously, he's a great coach, but, like, is that why he's unpopular, or what's LSU's chances going into this year? I love their quarterback, Nussmeier, but, like, where are they in the pecking order right now?
So I do really like Garrett Nussmeier. I think right now he's actually the best quarterback in the SEC. I know everybody's hype about Arch, and some of that is warranted, but he hasn't really played against SEC competition, or at least high-level SEC, where at the very least Nussmeier did last year. As far as why people don't like him, it's that. He is kind of a bit of a, well, he's a word that we can't really say on radio, but he rubs people the wrong way a lot. And there were some situations at Notre Dame where it actually got dangerous. Like there was things that he was in control of that he could have made adjustments to. He did not, and it caused some really, really dangerous things. If you don't know what I mean, Google Brian Kelly and wind, and you will find it. So he's not always he hasn't always been the best, the nicest individual, and that kind of goes with the players and the media. Whereas like the juxtaposition, you're right, it was crazy. That was probably my favorite part of that first episode, because you have this like really good, successful coach that is kind of an a-hole, and then you have this child prodigy because his father was such a massive deal at Virginia Tech, who's just like this nice, bubbly dude. He just hasn't been able to put together consecutive good seasons. So it was very, very interesting to pair those two together. I definitely think that was done on purpose. I like LSU, though, a lot. There might be a little bit of a not massive dark horse, so to speak, because the SEC is probably the most wide open that it has been in years. But I do think LSU has a pretty decent shot at winning the conference.
Well, I'm hoping Frank's son takes it a little easy on Tech in week one.
I would not expect that. I unfortunately would not. In fact, if that game goes sour for South Carolina, there's going to be a lot of unhappy people. South Carolina is kind of a sexy pick this year going into college football because of how well they ended last year and because they have a quarterback in Lenore Sellers that I think a lot of people are gravitating towards.
Yeah, first-round type talent. Denton, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Fellas, appreciate it.
Yep, be good. That is your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. Everybody in town keeps saying there's no way Terry McLaurin misses week one. Jerry Jones, the owner of the Cowboys, suggested it's very possible that Micah Parsons misses week one. If that's true about Micah Parsons, why isn't it true about Terry McLaurin? Next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders had joint practice with the Patriots today. 7 players didn't make the trip up to Foxboro for the team. Terry McLaurin and Sam Cosmi both on the PUP list. Marcus Mariota dealing with a lower leg strain. Noah Brown, Jordan McGee, Brandon Coleman, and Javonte Jean-Baptiste also didn't make the trip. Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is dealing with an aggravated disc in his back. He received an epidural, but is called week to week. The Rams still plan to have him ready to go for week 1. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Athletics in game 1 of the series last night, 16-7. Game 2 today at 6:45 at Nationals Park. And hear the game right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli making his second career start, first since August of 2022. Jeffrey Springs starts for the A's. This August only, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
All right, Baresh, this is a little something here. This is new. I like this.
These are your boys Clutch.
Is this Clutch? All right. I like it. To tell Dad to add this to the portfolio. This is like metal and hip-hop or something. This is like a nice...
They got that go-go vibe because it's DC
say.
Sound Attack. That's what we're talking about, the go-go.
This is go-go with some metal Baresh involved as well. Okay, I like this. This is a nice little combo piece. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. See, when Chris is at the controls, put some thought into the music, and he's gonna try to crowbar in his metal. But this time, he really played on my heartstrings with a little clutch, so I like that. Go-go. A little more near and dear to my heart. Jerry Jones is a wackadoo. Every single time Jerry Jones speaks right now, he says something outrageous. He says something kind of preposterous, and it just creates more headlines. It is this self-fulfilling thing where he talks, and it gets worse. Micah Parsons gets annoyed. Micah Parsons comes back at him on social media. Very, very public, high engagement player. He's on podcasts. He does his own podcast. He's streaming video games, talking to guys at night. This has been a PR nightmare for the Cowboys now, even in a way that the McLaurin thing here is not. McLaurin is unhappy with the team, popped off at a presser at a car dealership, signs autographs for fans every single day, both because he wants to and probably in some small way to spite the team as he's holding out. And it still isn't even beginning to touch where Micah Parsons versus Dallas is, where he's saying he never wants to play for the team again. He's saying that Jerry basically tried to corner him and like close a door where his agent couldn't be there and try to get a deal done. Like, this sounds really bad.
If I could grant immortality to one person in the history of humanity, I'd give it to Jerry Jones so he can keep running the Dallas Cowboys.
That Neverland pixie dust. He can't age anymore. He can't have any health issues. Him, Rufio, Hook, and the Lost Boys, bro.
Yeah, so he can keep running the Dallas Cowboys so we can keep having all this charades, all the craziness over there, and hopefully no Super Bowls for the Dallas Cowboys.
So listen to this. So this is, I'm going to read from, this is John Machado, who covers the team for The Athletic. This is Florio's piece with some quotes from some other people. But this is what Jerry Jones has most recently said now on Micah Parsons. He was quoted as saying, "We will work through it or we will not work through it." Well, those are options.
Toby or not Toby.
Exactly. To be or not to be. We will work through it or we will not work through it. Thank you for the insight there, Jerry Jones. He also said, when asked, are we sure he's going to be on the field for week 1? You play the Eagles to open the season. Is he going to play? And are you confident? Can you say with conviction he's going to play? He said, no, absolutely not. A big part of that is the decision. How would I know that? I'm just saying no, but I'm urgent. I don't even know what that means. He goes on to talk about his urgency. It was a weird presser where he's like, I'm urgent. You guys can't tell I'm urgent? This was part of that press conference at practice.
Again, your definition of urgent is not necessarily, I don't give, you gave a definition.
I did.
Okay.
I just asked when does it get there?
So I stay urgent.
Okay. Okay, any confidence that he will be on the field against Philadelphia?
Again, no. Absolutely not. That has to, a big part of that is his decision. Right. How would I know that? I just saying. No, but I'm urgent.
I mean, this is an SNL sketch. Does he know?
He's urgent.
Did he hear the question? Like, I'm honestly asking. I'm not even trying to poke fun. It is very notable if someone's asking you, the question was, do you have confidence that he will play in week 1? And he basically cuts him off to go, no, absolutely not.
But I'm urgent.
Does he know what he asked, or did he misinterpret what he was asking? He goes on to then, the rest of his answer is basically, like, it's up to him, kind of. So how would I know that? So maybe he was answering honestly.
I think he was.
He was saying, I have zero confidence that Micah Parsons is going to be on the field playing in week 1 against Philly. But this is why I care about this. Well, I guess twofold. One, because I love watching Dallas burn. I mean, it is very, very fun.
It's incredible.
To see Jerry Jones run that team. I've been through it. Peter Angelos with the Orioles in my childhood. Dan Snyder with the Washington Redskins. Well, do I have any owners right now that are making it really hard to be a fan of my team? In the Navy Yard. No,
yeah, that's a difficult one.
Nothing
have
doing
to scratch
here.
our heads thinking about that.
But I've lived it. I know it. I know what it's like. Okay, I'm with you. But watching it with the Cowboys is the best. So that's the first reason why this is great. Second, though, why I'm interested in this is Adam Peters acted like this is business, guys. This is just how the sausage is made. Dan Quinn, every time this comes up, pretends like Terry McLaurin and Sam Cosmi are both grinding their way through the PUP list. There has been zero acknowledgement that it's getting late early. Zero acknowledgement that he might not play. And that's a big reason why the entire local media has every step of the way been wrong. I'm raising my hand. Me too. I'm not calling anybody out. I've been as wrong and as loud as everybody else. I thought he would get a deal done before camp. I thought he'd be on the field when camp started. I thought he would get a deal done a couple days into camp. I thought after the hold-in, they would figure this out. Like, we've all been wrong over and over and over and over again. And it's mostly because the team is providing no insight. They're leaking no information. They're doing no feeding anything to kind of educate the media to then educate the fan base, which I think is a flawed approach, but we could get to that another day or another time if you want to. But because the media's been so wrong, the fans are kind of wrong as well. And so I guess here's my question, Toby. If Jerry Jones, in an honest moment, in a press conference that he probably shouldn't be doing, if we're being honest, is talking about Micah Parsons and asked, are you sure he's going to play in week 1? And he goes, no, absolutely not. Which is the antithesis of what everybody's saying here with Terry McLaurin. Is that relevant to Terry? The Micah situation is worse. There's slightly more animus. I think he hates the Cowboys right now more than Terry McLaurin hates the Commanders. I think Terry likes the ownership group. We saw him dap up Josh Harris. I think he likes Adam Peters personally. I don't know if Micah Parsons right now likes Jerry Jones. I don't think he does. I don't know that he likes Stephen Jones. I don't think he does. So it is a different situation. But you get my question. We're all just going, he can't hold out. He's not going to miss games. There's no way he's going to miss the season. And one other team has commented now about their confidence of their guy holding out. And the comment is, yeah, we're not confident at all that he's going to show up for work.
Yeah.
Should we flash that same light over here at all on 17?
It's tough because you can definitely draw the comparisons, but at the same point, they're so different, right? The negotiations are so public for the Cowboys, as they always are, versus here, they could be very close to being done. They also could be very far apart still.
There's no reason to believe they're close to being
exactly.
done.
But they could be somewhere close, and they could end up figuring something out. I just have a hard time believing that Terry is going to leave cash on the table in terms of missing games, unless they're going to find a way to continue to do the ankle thing, and he's injured all year, which I just don't think is going to happen.
So, two things. One, you're saying it's hard to believe that he wouldn't play. Of course. That's what we've all been saying for months. But I don't even want to go back down that path. That's obvious. What I'm saying is it, like, when is it time that we just pose the idea of, yes, it makes no sense, but neither does any of this.
Correct.
You know what else doesn't make sense? That your number one receiver from the last several years, when you have no other really legitimate receiver talent, is not under contract. That the guy that has been the ultimate model team player who's walking out to practice wearing a shirt that says team on the back is currently your biggest distraction. Like, everything about this is the anti-Terry McLaurin, is the anti-relationship with him the whole way. But we're all just kind of stopping at there's absolutely no way he misses games. And I'm saying, when do we revisit that idea? Like, it's just, and I'm a culprit. I've just taken it off the table pretty much throughout this process. For me, we're a week away from having to maybe suggest, okay, let's actually start talking about this. Because even if he shows back up in 10 days, he might not be ready for the start of the season. To their, they could do a thing where they now say, Terry, we don't like the shape you're in. Or they could kind of punish is strong, but they could put him through the ringer to get him into football shape. And his whole goal is to be back on the field, and maybe you really drag him through the ringer.
Weeks ago, I was in with Danny, and we were talking about when is the moment when you start to kind of hit that panic button. Today's the day that I said, when they have joint practices in Foxboro, and now you're getting to the point where you're affecting week one.
Oh, you said today. Do you feel that way? Like, are you panicking?
I mean, I'm getting annoyed to the point that it's going to affect this football team. And I think because, you go through it on a day-to-day basis, I'm thinking about it every day. Maybe I'm not full-on slamming the panic button.
1 to 10 level of panic. If you were a month ago, you're a 0. Day one of training camp, you're like a 1.5. What are you right now?
Probably a 6 or a 7.
Okay, so it's elevating.
Yeah, it's to a point now where, like, I still think it gets done. If that's what we're talking about, no, I'm not all that worried about that. But what frustrates me is, does it affect week one? Maybe it's not even a holdout situation of week one. Maybe it is something where he rolls into camp and it's like, all right, we got to get him ramped up and we got to get him ready to go. And we can't have him running out there week one only on a week of practice. I can't have it affecting the early part of the season. That's why it needs to get done soon.
So here's my question. I want to open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067 here on Grant and Danny with Danny out today. Toby's in. I want to know, Jerry Jones says he has no confidence that a Micah Parsons deal is going to be done by the start of the season. And he can't say with any confidence right now that Micah Parsons isn't going to miss a game. The Micah situation in Dallas is worse than the McLaurin situation here, admittedly. But this is the only person who is talking on the record about a player who's at odds over a contract right now, and he's saying there's a really good chance he doesn't play in the first game. That's what he's saying. No one else is talking. The Bengals aren't doing that. Washington's not doing that. Buffalo with James Cook is not doing that. You just don't see it. Jerry breaks all the rules because he's a goofball and he doesn't know what he's doing.
And I think if it were something, too, though, where if Micah were to sit out games and then eventually were to sit out for an extended period of time, if he were to have to go somewhere else, he could get a contract. Terry runs into a difficult spot where if he were to miss games and play this charade that his ankle's hurting him all year and still accrue the year somehow, whatever it may be, then you run into problems.
Well, they're very different situations. We can get into how they're different in a minute. But just to kind of isolate this question for people, does the Jerry Jones comments, which shed some insight into the thinking behind the scenes with Dallas, do you think they're relevant to what might be going on here in Washington? They are playing this very cool and calm, and they're acting like this could end at any moment, even though there's been no budging and seemingly no progress on the negotiation. Everyone, media, team, fans, just keep saying, he'll be here, he'll be here, he'll be here. One team is commenting on a dispute saying, we have no idea if this guy's going to be here. Is that relevant to the Washington situation, yes or no? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. Danny's out, Toby's in. I'm Grant. This is The Fan, our camp coverage today and every day, brought to you by Paul Henry's Windows. Paul Henry's Window Installation. Go to paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Jerry Jones says he's not sure if Micah Parsons will be on the team when they play the Eagles in the first game of the season. And he's the only of the high-ranking executives, I'll say owner in his case, but he's the owner, the GM, the president, the vice president, the water boy. He does it all in Dallas. Press conference all the time. He's the only guy talking who's in one of these stare-downs with a player. And it just so happens yesterday that he said, we have no confidence that he'll be ready to go, and there's a good chance that he doesn't play for us in the first week of the season. And I'm asking you, with that being the opposite of everything that is said about Terry McLaurin, should we in any way take that into account? Are we just making a giant assumption that might not be accurate? Because I'll just speak for myself. I don't want to speak for anyone else. I keep shooting down anybody who suggests he will not play in week one. And I've done it all along. I could be loud wrong, but my point from the beginning has been he's not going to take on an $811,000 fine by not playing football. But guess what? He wouldn't have to right now because he's quote-unquote hurt. There is no fine. He's not going to play in the preseason game Friday. There's no fine coming. He doesn't practice ever. There's no fines, $50,000 a day. He is on the PUP list. He is unable to perform physically, supposedly. Why wouldn't that just be able to continue into the regular season? We all keep pretending like it's not going to happen or speaking about how it doesn't make sense, and that's true. But none of this makes sense. Let's go to Scott in Silver Spring on Grant and Danny. How are you, Scott?
Hey, fellas. What's up, man?
Nothing much.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't think that it's the same situation. I really believe that ownership, Adam Peters and the group are going to do what they need to do to meet at a reasonable point. But I also think that it's not going to happen because Terry is going to want to play, and he also will play because him not playing will go against his whole, I don't miss games, I'm 30, my age doesn't matter, and so on.
Good point.
But I would also like to say, I agree with you guys, man. Long live Jerry Jones, man. I swear to God. and I've been saying that since he got rid of Jimmy Johnson way back when. I said, this is great.
He is incompetent, and it's the best. Yeah, long live is well said.
No, but he brings up a good point that part of the reason that Terry, one of the things that he has on his side is he doesn't miss games. He's playing all 17. He's out there every single time. He's Mr. Reliable. If he's going to miss it over contract situations, it's a little bit different than missing it for an injury, but you're still missing games.
Well, but here's the problem. So he can easily, him and his agent will say, he played every game. We were in a dispute over a contract. I don't think you could do that. You can't have it both ways. He's on the PUP list right now.
That's true.
He's not hurt, by the way, and everybody knows that. But you can't pretend that
How is his ankle, by the way?
What's that?
How is his ankle? Is it hurt or... Should we ask Dan Quinn about this?
Yeah. Apparently he's hitting all the markers. Him and Sam Cosmi are both having miraculous recoveries. He's ahead of schedule. I mean, if Dan Quinn does one more press conference where he pretends like Terry McLaurin is Sam Cosmi, I'm going to lose my mind. But you get my point where you can't have it both ways if you're Buddy Baker to the point where you go,
yeah,
well, he didn't play in that game because of the contract dispute. Well, no, you've given that up.
Yeah, you've given up the charade.
If it's over an injury in the PUP list, then there's a durability question. Now, I think most teams are smart enough they're not going to hold a game or two against him at the end if he plays 15 games over the dispute. But the point is the point, which is his calling card and one of the big things he has in his corner right now is his durability. I don't miss games. I post. I'm reliable. I'm there for my team. Are you willing to break some of that for a game? Because the guy said he wants to play in a game. Yeah, no kidding. He also wants to practice, I bet.
Yeah.
And he wants to play in a game. Yeah, he also probably wanted to report on time with his teammates for training camp.
Yeah, I mean, it also hurts his image as being the ultimate team guy, which is, again, another selling point of Terry. So it is a difficult spot. I think he's different than the Micah Parsons situation, but at some point you do have to wonder if we get to that point.
All right, so let's set a percentage when we return next. We'll both come up with one, and we'll hit the phones on this. What percentage chance would you put on McLaurin being on the field against the Giants on September 7th? Out of 100, what percent are you going to give McLaurin playing? And I'll even say, like, period. So if it could be that he's not quite in game shape and he's on a pitch count and he's got like 15 to 20 snaps or whatever, but just being on the field, active, playing in that game, percentage chance. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067 is the number on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. In the NFL, Commanders had a joint practice today with the New England Patriots in Foxboro. 7 players didn't make the trip. 2 on PUP, Terry McLaurin and Sam Cosmi. 5 others didn't make the trip as well. Marcus Mariota, Noah Brown, Jordan McGee, Brandon Coleman, and Javonte Jean-Baptiste. Other news in the NFL, some quarterback news. Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is dealing with an aggravated disc in his back. He received an epidural. He's considered week to week. The Rams still plan to have him ready to go for week 1. Titans quarterback Cam Ward, the number 1 overall pick, is going to play parts in all 3 preseason games, and Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders is going to start their preseason opener. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the A's yesterday 16-7. Today, game 2 of the series at Nationals Park, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli makes the start for the Nationals, his 2nd career start and his 1st since his major league debut on August 26th of 2022, coming back from numerous injuries. Cavalli getting back on the hill at Nationals Park. Jeffrey Springs starts for the A's. He is 10-7 with a 4 ERA, 6:45 right here on the Fan. When your HVAC's throwing heat like a busted bullpen, call Foley Mechanical, the go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Again, your definition of urgent is not necessarily, I don't give, you gave the definition. I did. Okay.
I just asked when does it get there?
So I stay urgent.
Okay. Okay, any confidence that he will be on the field against Philadelphia?
Again, no. Absolutely not. That has to, a big part of that is his decision. How would I know that? I'm just saying. No, but I'm urgent.
I don't have to get ready. I stay ready. I don't have to start feeling tired. I'm always tired. That was Jerry Jones at Cowboys camp. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny's on vacay. Toby's in. Grant Paulson taking you up to 6:15 tonight. And that's pregame. We're brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murrah. They will help you draft a will and testament or a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. Go schedule a consultation with their crew. They've got a Fairfax office, kmlawyers.com. They're our buddies, kmlawyers.com. Question for you right now. What percentage chance do you think there is that Terry McLaurin is on the field in week 1? And we're bringing this up. I guess there's 2 reasons to do it today. Number 1, David Aldridge wrote a column in The Athletic saying it's time. This has been fun. I hope everyone had a good time and enjoyed themselves and made their point. It's not cute anymore. Has to end. Football time is coming. Let's figure this out one way or the other. We're getting to the point, Toby, of it's like a parent. You know, I deal with this all the time with my 6-year-old girl and my 4-year-old who's about to be a 5-year-old boy, where they're just bickering. He grabbed my hair. Or he blew in my face. And I don't care who did what. We're ending this now.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of how I feel about this. Whose side are you on? Who's right? Who's wrong? I am almost at the I don't give a bleep anymore.
Correct.
It has to end today. So before we leave this room, we're going to figure this thing out together. That kind of counseling. But the reason for the question here is Jerry Jones, as you just heard, saying he has no confidence. He has no idea that how could he possibly be confident? It's not up to him at all, essentially. This is up to Micah Parsons. His suggestion is there's a really good chance that Micah doesn't play in week 1. And I know it's a different situation than McLaurin in D.C., but you're getting more honesty, I think, out of Jerry than you're getting from anyone here, where Dan Quinn's just pretending like Sam Cosmi and Terry McLaurin are both, in the same level of their rehab.
Yeah.
Where Adam Peters hasn't spoken since before training camp, and I'm not knocking Adam Peters or Dan Quinn. I like the guys, but they're just kind of feeding you what they have to, which is absolutely nothing. So I ask you, Toby, before we get to the phones, and I'll give you my answer in a second. Percentage chance that Terry McLaurin plays against the Giants on September 7th?
I'll go 80%. I still feel like it's a good chance that he plays, but there is still an inherent chance that something could go wrong, whether something goes south, whether the negotiations really sour. But that 20% for me is like 15% that they don't get the deal signed till too late and he's not ready to go and he misses the game because of that. 5% because he's actually holding out or he's on a different football team.
Okay, see, I love that kind of additional wrinkle. Where does the percent that you're not confident come from? So I'm going to go 90% he plays. It's still just so hard to talk myself into any reality where he's not on the field. I don't understand who benefits. I always start every kind of dispute with, okay, if we're trying to figure out the resolution, who benefits if this happens, that happens? Terry not playing hurts the team, it hurts Terry. Working back from that doesn't make sense. So I'm going to say 90% he plays. Of the 10% that he doesn't, I'm going to say 5 and 5. 5% he's back but not quite ready, and they're playing some games now on the back end to make him pay for what he did because they feel like they can beat the Giants. I don't think they'd do that if they were playing the Lions or the Packers or somebody in week 1. But here's the problem. I've brought this up on the show a bunch. This does not get talked about a lot. If he misses week 1, he's probably missing week 2. They play on Thursday.
That's
it's
true.
It's a fast turnaround. They don't play Sunday and then not again to Sunday. They play Sunday against the Giants, and then they get on a plane within 72 hours to fly to Lambeau Field to play on Thursday night, week 2. So if Terry McLaurin's not back in week 1, you're probably missing 2 weeks of him and then getting him back for week 3. 2 weeks is not the end of the world. You play one team that's not making the playoffs, likely in New York, one team that probably is in Green Bay. But that's still about 13% of the NFL season that he just missed. Well, so that's another reason why I'm at 90%, Tobes, is if you could miss one game and not miss a second, it might make it feel more worthwhile for him and the agent. I just don't think you can only miss one. I think it's 2 or none.
Yeah, I mean, this team has high aspirations. So, yeah, you might feel like you can beat the Giants. What if you play like you did in week 2 last year? And if the Giants had their kicker, they probably win that football game. What if you go out there and they have a good game plan to slow down Deebo Samuel and Jalen Lane isn't quite ready to go as a rookie and all these things could happen.
Possible.
Yeah, it's all stuff that possible and maybe even likely.
So, by the way, like they would probably beat the Giants. If Jaden Daniels is as good as we think he is and everyone says he is, then you can't lose to the Giants. And a topic maybe for tomorrow or another day is something I heard Neil Greenberg bring up today, which is, like, why don't more people talk about the fact that if Jaden Daniels is a top 5 MVP caliber quarterback, then the idea that he has to have Terry McLaurin is probably a little bit overstated, which I actually find really interesting. We should talk about that another time. But to your larger point, if you were somehow to lose to New York in the first game, lay an egg, disappointing game, no Terry McLaurin, now you're on a short week on the road. Thursday night road game's kind of a disaster as it is against a really good football team in Green Bay, hostile place at Lambeau Field. You're staring 0-2 down the barrel. Well, who do they play week 3? I haven't memorized.
Week 3, they got the Raiders. So it's not like the schedule is ridiculously hard to start.
No, but you could, if you lose to the Giants, you would be an underdog on the road in Green Bay. You'd be looking at 0-2 possibility.
Yeah, well,
which would be a debacle after winning 12 games last year.
You bring up the fact that if he's a top 5 quarterback, he can overcome it. Who do you think had the best season of any quarterback last year, regardless of making the playoffs or not?
Well, Allen won the MVP, so I guess I'll just throw him out.
Well, it's probably
there.
Joe Burrow. If Joe Burrow made the playoffs, I think he should have won the MVP.
True. Yeah, 4,500
What did they
yards
start?
and 40 touchdowns.
They started 0-3,
right?
Or maybe 0-4. I can't remember. But they didn't look very good week 1.
Right.
So imagine if they go out.
I was just reacting to you saying like their offense stunk up the joint.
But I'm just saying, like, what happens if they go out there and they just don't play well week 1? That's okay. It happens. It's early season. They're not playing in the preseason.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
They get off to a slow start. All of a sudden, Terry's still not out there and things aren't figured out and you're losing a couple of games. This team doesn't have just aspirations to go out there and win 7 games.
So that's the issue, too. Like, Dallas has no real expectations.
Exactly.
If you don't have Micah Parsons in the week 1 or week 2 portion of the schedule and you get off to a slow start and you win 8 or 9 games, nobody's losing their job. It's year 1 of Brian Schottenheimer, who's happy to be here anyway because he probably shouldn't have a head coaching job. This is not that. This is varsity stuff here now. Let's go to Kevin in Arlington. Kevin, what's your confidence out of 100% that Terry plays in week 1?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. Boys, I think it's 100%, but I want to make a comment on what's going on here with Jones and Parsons. To me, Jerry has not taken any opportunity to sort of smooth over things in his public comments, and the public communications from Parsons are really bad. And I think and it's not so much that he's being honest about him possibly not playing in the opener. I think he's passive-aggressively saying, well, that's going to cost him a pretty penny if he doesn't get his butt into camp. And, I just really feel like that's a completely different situation that's going on. So I think it's 100%. Can I just ask one question, though, and maybe throw this into it? And I don't want to speak this into existence, but who do you think the majority of our fans get mad at if, God forbid, Terry pulls the hammy?
Well, I think it's politics at this point, Kevin, which is to say the people right now on Terry's side get mad at Adam Peters more than they already are, and the people that think the team is doing the right thing and that they're dug in correctly, because understandably you don't pay for services rendered, you pay for services yet to come, they'll be mad at Terry and they'll call him selfish and say, how dare him? I would say if you're in the middle, like me, and you're pretty neutral on the matter and you could see both sides, I would move more toward the team's side when a player is under contract for this season and skipping a game. Very different to me than not showing up for work during camp, than not playing in a preseason game where starters are often held out anyway. Because Terry McLaurin's dispute is over getting paid next year and the years after that.
Correct.
For him to miss a game and damage this season, which he's already been paid for and under contract for, to me, that becomes a lot more about McLaurin doing wrong than the team. Let's go to Connor in Cottage City. What's up, dude? How are you?
What's up, Connor?
I'll get to my confidence level, but I also wanted to tell you what I'm urgent about, which is the intro music after the next break. Go, followed by Hendrix, on fire. Way to go.
Oh, somebody's feeling good about Baresh today. I like it.
I like it.
My confidence is 98%, leaving the 2% out there because I don't like certainty. But I think the team recognizes they need to get this done as soon as possible. Grant, you make a great point around the productivity on the earlier side of the games of the season. Last year, 2 of the 4 of the lowest productivity games for Terry McLaurin were the first 2 games of the season.
Right.
And every week that passes, you don't want to have, week 3 or 4 be lower productivity if you can't sign him for week 1. So
that's a good point. I mean, there could be still like a ramping up period whenever he comes back. So if he doesn't play, again, worst case scenario, break glass in case of disaster. Like if he skips week 1, which means he misses week 2 as well because it's the Thursday nighter right after, then he comes back for week 3 and he's got the 2 or 3 week ramp up. I mean, now it's week 5, 6 before he's hitting his stride.
Yeah, and I like the previous caller brought up, what if he pulls a hamstring? That's part of it, right? Is you want to get this guy in football shape. So I know people are like, oh, he could show up game week and be ready to go. I don't doubt that either. But the chances of an injury are much higher. We see this all the time with guys that hold out. I don't know that you can say that happened with Ayuk necessarily because he tore his ACL, but we see this all the time with guys that show up late and then end up with a soft tissue injury, and it screws their whole season.
I can't prove it. I'm not smart enough to do that research, and I didn't, go to medical school. But it does feel like your risk of injury substantially goes up when you're chasing your tail a little bit because you didn't have the ramp up. And I would say the same about baseball. You see this all the time when like guys sign late into spring training or miss a few weeks because they're holding out or some porous guy hasn't signed yet and looking for a contract. It seems like those years just never go well after that. Let's go to John in Maryland. What's up, John?
Hey, guys, first time caller in the house.
Appreciate you, buddy. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. I'm thinking it's going to be 10%. If you look back at it, and I thought Terry was going to be our Art Monk of this generation. He's set. He done dug in his heels, and he's not budging off of that number. Adam says, you're not playing me as a punk, so I'm not going to budge off this number. I think they're going to make him lose the whole season. He's going to ride it out and trade him next year because, they haven't really held on to anybody of Rod's people since they've taken over.
You not only think he's going to miss games at the beginning, you think this is going to go on for a long, long time here this season.
Oh, yeah, because he's already said, Terry said it several times, he's not budging from his number.
Well, he
and
has
I'm sure
said
if
that,
Adam
John,
was going to budge.
but he's not going to say otherwise, right?
Yeah, I mean it's negotiations.
It's possible that he doesn't budge, but if he was going to budge, you have to say that anyway, because if he came out and said, I'll budge, but I'm not going to budge until August 14th. then they kind of just wait till August 14th, right? I mean, so
it's negotiations, so you can only take some of the stuff so far. But yeah, I don't know that he's going to dig his heels in that much. But again, it's getting to a point pretty soon where it's going to affect the early part of the season, and I don't think anyone wants that.
Good first call. What we're looking for in calls, by the way, energy, right? Opinions,
check.
Succinct, right? We get in, we get out, we make a point, we add to the program. That's a winning radio call right there. Let's go to John in Chantilly. Hey, John.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's going on, John?
Doing well.
Hey, so I'm going to put it at 99%. I think there's a lot of factors going on here, but for me, I really believe that Adam Peters is as smart as everybody gives him credit for. So I want to throw a wrinkle in there and say this deal's already done. It's done behind the scenes, and they're holding this out from everybody for a couple of reasons. Let's say that this deal had been done, 2 months ago before we were even in preseason camp. Everybody would be talking about Jaden Daniels and the potential sophomore slump and how is Jaden Daniels going to respond this year and back and forth, and that would be all the media coverage for the Commanders. I think that this deal's already done in principle, and they're going to pay Terry because he's been the heart and soul of this team since 2019, and he deserves it. And to do that payout that is going to be above what his market value is, quote unquote, you're going to have to justify it by some sort of a holdout.
But John, hang on, I'm missing something.
Yeah.
So what is the benefit or the value? I mean, Terry's image is taking a hit. Adam Peters' image is getting crushed, not in a way that's irreparable, but he's taken on shrapnel that otherwise he still wouldn't have had to deal with. And the team is dealing with a significant camp distraction. Jaden Daniels is worse off at practice, not getting on the same page with McLaurin. Like, what would be the point of having something done and not announcing it?
Well, so I think it's two parts. I think it's one, this is all we're talking about. This is everything that everybody's talking about, and nobody's bombarding Jaden Daniels with how's he going to respond for his sophomore season. Is he going to have the proverbial sophomore slump? How's he going to struggle with the new schemes that everybody's had all offseason to pull up for him? And all we're talking about is Terry, and he's allowed to get ready and be in his space to get prepared. I think that those two are, along with Zach Ertz, are the three best combo for a team that has been put together in one season that in a long time.
Yeah, you got to go back to probably like what, Pierre and Deshaun and Cousins or something to have a trio. Yeah. I like the tinfoil hat thinking. There's quite literally though zero benefit for them to do that. I don't know that it's reality, but it's an interesting thought.
I don't think they need to insulate Jaden. I think he can handle anything that's thrown at him. Questions from the media about sophomore slumps, all that stuff. I think he can handle it. But hey,
also
new theory. I don't mind it.
You'd rather that be the question. I mean, this is a very negative question that creates vitriol.
Well, I think
it creates divisiveness between
definitely
the fan base and again, look at who is worse off. Like whose image is taking a hit, whose likability. Your GM, your best non-quarterback player, your ownership for the first time is being questioned. Like every part of the organization is being viewed more negatively than it needs to be. There's a 0% chance that this doesn't get announced 5 minutes before it should. I mean, the second they start getting close to a deal, they're going to send something to Adam Schefter to try to spin this narrative.
But do you think if a deal got done today, right now, that this is still something that's going to be held over? You know, the team commander side is looking at Terry saying Terry's doing this, and Terry's side looking at AP.
Like they'll have a press conference, they'll do big hugs and smiles, they'll act like nothing ever happened.
And so when does it get to that point where, say, a deal gets done on August 28th, and even say Terry plays well? Is it something where the Terry side is still looking at it like, man, that Adam Peters, I can't stand that guy, he screwed Terry? Or the team side's like, yeah, Terry's a great guy, I like him as a football player, I hope he plays well this year, but I'm still frustrated with how all this went down.
What point does it get there? If he gets his contract. As long as he gets what he's looking for. If both sides can be happy. So the way I think it's going to end now is not a long-term deal. I think it's going to be a reworked one-year deal. What happened with Chris Jones, where him and his agent had to save face after he held out for one football game 2 years ago. And so they reworked his current deal, meaning the last year of his contract, like Terry has right now, where he's only got $15.5 million in cash. And they hit some escalators and added some stuff in there so he could make, I don't know, in Terry's case, let's say $22 million or something this year. And then they were able to sell it like, see, all of that worked. We got more money coming Terry's way when he has a big year. Really, the agent and the player, in Chris Jones's case, lost. The team had all the leverage and they won. But they were able to save face and sell it because it becomes about not being wrong and your ego a little bit. And I think that's probably where we're headed with McLaurin, possibly. Unless the two sides actually meet in the middle. It just doesn't seem like there's any willingness, particularly from the team side, to do that. John Keim was in Foxboro today. He covers the team for ESPN. I want to get a boots-on-the-ground take on this practice. Practice days normally in Ashburn, it's one thing to get insight on what's going on and some 11-on-11 reporting. But this is actually a much bigger deal because you got the starters going one-on-ones. We learned a lot more today than we normally do. In a lot of ways, this is going to be as valuable as the preseason game. So we'll talk to Keim about that next live here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Commanders had a joint practice in Foxboro today with the Patriots. John Keim going to join us next to talk about that practice. 7 players didn't make the trip to Foxboro, though. Terry McLaurin and Sam Cosmi both on the PUP list. Marcus Mariota, Noah Brown, Jordan McGee, Brandon Coleman, and Javonte Jean-Baptiste also didn't make the trip. Other news around the NFL, Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is dealing with an aggravated disc in his back. He received an epidural and is called week to week, but the Rams still plan to have him good to go for week 1. In baseball, the Nats fell to the A's yesterday 16-7. Game 2 of the series tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli making his second career start for the Nats, his first since his MLB debut in August of 2022. Jeffrey Springs goes for the A's. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. He's filling in for Danny, who's on vacation. Welcome back. Grant Paulson with you on G&D. This is The Fan. Camp coverage is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. Let's talk training camp. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. An important practice today in New England, outside of Gillette Stadium in Foxboro, where John Keim of ESPN, who covers the Commanders, and many of the team's beat were on the scene. John, this has become significant, an important benchmark for clubs to go have these practices, and specifically now with 3 preseason games, a lot of veterans aren't going to play on Friday night, so it felt like this was where they were going to get their really good work. What did you take out of, and what did you think of today's workout?
And you're right. Like this is where it's going for a lot of teams, where they're not going to play a lot in the preseason. I'd be shocked if we see Jaden Daniels for more than 2 series the entire preseason. So this is the key. And so, listen, there are a couple things that jump out. One, obviously, without Terry McLaurin and even Noah Brown, you don't have a lot of guys that are winning on the outside, and that impacts over the middle. Zach Ertz looks really good. That's been the connection, but you're not seeing a lot of the downfield success without them. But we've seen that, right? We know that. Like, that's not a big surprise because it's what's evident in camp, and it's what is logical when you are missing some really good receivers, especially Terry McLaurin. The offensive line, I'd say, kind of up and down. They had Andrew Wiley back up at left guard. You have Nick Allegretti a backup at right guard. You have a rookie right tackle. GP, I kind of think, like, I've always felt like that group would be hit its stride more in November, late October, November into December, when Cosmi's back and healthy, when you get Connolly, up to where he needs to be, et cetera. Tunsil looks really good. I mean, there's no doubt about that. And then I'd say defensively, you don't overreact to anything. And I would stress with that, like, this is one step in a process. There's a lot of times over the years I've learned a lot more than I think I did today. The D-line I thought was all right. I think there were some times like I maybe thought they might do a little bit more. But I still think like there are times where you see Von Miller doing things, you see Dorrance Armstrong doing things. Still like love rookie corner Trey Amos. I think Lattimore looks better, but still not where I think he feels like he needs to be. And I think that's true too. So. Yeah, I think that kind of about sums it up, GP.
Did any of the rookie offensive guys stand out? Connerly, Krosky Merritt, Jalen Lane?
Yeah, I would say this. So, like, with Lane, and this is a hard thing, so people understand that you're looking at 2 fields where things are going simultaneously. It's not like they stop and watch the other, one side watches the other. So you have the 1-0 going at the same time that the 1D is going on the other side. It makes it very difficult to get sometimes a great sense. So you have to kind of go like, this is what I saw of this guy on a few of the plays. So like for Jalen Lane, I wasn't able to see a whole lot, but I didn't watch him every play. And there have been times in the camp I feel like he's pretty good. I think as a punt returner, that's where he's going to really make his mark early. Krosky Merritt, a couple times, he's bounced. He's got some nice jump cuts. Had one nice run around the end. Had a fumbled exchange with Jaden Daniels on a zone read play. Don't know whose fault it was, just a fumbled exchange. And then, but a couple times bottled up. But I don't know, was that him? Is it the offensive line? That's the hard part without seeing like practice footage. So that's what you're seeing live. And then you want to, you know how it is, Graham. Like you're at home, you're going to rewind that play 4, 5, 10 times to see what happened. Here you get one live shot. And so sometimes like, is that did he make the right read? That stuff you don't know. But there are a couple of times where you see what I'm looking for too are traits, and that you see with him some of the jump cuts and the decisive cuts, right? And then with Connolly, he actually said that he felt like he was thinking less out there today. And maybe that was because he was going, in practice, he's going against seemingly a different pass rusher every other play. I actually felt like overall, I thought he was solid. There were definitely a couple times Harold Landry got him to the inside in a one-on-one and then on a full team. But overall, I thought like, in camp, I feel like you've seen it, it's been a little bit up and down as he adjusts to the right side, adjusts to the NFL, et cetera. But, I felt like he was maybe better than what he had shown. But again, he did get beat a couple times inside. And I think there's still going to be some things he has to adapt to. So those are the rookie guys on offense. That's kind of how I saw it.
ESPN's John Keim on Grant and Danny. Danny's out today. Toby's in. You're listening to The Fan. Cakes, the cool thing about those kids, too, and correct me if you think I'm wrong on this, but I'd imagine we're going to see a lot of them Friday night, right? Whether it's Lane or Merritt or Connerly, maybe less so, although I would still think he'd get a good bit of playing time. But to me, like that is the fun of the preseason now is figuring those guys out. We're about to get a real nice long look.
Absolutely. You still got me there, Graham?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, we got you.
Okay, sorry about that. There's a little dead spot. Ben Standing and I are driving to the airport, and Ben, by the way, says to subscribe to his Substack. So, anyway, I'm saying I agree. Like, there are a lot of guys that I'm curious to see that are fighting for backup spots. And, how does Chris Paul fare? Like, Chris Paul looks very, very strong, heavy hands. But how does he move? Like, can he get out in space and block? He shed some weight in the offseason, it looks like. So how does he look on the move? Because to me, that's a separator in this group. Like if you can play on the move, they're going to like you because they do a lot of pulling, a lot of screen action. So like that's another guy to watch. And then guys like again Jalen Lane, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, undrafted guys, Carlin Viggers, Ja'Cory Brooks, guys like that who are who may or maybe are still not on the projected 53. But guys who, certainly I know in Vigor's case has opened their eyes, right? And so, like, watching those guys, how they progress is something, too. And then I also, Grant, like the second-year guys, the Johnny Newtons, the, Ben Sinnott, guys like that, like, you want to see a little bit more and see where they are. Luke McCaffrey, what are they showing? So, like, those guys need to show something to me in the preseason as well.
I did something last week where I was talking about areas where maybe they're better than we know, or something nobody's talking about where it could be a strength. And I actually mentioned Matt Gay, the kicker. I think it could just be something they don't have to worry about. Is there an area where you go, maybe this isn't something everyone's caught up to that's not out there every day yet, but there's a real good chance that this is not a problem or this is an area where they're a lot better?
I don't know that anything has jumped out where it's like, okay, this is – I would say I still think the defense is going to be pretty good. And, I think the corner corner group is very deep. But I don't like the guy who maybe has jumped out a little bit where you surprised a little bit is Noah Benogany just as for a guy who's like a number 5 corner on this roster, that's pretty good. And so I think that's one. And then again, I mentioned Viggers and, Key and guys like Bobby Price what do they do on special teams to see? But I'd like to say receiver, but you haven't seen anybody really separate to where you say, okay, if this player goes down, watch this guy, right?
I think there's like Jalen Lane. I think there's a lot of things that he can do well. In some practice, he looks pretty good, but you still see like, okay, details of route running, et cetera, like things like that, that's why I still think the receiver group, when Terry McLaurin is in, when Noah Brown is back and healthy, it's still a solid group because I think it's better than last year. So I'm not going to be as worried about them when those guys are there. And at some point, they will be on the field. So they're not trading Terry McLaurin. You know what I mean? So I think like that's not going to be an issue. I don't think. Now, of course, if something happens to McLaurin during the season, then it's an issue. But that's true with a lot of teams. So, but I think the corner group is one where like it's even just a little bit stronger than I thought. And Amos looks really good.
Talking with John Kine from ESPN, Toby Altizer sitting in for Danny today on Grant and Danny. The big question for me going into the season, John, is the defensive line and that front four.
Yeah.
Do you think that they're going to be able to stop the run better this year with some of the size they brought in? And also, if it gets to a certain pass situation, do you think that they can get home with 4, or it's going to still have to be a little bit of a manufactured pass rush?
So, and that's one. I'm glad you brought up that area, too, because I still think, today, and again, the hard part today with the D-line sometimes is you'd see a guy win, and would he have sacked, and could he have continued on that path? Like, they're not doing live tackling. So, but I say that because, like, you see things from Von Miller. Like, he looks like he still has something left. Now, the question is, can he do it late in games? Can he do it late in the season? That's when they're going to need him. But, yeah, so as far as stopping the run, I believe they will be better there. I don't think you can be worse. And I think they've added enough there where it should be better. It's not just like, the Javon Kinlaw, but Dietrich Wise. And I think having Farrell be healthy all year will help them. He was not healthy for a lot of last year. Deron Payne looks pretty good. So I think that group, I think they'll be fine. I also think that 1 through 9 or 10, they're just better. They're just deeper. It doesn't mean they have like a stud on that group, but just 1 through 10, there's not a huge drop-off. So, like, I think that will help against the run. And as others have pointed out, too, the coaches, sometimes it was the defensive back play that was messing up the run fits as well. So I think they feel better about that group overall as well. So I do think they'll be better against the run. As far as the pass rush, I think they're still going to see a lot of pressure, a lot of blitzes brought. And part of that, too, goes back to having Amos in there, Sammer still, and then Marshawn Lattimore, the ability to play man coverage will allow them to and play it better than last year. Like Joe Witt said the other day, he's a press man cover guy. That means you'll see that allows them to do some different pressures. Like you watch, I think Frankie Louvu is obviously better going forward. So I would be surprised if they just try to rush with 4 a lot. I do think you have the ability to put 4 guys out there who can win, but you may not have that double-digit sack guy outside of maybe Louvu. But with the D-line, you may have 4 guys you put out there who are like 6 to 8 sack a year guys, right? So, not great, but capable. But I still think you're going to generate some pressure with Louvu quite a bit.
And to John's point, 4.8 yards a pop allowed last year and 138 per game, which was 30th of 32 teams. So it's not going to be worse than that, ideally.
No, I would put some money on that.
Yeah. We'll let you out on this one because I know you guys are getting to the airport, but this is just kind of nerdy, my own curiosity, especially with the Commanders building a stadium and obviously the facility is going to be in a different location. But I could see that you guys were outside the Gillette Stadium. Do they, get dressed in their game day locker room, same or the Commanders like in the visiting game day locker room, or is there a whole nother facility?
No,
how does that work?
Well, the Patriots will get dressed here. The Commanders went back because they had buses there they had to get on and go. So I think they just went back to wherever they were staying. That's my understanding. So,
but I mean, is there like a whole different facility, or would these teams like the Panthers do this, where they actually are at their stadium with their facility? I wonder if they're in their home locker room like today.
That I don't know. I don't know, Grant. I don't know. All I know is that Robert Kraft shows up in a helicopter, and that's what I know. I know the important stuff.
Right.
And it's interesting to see a team that has an owner with a helicopter that actually won.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm familiar with the owner with a helicopter landing in the middle of practice. And I saw you guys had a Bon Jovi sighting. I think it was Bon Jovi. And
Bon
a Jason
Jovi.
Tatum sighting.
Jason Tatum, yeah.
Star power,
Stars
man.
were out. Yeah.
And cakes, all in one.
Chris Baker was there. That's right. Chris Baker was here, too. Drove up from Connecticut.
No kidding. Just to hang?
Yeah, just to hang. I think he just liked being back around football and the guys.
I get
his
that.
health is good, too, for people wondering.
That's good.
Very cool. All right, well, good info. Wanted to hear from someone who was out there because obviously there wasn't a ton of like video and everything triculating.
Right.
So appreciate you.
Thanks, John.
All right, GP. Thanks.
Be good. There's John Keim of ESPN. He and Standig on their way to the airport. That commute, from what I remember, to that stadium, it's a little bit of a drive, but it's like 2 lanes in, 2 lanes out. You want to talk about traffic on game day?
Oh, is that like a Lambeau Field situation?
Essentially, yes.
Oh, gross.
That one's tough. Oh, like an hour and a half before the game. If you're not already there eating and drinking in the parking lot, you can sit for a little while.
Yeah, that's gross.
It's not like they've played any big games either that a lot of people wanted to get to.
Yeah, this Friday is a big one too, by the way. Tom Brady, statue reveal.
That's true. Commanders seem to always get those. At least I'm not going to complain about this one because it's a preseason and it doesn't matter. But it does feel like they're the team that is constantly there when someone's getting a statue or someone just passed away and they're having some ceremony. You catch some of that shrapnel, unfortunately. All right, next, I want to get into the Nats. Is there any emotion left for anger from people on their way to the ballpark tonight, or is the apathy now setting in as they are playing one of their worst stretches, frankly, in the last 15 or so years as a club? We'll get into that on G&D when we return. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Big thanks to John Keim of ESPN stopping through the program. He was out at practice in New England today. Commanders Patriots preseason game number 1 Friday night. Starters almost exclusively one by one.
Yeah.
Not going to play, but I did see for next week's game, which is going to be on Monday Night Football. So they play Friday night. Fast forward 9 days. They're at home on Monday night, last game of the week 2 of the preseason. The Bengals are going to play their starters a bunch here, apparently.
Well, they got to change some things up because they start slow every year.
Zach Taylor said this is part of it. So they're going to play a little bit, I think, this weekend, at least some of their guys. And then they're going to play a lot. The most they've played in a preseason game in a few years here. So that's a lot of Burrow, Higgins. That'll actually be pretty cool.
I'm curious to see if part of the reason, too, is Joe Burrow's healthy. He's always banged up in the offseason or banged up in the preseason, always banged up going into the year. Right now he's healthy, and they're going to play some in the preseason. Hopefully he makes it through. It'll be interesting to see if they can get off to a better start.
We've been talking mostly football today, and the Nationals, understandably, have taken the back seat again. But
why is that?
Well, there's a lot of reasons for that, actually. But they play coming up at 6:45, and I'd imagine there are some people listening on their way to the ballpark right now on their flagship home for the Nats. And I actually just wanted to see, is this thing on? Take the temperature a little bit here. I get the sense that fan anger is actually not as high as it should be. Like you and I at the game yesterday, we're kind of doing a cringe, and we're like, this is embarrassing. I'm like, yep. I'm like, should we do a Nats vent clock tomorrow? And I'm like, I don't think there's enough people with the energy to call in and complain. Like, they always say as if there's some, like, prevailing wisdom that I'm aware of. Claire, what are you doing? What are you looking for? Is he still looking for his water bottle?
He's still looking for his water bottle.
He's just wandering around everywhere aimlessly. Like, he literally, he didn't even walk in here. He just walked to the door and just kind of...
By the way, he's checked in here 4 times.
I'm a crazy person when it comes to my water.
With the water bottle.
But here's the thing.
It's a water bottle, bro.
Guy, I have had people take my water bottle here and hide it around the office, and I know this person no longer works here.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I have PTSD from it, and I can't find my water bottle, my throat hurts.
Can you just acknowledge that for the last 4 minutes, you've asked us about your water bottle? You've interrupted 9 conversations to ask everyone about your water bottle.
I know.
You just walked in. You didn't even look for your water bottle. What was that?
I turned the corner to look to see if it was sitting in there. And Toby, if you could check below your feet, maybe. My water bottle is somewhere, and I can't find it. It's driving me insane because I love my water bottle.
Can you acknowledge that if you lost your water bottle, it changes nothing about this day? We'll get you another one. Like, why has this become such a big deal?
It's such a hassle.
Everyone's day has been derailed by you losing your water bottle.
I know.
He's more worked up about it than the Nats.
It's unbelievable.
I'm sorry. I like this water bottle. It keeps my ice cold.
Let me explain to people what happened during the commercial break. Me and Strober are talking about baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, have you guys seen my water bottle? Then me and Toby are talking about the show, what we're going to do next segment. Hey, have you guys seen my water bottle? Me and Chris are talking about the music he's going to play coming in. Metal Chris is like, I got a good song for it. But Metal Chris, what about my water bottle? It's the only thing on your mind. This is unbelievable.
I know, and I'm sorry. This is a me thing. It's the me thing. I need my water bottle. I'm a thirsty boy.
He just walked into the studio and it's not here. It's gone.
I can't accept it. Someone has taken my water bottle.
Have you gone to the bathroom?
I have gone to the bathroom. I was in another radio station studio.
Hey, you went over to 94.7 to answer phones a few minutes ago.
Yes.
For some reason I can't quite figure out, but that's another story. Did you leave it over there?
I checked. I checked the bathroom. I checked the kitchen. I checked where I was sitting next to Toby in there. Someone took my water bottle.
No,
and it's driving me insane.
Why would anyone take your water bottle?
Because people have done it before here, and it's so stupid.
One guy that worked here years ago that thought it was funny to hide your water bottle, who hasn't been here in 2 years, did that once. Nobody here would take your water bottle.
But everyone knows how seriously I take my water bottle, and that's why it's a Wednesday. I don't know. Maybe Ben did it. Maybe Metal Chris did it. Maybe Toby did it.
Nobody
maybe
knew.
You did it.
If anyone knew that we were going to derail the entire radio show because your water bottle disappeared, I promise you none of us would have done it.
Someone did it.
Well, here's what normally happens when someone's water bottle is missing. Someone would go, my water bottle's missing. All right, anyway, back to my day. No one knew that this would just... You haven't done any work in the last 15 minutes.
I'm trying to get a YouTube video.
Did you even put us back on the stream?
Yes, I did. I was looking for my water bottle. I realized we were coming back, put you guys back on the stream, but I need my water bottle, and someone has taken it at this point.
Well, here's my question for people when we come back on Grant and Danny, other than who has Ryan's water bottle. God forbid we don't finish that and figure that out. We'll never get back to the show. Do you have anger about what's going on with the Nats, or are you just checked out? I'm getting a lot of tweets from people going, hey, I just canceled my subscription to watch them the rest of the year. I haven't watched a game this week. I'm not going to be watching tonight. Like that kind of stuff. Are people just over it and moving on because they're bad? Or are you still watching and frustrated, and do you still have frustration? What I was about to say when Ryan broke into the studio and barged through the door to look for his water bottle was that, like, they say with couples that you essentially, it's good if you're fighting because it means you still have feelings.
Correct. There's a care. Yes.
Exactly. It's the couples that are cooked are the couples that just don't communicate. They don't speak.
Don't care about anything.
They don't fight anymore. They're like, it's not worth it to me. This person means nothing. I'm not going to spend any time trying to get to the bottom of what's going on.
Which is great why me and my girlfriend work out. We fight all the time.
Are you guys fighters? Don't get me started on Toki's love life. I could do a whole show on that.
We're going to make it work. We fight all the time.
Now, who is this girlfriend of yours that we don't know about?
We'll continue on. We'll talk about it maybe 7 o'clock tonight.
Right. I like that. But I think a lot of fans aren't even in the fighting phase anymore.
No.
I think they're just like, see you in spring training. Hopefully they spend some money. But I want to check in on that next. We'll get you ready for Nats baseball as well, and we'll hit all the headlines as well. Taking you to 6:15 on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. In the NFL, Commanders had a joint practice with the Patriots today up in Foxboro ahead of Friday's preseason opener at 7:30 Friday night. Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford, he's dealing with an aggravated disc in his back. He received an epidural and is called week to week. The Rams still plan to have him ready to go for week 1. Baseball, the Nationals fell to the A's yesterday 16-7. Game 2 of the series tonight, 6:45, right here on the Fan 6:15 pregame. Cade Cavalli takes the hill for the Nationals, making his second career start, his first since his major league debut on August 26th of 2022. Plenty of injuries, long road back, but Cade Cavalli set to make his second career start tonight. Jeffrey Springs goes to the hill for the A's. He is 10-7 with a 4.0 ERA. Nats and A's 6:45 first pitch with 6:15 pregame right here on the Fan. 2 weeks only, radio exclusive offer, $250 off every fiberglass window. Beat the fall rush and replace those cheap vinyl windows now. TheWindowman.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $250 off. Free consultations at TheWindowman.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We'll hit the headlines in just a few. Grant and Danny without Danny on the Fan. Toby is in. Just heard him in the update. Show's brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. Schedule a consultation for free right now with their crew at kmlawyers.com. They've got a Fairfax office. Mention us to get a discount on any of the work they do for you. kmlawyers.com. I want to know from Nats fans if you are still engaged enough to be angry and frustrated, or if you find yourself just defeated and checking out. They've played their worst stretch of baseball in recent team history this week. They've got a 4-game losing streak on this homestand where they've been uncompetitive. They've got a 6-game losing streak overall. In fact, over the last 6 games, they've allowed 70 runs, which is borderline unprecedented in the modern era. They've allowed 103 hits in those 6 games. They became the first team in like 70 years to give up the number of hits that they have over their last 4 games at the end of last night. It's one thing to get pounded by a Brewers team that has a chance to make a World Series run, but for the A's to come in here and take your lunch yesterday was particularly embarrassing. And I'm at a point with this team where, I have a lot of things that I care about, right? James Wood getting out of his rut, hitting 189 with a 261 slug over his last 30 is a major storyline to watch for me. Dylan Cruz comes back this week, presumably, homered over the weekend in Rochester. How he finishes going into next year is going to be important. Robert Hassel's back in the big leagues, 4 for 9 since his recall, 3 extra base hits. I want to see how he goes into the offseason. There's a possibility that either he or Dalen Lyle get traded because there's kind of too many guys for too few spots in the outfield moving forward that are big league ready. Mackenzie Gore, the wheels have come off over his last 5 starts here. His ERA's over 13. How does he finish the year? Cade Cavalli pitches tonight. That's intriguing. That's fun. I want to see what he does. Is he a big league starter? Is he going to be in the rotation next year? He's got a chance to solidify a spot here in the next 2 months. And then lastly, any debuting additions like Clayton Beater last night who struck out 3, or P.J. Pullen, who they claimed who pitched a scoreless inning. Those are the things that will keep me watching and monitoring and caring. But I acknowledge that it is homework right now. It is really, really hard. And unless you were like me and you were at the ballpark and then you had to host post-game and you were there for work as an obligation last night, I would not have questioned anybody who turned off the TV or found something else to do because, that was just not a good product.
Yeah, it's tough to watch right now. Like I said at the beginning of the show, I saw a family of 4 coming back just to get back to their car after the game, and it was almost like, sorry. Sorry you had to watch that. Hopefully they can put together some better baseball, but it has been really, really tough to watch over the last couple of days. Like you said, it feels like homework watching this team right now.
Let's go to Rachel in Arlington who wants to hop in on Grant and Danny. Hello, Rachel. How are you?
Hey, guys. Good. Listen, I'm agreeing with everything you're saying. My husband and I have been season ticket holders for the last 12 years right behind the Nats dugout. And it's one thing to be able to turn off the TV. It's another thing to be plunking down a lot of money for a horrible product. Last night, these guys were sleepwalking through the game. My husband and I never leave early. We were out of there by the 5th inning. And then we get a letter last week asking about renewals. How tone deaf is that? The Lerners have to sell the team.
The timing's not good. And by the way, I would guarantee you that your season ticket number is not going to go down next year.
No.
No, you know what? We're locked in since the World Series because we did that Nats for Life thing, which is great.
Wait, what is that? That's pretty cool. So wait, did you get tickets at the same rate forever?
I don't know how long they're going to do it, but they've been so bad that they are doing it.
Oh, that's
and
cool.
they're throwing in a little e-cash money, which is okay. But you have to tell them by the end of August if you're back in at that. And I'd like to see some investment and some commitment from the team. And last night was probably the worst night I've seen at Nats Park.
Oh, it was
and
so
I think
bad.
You'd agree.
Yeah, that's tough.
8 errors in the last 5 games. I mean, the defense is bad. The base running is worse. The pitching has been the worst in the sport over the last week, and really the worst I've seen from the Nationals in years and years.
I mean, leaving after 5 is tough.
It is, but again,
I don't blame them.
You got a night, man. Like the 6:45 start, you leave in the 5th. You got a chance to get home. You can still go out to dinner.
You can still do something. You can still make something of your evening. I don't blame people that are leaving early.
Hit the great American restaurants and go get yourself a drunken ribeye.
Yeah,
something delicious back across the river in Virginia. Yeah, it's not good. That is awkward timing. They got to do their business. I mean, they need to send out the flyers and or whatever, the email to figure out who's coming back and who isn't. But that's one of those where you kind of grab your collar and go, "Ee."
Yep, got to do it. But man, this is gonna suck.
Hit send on that email stuff. Clary found his water bottle, everybody. He just walked back into the studio and waved it around like it was
Where was it?
An American flag at the Olympics.
Yeah, I found it.
Where was it?
It was behind the chair in the 94.7 studio.
I asked you 7 times. Did you check the 94.7
To be fair,
studio?
to be fair, I did check. Toby checked as well. It was kind of like
I'm terrible at finding
spot.
stuff.
Remember when we all had to get naked so you could pat us down?
Well, yeah.
Where's our apology for that? The guy
I'm sorry.
Acting like we were in The Departed wearing a wire.
I know.
I
sorry.
didn't mind.
Well, you didn't. That's fair. But the rest of us did.
I know. I'm sorry for that.
You were
I'm sorry.
convinced that one of us stole your water bottle.
Yeah, I know, and that's messed up. I'm a bad friend. But also, to be fair, I have past trauma with this. People have stolen my water bottles around here. And
No one
I don't
here
like
has stolen your water
I really
bottle.
thought someone took it. Like I went up to Grant and I was like, "Did you take it?" I whispered
Well,
to
hold on.
Grant. I was
Toby
like,
did the
"Did you
same
take
thing.
it?" To see if
We
it was
all
like
were
some
going up to
bit,
each other on the
but-
side, like.
But
Please tell me
let's
it was water
let's
bottle.
be real. If Clary's going to accuse us of anything, if anyone is actually stolen anything from these studios, it'd be Ryan Clary.
That's a good point.
But it's not a cleaner. That's the thing. I steal cleaning stuff from here.
Well, by the way, he doesn't hide things that people are using. He actually steals things that he wants to use at his house that he never plans on bringing back.
Exactly.
What he
Just check
does
my
is
backpack.
actually called theft. It's a very, very different thing. Let's go to Erica in Woodbridge. Hello, Erica. How are you?
What's up, Erica?
I'm doing all right. I'm pulling into my parking lot to come to the game today.
Oh, lucky you.
Well, it's going to be a little probably unsatisfying for you, my answer to your question, but I'm not resigned, but I'm not enraged either. I feel like it takes too much effort to be enraged about something that I can't control. But
Oh, you're the best. The learners need more of you. Just keep on not spending, keep on just hanging around, and you're like, hey, no problem. What time's the game?
But that's not what it is. I mean, I agree with you on all the things that you say that need to change. But like yesterday, I had the pleasure of being had access to batting practice on the field.
Sweet.
And it was interesting to me to see Mr. Lerner in the back row of the Terra Club seats, keep at a safe distance from the fans, so that he couldn't, take a beating from us, and it was just a little sad. But at the same time, I ran into a friend, and we have the short history we have, and we were talking about how we were both hoping that this year was going to be more like 11, and it turns out it's more like 09.
Yeah.
And but towards the end of the game, I did leave with a little bit of joy because
you got to see them, battle, and they scored 4 runs in the 9th, and they did some good things. It's good to hear from you, by the way. Erica's been calling and listening to the show and been talking to her and seeing her at the ballpark for probably a decade now, and one of their really, really good fans. So good catching up, and hope to see you out there this evening. I'll be doing post game from the Red Box, but I totally get it. Like, and by the way, good on the Nats. It sounds like. If they are doing this lock-in price and you get some money, and she's saying, hey, I'm a season ticket holder and I got to go down on the field for BP, like, they're doing some things that what they can control. But the big picture is, from an ownership standpoint, at some point you got to invest something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that the fan experience is great, but the fan experience is much better when they're actually winning ball games.
Right. People don't want to go and see them down 5 or 6 runs in the first inning and giving up 70 hits over 4 games and giving up 103 hits over 6 games. Like, that is not a major league product. Yeah. And I do think, I was talking to someone last night about this with the team. You know, Mark Lerner, they were saying, like, he really does still love it and he still cares. And I'm not denying that. I don't know if everyone in the family feels that way. I certainly know Mark Lerner is of the belief that, like, being an owner is cool and he wants to be there and he wants to win and he's telling them he expects to win next year. But I say this all the time, like before I got on the co-pair program. I'd like to weigh less. I'd like to not be called a fat ass on the internet 15 times a day. I still am in the drive-through line. You know, I'm still not in the gym. So it's nice that he wants to win. If only they could do something about it, right? But look, I mean, they can't, understandably. So I get it. Let's go to Colin in Tacoma Park. Hey, Colin, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
I agree with all of it. It's ridiculous. I've been a long-term fan and season ticket holder, and this is my last straw. I'm done. I'm pulling the string, parachute, I'm gone. I'm not doing it again. I'm not going to reward them for what they've been doing. You know, the 2 previous years they only had 71 wins. There's no increased value. It's just more of the same and less of a good product. It's pathetic. It's like the most pathetic thing that I've spent time on, and my family and friends. And I'm fed up.
The most pathetic thing that I spend time on. What a description. It is interesting that, like, someone brought this up to me. Who was it? Was it David Aldridge the other day on the sideline at training camp, I think, from The Athletic? DA, who's a Hall of Fame media broadcaster.
Yeah.
And he's like, here's the difference with baseball when it comes to, like, the owners needing to do something to kind of get you to buy in. He's like, the time commitment in that sport is so different. And I actually did some quick math of, like, over 162 games, I'll probably watch 150 to 155 in their entirety. So if you just say that it's 2.5 hours, 155 times, that's like 390 hours of my life. Divide that by 24, that's 16 days plus.
Yeah, 2 weeks worth.
That I will have been watching the Nationals. 16 plus days. That's a huge commitment, man. And all I'm asking is just field a big league ball club. It's not a big ask. Yeah. Do more than just replace the salary of Patrick Corbin. It's not a big ask. The game is coming up. Awkward transition, but pregame in 1 minute and first pitch at 6:45 tonight. This has been your Nats Leadoff, brought to you by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom. Hey, Tobes, we got Cade Cavalli on the bump tonight.
Yeah, excited to see what he can do. It's been a long time coming, a really cool story after 3 years, finally making his second start in the big leagues. Hope it goes well for him. Really good guy.
I am excited, legitimately, shtick aside, to go over there and watch him. I'm going to the ballpark tonight. I guess that is where the frustration and the anger for me comes from, is that I do care, and I do still watch
still like
every night.
Childlike nature of loving your baseball team, but
absolutely. And I'm not going to not watch. I'm going to watch. So I'm either going to watch and be miserable, or I'll watch and enjoy it. And I'd like to do the second part more often.
Preferably, yes.
All right, thanks to the guys behind the scenes. Thanks to Toby. I'm Grant saying we'll see you tomorrow.